awesome. I can count on Lisa like to the very bitter end, like the last day, she's gonna be helping with something. Doesn't matter. What I am gonna do is mute it from now. Yes.
Right, and you do any
Good morning to everyone. Attorney Venora, Attorney Vaughn, would we like to begin with read-ins?
Chair Gillette, we're gathering information.
Okay.
If we could defer to the morning break or after lunch, I can report back
Sure.
on them.
Sure.
I have a couple of other administrative matters when the time is right.
Okay. Let me just get it to my computer here. All right. What do you got for me, Attorney Venora?
Okay, so just to report on on page 20 of the agenda is the OCC witness relating to the clean energy transformation initiatives. We are the only party to reserve cross. We've since determined that we do not and will not have any cross-examination for Dr. Stanton.
Okay.
And then similarly, I think this is the last page of the agenda, if I could find it. Walmart, Mr. Cronauer, we are also the only party to have reserved cross time for him. We've determined we will not need that time, so we will not need him to appear.
Okay.
Assuming other parties don't have as well. So,
thank you. Okay, before I take up your next item, then let me just flag for attorneys representing parties and interveners in the room, as well as my staff. I won't poll right now, but perhaps I can poll after lunch, ask other parties to look at those two panels, the panel on page 20 and the panel on page 26, and everyone else has reserved the right. So if I can poll after lunch to see if anyone has changed their mind and will need cross. Otherwise, we will provide those to the panel's attorneys with the option to have their testimony adopted by affidavit. So I'll come back to that after lunch. So I thank the company for that. And Attorney Venora, anything else?
sure. We have a couple of additions to this panel to make sure we have the right, have all the folks we need to answer any potential questions today. I can introduce those folks, and
Very
Attorney
good.
Vaughn will do the direct, but when at the right time. But we have Mr. Drahota and Mr. Daniels who assisted, who are actually discovery witnesses and assisted in the customer service area responses. They're the two gentlemen sitting on the far left of the table.
Okay.
And then we have Ms. Leona Michelson and Mr. Fraser McBride, who are behind Mr. Patterson. They're in his organization and assisted on the customer experience related elements of the testimony and discovery. So those are, we anticipated that Mr. Patterson would be consulting with them. So to
Okay.
the extent to facilitate the hearing, we thought it best to swear them in.
Very good.
So.
Okay, and anyone else you want to swear in? Or-
Well, we can go through the direct exam. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. No one else would be sworn in additional than what I've just identified.
Thank you. Then let's take any other introductions, and then I'll administer the oath before moving into direct, please. We know Mr. Canavan, Ms. Palella.
Oh, yeah, we should identify. That's why he's here. Mr. Canavan, Mr. Kolka, Mr. Therian are all previously sworn.
Correct.
And all the other individuals, including Ms. Palella and Mr. Patterson, would need to be sworn.
Okay, very good. So if all the new witnesses can raise your right hand, I'm going to administer the oath. At the conclusion of the oath, if you can say, "I do." I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn?
Thank you, and good morning. To the panel members, I guess beginning with Mr. McBride, if you could make your way to the front, and Ms. Michelson, I'll ask you, each of you, to please state your full names and positions for the record.
Yep, Mr. Fraser McBride, Digital Product Strategy Manager, working in Craig's Patterson's team.
Thank you.
Leona Michelson, Manager of customer research and communications.
Craig Patterson, the Senior Director of Customer Experience and Digital.
Tracy Palella, Vice President of Customer Service for Connecticut and Massachusetts.
Nicholas Daniels, Manager of Customer Care for UIL.
Jeff Drohoda, Director of Customer Care for Avangrid Networks.
You might need to tilt the mic down, Mr. Drohoda, but thank
I
you.
think, is it on?
I don't think it's on.
Is that
Button at the bottom.
Press the gray button. There you go.
Ms. Palella and Mr. Patterson, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were marked as Exhibit UI-CSP-1, and for Ms. Palella, rebuttal testimony which was marked as Exhibit UI-TAP-DRC-rebuttal-1?
I did.
I did.
And do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct or rebuttal testimony and exhibits
I did not.
to the testimony?
Okay. I did.
I do not.
And do you adopt your pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
I did.
I do.
And did each of you also, this is to the panel, so I'll just move from Mr. Patterson down to Mr. Drohoda. Did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
I did.
I did.
Yes.
And Mr. Patterson, do you have any changes, or in the course of your preparation for this hearing, did you identify any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories?
Yes.
And could you explain what that change is?
Yeah. So it's in reference to CAE 4747. And within CAE 47, there is a table that we updated the values in reference to the New York Customer Satisfaction Framework.
Thank you. And we'll provide a supplemental version of that response that reflects that correction?
Correct.
Thank you. And subject to that correction, Mr. Patterson, do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Palella, did you identify, as part of your preparation to this case, any changes or corrections to any of your responses to interrogatories?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain that?
For EOE 131, there was a reference to RFP or request for proposal for the credit card merchant provider timing. The timing has since changed, so it is scheduled to be issued in March, and we expect to award the business by the third quarter of this year.
Thank you. And subject to that correction, do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, did you identify any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories?
I did not.
Thank you. And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Drohoda, lastly, did you identify any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories in this proceeding?
I have not.
Thank you. And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. This morning, we're going to begin cross-examination with EOE staff. So Mr. Ojeri, please.
I wanted to, so first off, Mr. Audrey is going to begin cross, and then Attorney Wyman and I will take over. I wanted to warn the bench that it's possible at the end of Attorney Wyman and my cross that we might get into a confidential session.
Okay.
We're going to attempt to avoid it, but let's give you.
Very good. If we get into anything that requires a confidential session, we will proceed into the confidential session for this panel immediately after the public session for all of the panels has concluded. Thank you.
Good morning, Frank Augeri, Pura EOE staff. If we could start with response to EOE 9, please. Within the response to EOE 9, I did not see the notice of customer rights that was submitted in application H-2.1. Is that notice of rights still being included with the termination notice?
Yes, it is.
Okay, was there a reason why it wasn't included in EOE 9?
No, there was not.
Just an oversight?
It must have been an oversight.
Okay,
It's an insert into the notice.
okay, thank you. EOE 22, please. While we're talking about the customer rights notice, are e-billing customers provided separate emails which contain the link to the customer rights notice? Or is it only available through the source link that's shown in attachment 1 of EOE 22?
I know that the response says it's in a link. So the bill is available in a link. Would you mind if I just consult? for a
Certainly.
moment? So the question is whether the rights brochure is a link on the email that gets sent to the customer?
No. Are the e-billing customers provided separate emails which contain the link to the customer rights notice?
I don't believe there's a separate email for that.
Okay, thank you. Of course.
I apologize. This will likely not be the last time I jump in. For that link that's provided, it's only the link that says the source and that goes to your, I'm gonna say blog, for lack of a better term, where all that content is.
Where all the bill inserts are, which would include the customer bill of rights.
Okay, thank you.
EOE 12 and 127. I'll start first with 127. In its response to EOE 127, UI stated that customers cannot view their disconnection notice online. In EOE 12, the response speaks to the electronic billing system. Is that system, as discussed in EOE 12, currently capable of sending an email the same day as the issuance of the mailed termination notice?
So you're asking if it has a capability to do that?
Yes.
So we have, I'm looking at EOE 127, and then the other reference was EOE
12.
112. So the question is, at when they get their e-bill notification, can they get a separate notification in reference to a termination notice? Is that capable of being programmed? Is that your question?
In EOE 12, in the response to B, customers in the e-billing system receive the termination notice in the same manner and time frame as paper-billed customers.
So they get a paper termination notice.
Can they get a separate email that same day the termination notice is placed in the mail?
Needing to defer to Mr. Patterson.
That's fine.
Yep. Hi there. So, as mentioned in the response, we are developing an online capability that would allow the customer, when they log in, to view that termination notice. In reference to your specific question regarding issuing an additional email, we would need to evaluate that from a technology perspective to understand the capabilities within there. But the fulfillment of providing a digital notification is being developed just now on our website, to be launched in September this year.
Okay. Would that also include a text message of a termination notice?
The current scope of this solution does not include text at this stage.
Do you know if your customers have ever asked you for that inclusion of text termination notices?
We'll just need to consult. So not specifically. Customers have not, through our survey studies, asked for an SMS termination notice.
Okay.
And I would say we're not aware of it from a contact center perspective, customers asking.
Okay, thank you. EOE 13, please. In EOE 13, there was an attachment 2. I'm curious, those letters that are included in attachment 2, are those provided to e-billing customers?
The programming that would send out these letters would not directly connect with whether they're a paper bill and e-bill. So yes, these letters would go to, based on estimated reads report.
Okay, so
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I just need to clarify that. So the e-billing customer would get a version of the attachment 2 letter?
It would be mailed to them.
It would be mailed separately?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any possibility of placing that notice in an email?
We could certainly make a note of that and assess the capability. Seems like we would be able to do that, but want to check in with the team and assess it.
While we're talking about the attachments, I just want to talk briefly on the bills that were attached in EOE 13 attachment 1. Looking at the first page of attachment 1, the upper right-hand side, the message box. Right in the middle of that message box, it states the current bill is based on an estimated reading. Is it possible to add more text into that message box that says, please call us as soon as possible?
I believe so. I just would need to assess. I don't know if there's character limitations, but certainly we can check into that.
Could I get that as a late file exhibit then, please?
Yeah. Let me just consult 1 second in case
Certainly.
my colleagues knows the answer. Okay. Yeah, we're not quite certain what the character limitations are, so we will take that as a request.
And just for clarification, are you asking specifically that we require language about calling us, or could we offer potentially other options to customers in order to submit a meter reading?
This would be language about calling the company. And I would also not limit it to the, I would make sure you're addressing the regulation. I believe it's 16.3.102.
Right.
Regarding
To offer the
notification.
ability of the customer to contact us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 94, and it's to discuss the character limitations, or provide the character limitations.
Character limitations on estimated bills.
Thank you.
Oh, and language.
Estimated bill messaging.
Yeah, I just had that, provide any limitations on the
Character
character.
limitation on the message portion of the bill.
Right,
Yes.
is there any reason you can't do what Mr. Algieri asked, put that language on the bill that tells the customer to call UI?
Okay. EOE 17. Looking at attachment 1 in EOE 17. First question, are those percentages based on the total number of bills issued?
I apologize. I don't have 17 in my folder for some reason.
Assuming that's the percentage of estimated bills, or is it something else? Don't have 17 either.
repeat the question now that I have it in front of me?
Certainly. Are the percentages in that attachment one, are those based on the total number of bills issued?
That's my understanding. I believe that we had assist with our metering group to respond to this. You can double check.
That might lend itself more to a read-in if possible, just
Yeah,
to confirm that those are
absolutely.
based on the
Absolutely.
percent of total bills issued.
Okay, I think we might be up to read and why.
And just one last question on these, on attachment one. The attachment lists the amount of estimated or meters estimated between 7 to 11 or 12 plus months. Just curious, does the company have any current plan that goes after and reduces the number of meters estimated for periods greater than 7 or more months?
I know we have an ongoing plan consistently to address those. I know that the billing department partners with the field group. And in many cases, these are meters that they can't get access to for one reason or another, but it's an ongoing initiative to work those and eliminate those, older ones and then continue through. So our goal is to deliver customers actual readings. And so I know that there's constant discussions around eliminating those. So there may be some factors that are reasons why those are there, and typically it's access related issues.
Would you say that the majority of those meters estimated for periods of 7 or more months are due to access issues?
I would say that was probably true, but subject to check and we can certainly touch base with our metering group once we do that read-in.
Okay, if you can include that in the read-in, that would be great.
Could we just pause and make sure we have the read-in correctly?
Yeah, so it would be a confirmation that the percentages in the attachment are based on the total number of bills issued. And the predominant reason for why bills have been estimated or meters have been estimated for periods of greater than 7 months.
Thank you.
EOE 19, please. In EOE 19, the interrogatory asked if UI provides a written copy of its policies and procedures. The response provided basically a copy of the receipt for security deposits. I'm just curious, if a customer asked the company for what your security deposit policies and procedures are, what would you provide to that customer?
I would need to verify that. We haven't been charging security deposits, and I'm not familiar with pre-COVID process, so I can probably do a read-in on that.
I'll take it as a read-in. Okay. That's great.
Okay, so read in Z. B, to confirm what the company provides upon request for
Policies and procedures for security deposits.
Thank you.
Okay, EOE 41, and in particular, attachment 1 regarding the high bill complaint procedure. If you go to page 4 and 5 of the attachment, there are a number of subjects or talking points that are shown for handling a high bill complaint. Are the customer reps required to cover all of these points? Or are these only suggested topics for discussion?
So I think in general, each call is unique and the circumstances that might drive a bill to be higher. So, the customer service representatives are trained to ask probing questions and understand what could deliver higher usage. They're not necessarily required to hit every point here, but they should be doing investigatory research with the customer to figure out what could be driving a change in bill.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Jerry. Apologize to the panel because there's not enough mics for everybody, but the live stream's having trouble picking up some of the responses.
Be more conscious of that.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the, basically, we'll call it the third bulleted point that starts analyze the kilowatts used. Do you see that section?
On page,
Page 4 of the attachment 1.
I'm on page 4, the third bullet you're saying?
Yes.
Let's see, it's right here. Page. The top high bill handling process. Looks like you're.
I'm going by
I see
the,
it now.
yeah, okay, very good. So the last item there, number 5, access bill analyzer if applicable. What would make accessing the bill analyzer applicable as well as non-applicable?
Again, I think that's really determined by the questions that are asked along the way to determine what could be driving higher usage. And if the customer service representative needs additional information in order to dig in and find out a possible cause, they would utilize that as a tool.
Okay, so it's not based on whether this is an estimated bill or a customer who just received their first bill ever from the company?
No, it's one of the tools available to a customer service representative to be able to help a customer.
Okay. This bill analyzer that's mentioned on page 4, do customers have access to the bill analyzer, or is this an internal tool?
So customers who are registered with my account on our website would have access to, it's on the front page when they log in under their my account. There's the bill analyzer link, which could take them through, detailed usage on their account.
So the e-billing customer that has the my account set up, that bill analyzer link is basically the same thing as the bill analyzer reference in EOE 41.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So if a customer was not an e-billing customer, they would have to call into the call the company and work with a rep to have them use that bill analyzer for them.
I'm going to defer to Greg if you.
Yep, so just to clarify, so any customer can log in and establish a My account and utilize the bill analyzer capability. It's not specifically related to e-bill. So just to clarify.
But a customer without internet access or no interest in setting up a My account, they would still have to call the company and have that customer service rep run them through the bill analyzer, correct?
Yep, so the customer could either call or utilize digital self-service capabilities. That's correct.
Okay. If you could jump to page 15 of the attachment 1. The section on meter tests.
Okay.
In the first sentence of that section, it states that meter tests are the last resort for the customer, even if it was requested by the customer at the start of the call. Why is that?
So again, I think that again would be, depending on the nature of the call. Uh, Obviously, there's a cost associated with doing a meter test that requires a field resource. We want to make sure that we have eliminated other potential reasons before we send out a resource to test a meter, if we think we can resolve the issue through other means.
So if that customer at the beginning of the call says, I would like a meter test, your reps are trained to run through all of those bullet points that we just discussed on page 4 and 5?
They should be assessing whether a meter test is indeed necessary.
Okay. I guess there are different reasons why a customer can consider a bill to be high. It could be increases in standard offer or changes to distribution rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I think there may be some obvious reason why the bill is higher and, but some instinct of some customers would be like, there must be something wrong with the meter. Can I have it tested? But then once the representative explains to them, actually, this is what I see, or this change, and then the customer is satisfied and doesn't need a meter test. So we encourage the representatives to go through that process of educating the customer and then determining if they still believe a meter test is what they need or what they request.
Do you ever speak with your reps and talk to them and get their feedback on what customers are telling them when they call in with a high billing complaint?
Absolutely.
Okay, what are the reps telling you? What are the reasons that customers are saying this is why I think this bill is too high?
What customers are saying, why the bill is too high? It varies, but what we have found is that there's an education that needs to take place with customers to understand that the devices that they're using on a day in day out basis, what those actually use in terms of electricity. We used to get calls quite often where a customer wouldn't understand why their bill could have possibly increased considerably from one month to another, and through questioning and active listening, the customer service representative was able to determine that the customer may have added multiple space heaters within the premise, or other electronic devices that were drawing that didn't necessarily come to mind for the customer, to believe that could have caused that much of an increase in usage.
Okay. Does your company have any data to show what the primary reasons customers are stating for what they believe why the bill is so high?
At this time, no, we don't track reasons why customers believe their bill has been increased. We do, however, as part of the energy analyzer tool, we do provide a breakdown of what could be and what is likely. What are your biggest drivers in your house, like lighting, for example, refrigeration, those sorts of things, to give directional data to customers so that they can help control their consumption.
But there are times that customers call in and they'll state their belief why it's so high is that it's because the meter must be malfunctioning.
We don't track that currently.
Okay. It is something customers say, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
But you wouldn't have the data to say that this is the predominant reason why customers are complaining about a high bill.
I don't, well, anecdotally, from the feedback that I've gotten from customer service representatives, that's not the predominant reason why customers think their bill is high.
I apologize if I missed that. So if you get that customer that's firmly in belief that this meter is malfunctioning, it's no way that they use that usage, what are you telling that customer?
Again, I think it would depend on the situation. I know of instances where a customer was adamant that there was something wrong with the meter, and we did go out and do a meter test to satisfy the request of the customer. Absolutely.
Okay. So even after running through all of those questions on that checklist on page 4, and you've discussed meter accuracy, if that customer is still insistent the meter is wrong, will you then offer the meter
Yeah,
test?
I just think that's a good customer service practice, right? And if the customer believes, that you've run them through the possibilities, they still have a doubt, and I don't think this happens very often. We would take it upon ourselves to go out and perform a meter test so that the customer knows that we support them and that we understand their concern and we want to get to the bottom of it just as they do.
Okay. So going back to that statement where in the company policies where you state a meter test is a last resort, you won't deny a meter test from after you get that request from a customer, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll caveat that with, I would imagine, there could be circumstances where a customer has requested multiple meter tests where we might at that point say, I'm sorry, Mr. Customer, we've performed multiple, but I don't, multiple meter tests, we can't do another one, but I'm assuming that's not what you're referring to.
Not at first, but it just, another question came up. So if a customer requests a meter test and that meter passes according to the regulatory parameters, if that customer complained to the Pura and then asked for a Pura witnessed meter test, would you conduct an additional meter test after they came to us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could go back to page 12 of the attachment, it's a screenshot of the bill analyzer.
I'm there.
Okay. The e-billing customer that's using the link, are they seeing the same information that's on page 12, or is that an internal screen?
This appears to be an internal screen.
Is this an internal screen for UI or for your gas companies? And if it's the gas companies, does UIs differ?
So it's the same tool. This does appear to be a gas. And
Electric charges, and then down here it says UI console, CMG console.
If it's the same, that's fine. I'm just a little confused because it says gas used, not electricity
it is
used.
the same tool, and I would have to understand if this tool references data at a business partner level versus an account level. And that, yeah, we can do a read in to clarify that.
Well, I was thinking, I believe you said that the customer who has my account established has the high bill analyzer link, and they see something different than what's on page 12, correct?
They do.
Could we get as a late file exhibit a comparison of what that my account customer sees as compared to page 12?
Absolutely.
And if you could, in the late file exhibit, let's see it for an electric customer.
Sure.
That would help.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Can we actually get a read-in? Because it is a bit confusing. The top says current electric charges, but then the bottom says gas used. So if we could just get clarification on that.
We can provide clarification on that. Yes.
Okay, one second here. So, we'll move to read in AA as clarification on gas versus electric. And then lay file exhibit 95 would be to provide a comparison of page 12 to the my account view that an electric customer would see. But Mr. Rogeri, page 12 of which reference, please?
This is attachment 1 to EOE 41.
Thank you.
Okay. So can we assume that if what's on page 12 was for an electric company, where it says gas used, would that be electric used? Is that
I don't know that I would want to make that assumption at this point.
okay? What I think I'll do then is I'll save these questions until we get the late filed exhibit, so we're all working off the correct format. That would make more sense to do that. So generally about the bill analyzer. Does the bill analyzer provide the customer service rep with data that shows changes in rates, whether it's standard service or electric supplier or distribution transmission charges?
It would show them the components of their bill that have changed, yes.
If there's a case where the reason for the high bill can be attributable to changes in rates, is there ever a discussion on the actual individual line items? Something being along the lines of, well, in 2019, you were paying this amount for customer service charge or this amount in standard service offer.
Yeah, that comes up often enough with our group where a customer is inquiring about their usage and the amount of their bill, and we would refer them to the generation portion of their bill and make note to them if their supplier changed or if their alternate supplier rate changed. I mean, that was happening quite often when we had introductory rates to alternate suppliers, and then after 3 or 6 months, those rates would climb astronomically. So, the customer service representatives are trained to look into the details of the bill and point out supplier-related costs, inform the customer, and then also give them an opportunity to educate them on ways that they can save on their bill, whether it be with a different supplier or perhaps controlling their consumption in other ways.
A couple final questions on this bill analyzer and this high bill process. I assume that the company receives high bill complaints with customers who have solar or other renewable systems at their home.
Yes.
Okay. Are those types of customers, when they call in with a high bill complaint, are they handled with the same procedures in this attachment one?
They are handled similarly. I wouldn't say exactly. So the solar customers on distributed generation, those types of calls tend to be even more complex than this sort of call, because you're introducing, the element of a two-way meter, and also the customer's assumption that they've generated enough energy to sustain the use of their home, and that's sometimes not the case. So, walking a customer through, what they actually had in terms of generation from their solar panels versus what their actual usage was. So that's not necessarily detailed in this bill analyzer attachment, but it is something that the customer service representatives are trained on.
Are the procedures you just talked about for handling solar complaints, is it in a separate policies and procedures
Yeah,
manual?
there's a module within our training program that covers solar.
Okay. I apologize for this if I missed it. Was that submitted? Has that been submitted to us?
My belief is that yes, so all of our training documents were submitted. Yes.
All right, thank you. And one last question on the high bill, subject to high bill complaints. In your response to EOE 105, the company categorized complaints For the category of billing, does the company know how many of those are high billing complaints? This would be attachment 1 to EOE 105.
EOE 105. EOE 105 is UI calls received. Am I looking at the wrong?
Yes, calls received into,
So the question is the category of high bill complaint segmented out?
correct.
No, at this point, high bill complaint is not segmented out as it's not an option in our IVR. Generally, the way that we, partition the different call types is based upon customer interaction with our IVR. So a customer would make a selection, and we would skill that call and be able to obtain data on the type of skill required to handle that call. High bill is not currently an option available within our IVR, so we can't partition that out.
Okay, thank you. EOE 73, please. There are two accounts identified, number 1 and number 7 as street lighting accounts. Just a general question here. Does the company normally try to avoid or disconnect accounts that are street lighting?
Yeah, these would be municipal accounts. Just pause for 1 second. I just want to double check.
Mm.
Okay, no, we didn't have not historically disconnected the
Okay.
street light.
And you mentioned you wouldn't do it because it's municipal. Number 7 is classified as industrial.
Yeah, I apologize for that. One is a municipal, one is an industrial.
So in the case of an industrial street lighting account, is that an account that would be eligible for termination?
It would. In the comments, it indicates that there's a tap that would need to be cut, which is a process that we would need to pursue.
So in this case, it's other extenuating circumstances.
That is correct.
Gotcha. Okay. EOE 74. If you could just update the status of the information in the response. Has the dashboard gone live yet?
The Customer Insights Initiative dashboard. EOE 74?
EOE 74, where it speaks to a vendor implementing a dashboard for the energy efficiency team.
Oh, I apologize. I would need to validate that with a different group, but that could be a read-in. I don't think. We'll do a read-in. That's a separate group. We just need to consult with someone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that'd be read-in BB. No, is that okay? All right, I'm gonna go read in BB. And I'm sorry, Mr. Jerry, can you repeat that for me, please?
Update on dashboard status, EOE 74.
Thank you.
Can I clarify that? Because I think there might have been an exchange there that was a little confusing. We're looking for the update on the Customer Insights Initiative dashboard, not the sentence that says this vendor has implemented a dashboard for the energy efficiency team scheduled to go live this month. What is
Okay,
the status of the Customer Insights Initiative dashboard?
Okay, I misunderstood. The energy efficiency dashboard, we will check because that's a separate area. The other aspects that we are still working through that with the team, and the consultants. So we've input a number of data points into the insights module, but we have not yet moved forward into finalizing a dashboard. So that's still in process.
Do you have a timeline for that?
We don't, but we're trying to settle on one. So unfortunately, the same resources that we have for all of the other initiatives. But we understand, we feel that this is important and we want to be able to use this effectively. So we will hopefully, we will be planning on developing a timeline for this.
EOE 120, please. Actually, I'll be looking at all the attachments for EOE 120. Questions on budget billing. There are notices and attachments 1 and 2. Are those notices issued every 6 months to a customer on the budget billing program?
So I believe the first one looks like it's at the onset of the budget billing. So it could, happen obviously different timing for different customers. So that one looks like attachment 1. Attachment 2 looks like it's the email version of that. Is that the question?
Is it also utilized after that initial onset period?
Believe they would only get subsequent notification if their budget amount changes, but that's subject to check. If you wouldn't mind, pause for 1 second. So correction, if their amount is changed, it will be a note on their bill. They would not get a separate letter.
It's not a separate letter if
No.
there's a change.
No.
Has it always been that way? Whenever there's a change in the budget amount, that is just a message on the bill.
As far as we know.
Does UI provide any marketing material or informational material to customers to get them interested in the budget billing program?
Yes, we do. Just let me check to see if I have particulars. It's included regularly in the source, which is that monthly insert that we have. And typically, we also include it if we send direct emails about programs and services that we have available, it would be included there as well.
Okay. Looking at the data in second page of EOE 120, the number of customers enrolled in budget billing has increased from around 3,700 in 2017 to just over 9,600 in 2021. Has the company been doing anything beyond the bill insert to promote budget billing?
Yeah, as we mentioned before, it's definitely integrated into most of our communications. When we're listing all the opportunities that customers have to better manage their bill, it's included. I think also during that time was when you see customers having more difficulty paying their bill and needing some tools. So that could be attributed combination of those communications as well as customer need. Mr. Danvers?
I'd also include that our customer service representatives do educate customers as appropriate about the budget billing program, especially when they call in asking about ways to control their consumption or their usage or the cost of their bill.
During a discussion on a payment arrangement, it would come up.
Well, not necessarily a payment arrangement, but customers who may be having either difficulty paying their bill or more likely a customer who is noting a large change in their bill from one month over the other, and perhaps they would like to levelize that impact of seasonality. So when a customer service representative comes across a situation like that, they would educate or should be educating customers on budget billing as potentially being an option for them to levelize that.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the attachments 1 and 2, the notices describe how budget billing will be reviewed every 6 months so as to make any necessary adjustments to the payment. Other than cases where a customer switches to a new electric supplier, will there ever be times that a customer's budget payment will change more than twice over a 12-month period?
No.
When an adjustment is made to a budget payment, is there consideration given to ensure that customers do not have a large credit balance at the end of either a 6 or 12-month time period?
Yeah, the automated reassessment is for that very reason, to try to ensure that the balance is, that it's going to be at the end, hopefully as close to zero as possible, or within a, a reasonable range. But that's the purpose of that. And I think if a customer were to call and request something specific, we would have that conversation with them to say, if we adjust it to this amount, that it's, you wouldn't necessarily, you would have, perhaps a large balance to pay at the end or something like that. But the automated process is designed to have it hopefully come out properly in the end, so that the customer doesn't owe too much or too little.
Does that automated process have a maximum amount of a credit balance that it tries to stay under, or is it trying to get as close to zero as possible?
It's as close to zero as possible. That's the design.
If in the case where after a 6-month budget period, the customer's account indicates a credit balance, what happens? Can that customer request any of the balance to be refunded immediately?
Let's see.
I mean, a customer can always request, if they've got a credit on their balance, but I think that the representative sounds like they encourage them to, perhaps maintain it, because then the design is such that it hopefully will, even out, and they'll have, the appropriate budget in the end.
But a customer could request they have
They
that
could,
refund.
yes.
Okay. How is that refund handled? Direct payment to the customer?
So the customer, it would generally start with a customer service representative who would generate a notification to our billing group to issue a refund. And then a check would be cut and sent to the customer.
Okay. In attachments 3 and 4, they discuss the policies, procedures, and staff training for budget billing. Can you describe what the factors are when you look at computing monthly budget payments, or if you're going to make changes in those monthly budget payments?
Yeah, the system looks at historical usage. I believe it looks back 12 months, and then it attempts to assess, the proper amount based on that.
Is that the only factor?
Subject to check, as far as I know.
Okay. So let's look at the interrogatory response in section F.
Bless you.
It states price fluctuations in the retail market do not impact budget billing. Are you aware of the recent increases to the standard offer generation rate for UI customers beginning January of this year?
I believe that there was a different interpretation of that question. Let me just double check. Yeah, certainly the price of the supply, it impacts the historical usage, dollars, amount of the bill. So I don't know if there was a, misinterpretation of that aspect of the question.
Reason why I asked, the radar price effectively doubled for customers
Yeah,
on
no,
January
understood.
1. Do you think that would have an impact on a budget billing
Yes.
customer?
Yes, absolutely. Because obviously it's the usage along with the cost.
So just curious, the statement on the response, price fluctuations in the retail market do not impact budget billing. I'm not sure I understand what that means, given this most recent increase in the
Yeah, no,
standard service
understood.
price.
I can follow up on that. My understanding is perhaps that was misinterpreted. I would need to do additional follow-up on that. But certainly when you're looking at historical costs and then you're assessing how close they are with the budget and you're doing that reassessment at 6 months, it's the pricing's gonna.
Well, actually, let me, okay, so let's say a customer signed up for budget billing in December of last year. Are you saying you would not reevaluate their budget billing amount until May of this year?
It would be reassessed at the 6 months?
Which would be May, if I did my math right, would be May of this year. Okay, so that customer would have been set up on budget billing for the standard service rate that was in effect in December of 2022, which then doubled in January of 2023. So that customer is going to pay 5-ish months at a higher standard service rate. Their budget billing is going to, if I'm understanding this correctly, their June budget bill is going to significantly increase. True?
Yeah, if it's
Okay, so
assessed
there's-
every 6 months, so that.
Okay, so
that
there's
would
no
be the case.
circumstance in which during that 6 months period in there, you see our rate doubled. Why don't we go for it and address this sooner rather than 6 months later and have
It's an automated process, so we have not done that to date. Certainly can be a consideration, but we have not done that to date.
Okay, no, that's fine. I believe that if there's a change in a customer's electric supplier, a budget billing customer, their payment can be reassessed, correct?
Yes,
And that
Yes.
happens automatically.
yes.
Is there any way to automate the process where if there are changes to the standard service rate, it would force a relook at the budget?
We
Amount.
could certainly assess that.
So, subject to check, a review of the standard service prices indicate that since at least 2018, there's always been an increase in the standard service price starting on January 1. I just want to make sure, has changes in the standard service price ever been a factor in computing customer budget payments on budget billing?
Well, again, the system would consider their past usage and costs, and then try to assess that for the future billings.
Subject to check, customers and the companies are made aware of the new standard service price, I believe, 45 days prior to the implementation. If that's the case, would that give the company enough time to relook at their budget billing customers for any impact on those, on that 6-month period with an increase in the standard service price?
Yeah, I think that we're willing to take a look at that and see what is feasible.
Historically, obviously, we've never seen generation rates double effectively in previous years. Usually it's a marginal difference, and not as impactful to customers as it is this year. So that may be a reason for not having that process in place previously.
Okay. In section I of the response, I'm sorry. Section J asks for indicate the number of complaints the company has received regarding budget billing. And in the response, the company provided an I, budget billing complaints received by company review officers. Is there data on the total number of complaints regarding budget billing received by the company?
We don't have data on the, in general, complaints that are received and handled by the customer service representatives. And so the data provided was to the review officer group.
Which would entail, most escalated complaints. So above a supervisor or manager level.
But it would not include, complaints that would have gone to perhaps a supervisor or a manager. We do not have a tracking of those.
I just want to make sure one thing. If a customer calls with a complaint on budget billing payment, that complaint could be fielded by your frontline customer service reps. It does not have to automatically go to a review officer.
Absolutely.
That's correct.
Finally, on budget billing program, are customers provided with a summary on the budget billing program outside of what's on their bill?
I know that they're provided the education by the representative as far as to how the budget billing will work.
They also receive, obviously, the initial letter indicating the details of the program. And then, of course, it's detailed on the bill.
Okay. Customers on my account, would they receive any kind of summary above what a paper bill customer receives?
Yes, so on the My Account website, customers can log in and see the kind of details of their budget billing.
So that level of detail for a customer on my account, could it be provided to a paper billing customer?
So I think again, the determination on whether the customer's e-bill or paper bill isn't a factor on the data availability.
EOE 113, please. In item B, in the response item B, company states that for customers that have not answered a callback, 4 attempts are made in order to contact the customer. Are those 4 attempts all made on the same day or over a longer period of time?
Those would be spaced out, but delivered within a pretty consolidated timeline. So I believe it's somewhere around a 10-minute mark for those to be completed.
But all in the same day?
All in the same day, correct.
All in the same day, okay.
Right, the expectation to the customer set at time that they request a callback is they'll be called back within a certain period of time. So initiating subsequent attempts to contact the customer outside of that time period just wouldn't make sense.
So there's never been consideration given that if they haven't answered the first 3, let's make the 4th one 24 hours later?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. EOE 262, please. I'm looking at attachment 3. I'm going to start with the tab labeled 2022 operations.
This was attachment
3.
tab 2022?
Yes, 2022 operations.
Okay.
I want to start with the data on abandonment percentage, but before I start, it looks like there's 2 abandonment metrics, one labeled with technology and one just abandonment percentage. So would the data and abandonment percentage with technology apply only to the data calls offered with technology?
So an explanation of the two different metrics, right? So the metric that does not have a technology component would be a customer who traversed through our IVR and opted to speak to a customer service representative. At that point, if the call is disconnected by the customer prior to being answered by a customer service representative, that would be an abandoned and expressed in that percent. The metric with technology includes those calls of customers who disconnected waiting for a customer service representative, with the denominator being the total calls that we received to the company, including calls that were handled within the company's IVR.
So they're not, so the abandonment percentage, that data is not tied to calls offered live rep.
The first metric that you referred to would be total number of calls abandoned divided by calls offered to a live rep.
Can you explain more on the abandonment percentage with technology? Are these customers that are in the IVR?
So the abandoned with technology is an overall metric of all the customers who contact us. What percentage of our customers abandon while waiting for a customer service representative? Accounting for, of course, customers who choose to self-serve in the company's IVR. So the historical calculation of that metric was meant to account for, what percent of our customers hang up waiting for a customer service representative versus overall of all the calls that we take, how many customers hang up.
So abandonment percentage with technology, I'm sorry if I'm slow on this. Are these are customers that have opted to self-service through the IVR?
Correct.
Okay. And these are calls that they abandon in that process of self-serving?
No, those are the customers who abandon waiting for a representative divided by the total number of calls that we received, including those that were contained or handled within the company's IVR.
Okay. So let's go back to the abandonment data. Did you want to? No, okay. The abandonment data without technology?
Sure.
Abandonment percentage? Looking at the year-to-date totals for 2022, those totals are all over 10% for both the UI and its vendor, iCore. I hate to do this to you. If we look at the 2019 data, those abandonment figures are also greater than 10% for both UI and the vendor.
That is correct.
Okay. When I look at that same metric for 2020 and 2021 operational years, the totals are below 10%. Do you think the interruption and termination and other credit activities due to COVID had an impact on this particular metric?
Yes, I do think they did. The overall call volumes in 2020 and 2021 were considerably lower than 2019, and then we're seeing the call volumes rise again. And we have not yet begun to disconnect customers who have proven hardship. So the thought is that would continue to grow.
Do you think the increase in credit activities and termination for non-hardship customers. Do you think that's a primary factor attributing to the increase in abandonment totals?
I would say that the activities related to collections, including disconnect notices and obviously disconnects for non-payment as well, drive a large majority of the customers who call us for collections related issues.
Can you comment on any other factors you think might have attributed to the increases in the 2022 abandonment totals?
Yeah, so one of the things that has happened since 2019, and I think we've expressed this in our pre-filed testimony, is that our average call handling time, so the amount of time it takes for a customer service representative to field a customer's call, has grown significantly. And when that happens, and that's a component of the workload and the work that our group has to accomplish on a day in, day out basis. And as that workload grows, the need for staffing also grows. And what the abandonment percentage is an indicator of is that, as far as customer tolerances are concerned, they feel that they're waiting longer than they would like to, and they're choosing to hang up.
Okay. Does UI have the ability to stipulate call answering metrics for its vendor?
When you say stipulate,
When you contract out with a third-party vendor to handle any segment of call, customer service calling, whether it's credit and collection or general customer service, does that contract stipulate that calls must be answered in X amount of time, abandonment figures must not be greater than Y percent?
we do have the ability to do that, and in the master services agreement with our contractors, we do have metrics that are the vendor is held accountable to, which could result in penalty for the vendor, penalty in terms of cost of the invoice to our company. So yes, those are in there. Average speed of answer is generally the metric that's a requirement for the vendor to achieve.
Is abandonment a required metric?
So the reason why average speed of answer is a metric, because abandonment percentage is an indicator of the customer's perception or tolerance for waiting, right? So if you hit the desired speed of answer, that will limit the number of customer abandons. So as speed of answer grows, so does abandonment rate.
So you just mentioned abandonment is an indicator. Has UI indicated to its vendor what it would like to see the abandonment metric at?
We have not. Again, we have asked them to hit a target speed of answer of 90 seconds, which aligns with our historical performance, and which we think, that's what customers have come to expect from us over the last several years. And we've been pretty consistent in hitting that target. Now, if we'd like to have abandonment percentages below 10%, that would require, additional staffing. And I think we're trying to balance, the cost to our customers, as well as, what our performance for answering speeds would be.
So if average speed of answer is a metric, are there any other metrics that are stipulated in when you contract out with a third-party call center?
Yes. I don't have the master services agreement in front of me, but historically, and we're actually in the process of signing an agreement for our vendors. But customer satisfaction, complaints, average speed of answer, in some states, service level percentage are all stipulated within the contract for as targets for the vendor to achieve. Quality assurance score would be another.
So staying with the 2022 data, I'm looking at the month of June. The abandonment percentage, both with and without technology for ICOR was 29%. Does UI have the ability to take any steps with its vendor to improve on that performance?
I think I can speak to that. Yes. I manage the third parties now. I think we can all agree that's not a number that we'd like to see. So what I've seen, and I've been with Avangrid a short time, but it's a combination of high attrition from the vendor, more so than they've ever seen, the handle time going up, and call volume is higher than we forecasted. So those three things are going to require more staffing. And so we are working closely with the vendor at this point to let's look exactly what we think our staffing is going to, what our requirements are based on all of these factors that are hitting. It's X. How quickly can we get to X? So we've doubled up on some classes, which we normally haven't done in the past, from what I understand. And my hope was that within a month or two, we can see some stabilization in those metrics. And by that, I mean, anytime I'm a call center person, anytime I see abandonment rates in the double digits, it just doesn't seem right. You can come to an agreement on any metric, but I do discuss that specific metric with our vendor.
So for that month of June where it was 29%, did UI take any specific steps with its vendor that month?
No, I've only been here since July, so I'm going to defer.
I think an ongoing basis, we're meeting with the vendor every month, if not more than that. I believe the Jeff's team meets with the vendor every week and discuss performance and review where the gaps are and the opportunities. I know it's been an ongoing discussion in reference to attracting and retaining employees. So, we do get the new hire classes, they get on board, and in recent times, they've had difficulty retaining those employees. So that's where Mr. Jehoda is talking about. We're trying some different strategies as far as doubling up on training classes to try to mitigate that risk.
Okay, so in the following month, July, where that abandonment metric was at 23.7%, were there anything done besides what you just described?
I mean, I can't speak to any specificity in regard to month over month. We can certainly take that back, but I know of the ongoing activities that the team does in order to try to improve the performance and mitigate the impacts to customers.
So, one important thing to note here is, there was a percentage increase in volume, jumping from May to June of 2022. It looks like there's about 3,000 calls different that were offered to the credit group at least, and about 4,000 total between credit and move-in, move-outs. The vendor does need lead time to get to their staffing rates. So we lock in our forecast 90 days in advance, and that allows the vendor to be able to recruit for the need for staffing. I will say that, more recently, post-pandemic, we, as well as our vendors, have struggled with the recruiting and retaining of employees in such a competitive job market, and that drives some of those results. The abandonment percentage, the average speed of answer metric, those are all indicators of staffing. Do you have the right people in the right place at the right time? And then that's what that indicates. And we've done things to try to mitigate that. They offer overtime, incentives to their employees to maximize the amount of resources that they can have on the phones at any given time. But ultimately, the solution to that is to have more people on phones.
And following those 2 months, the abandonment percentage was reasonable, anywhere from 8.4 to 6.5. And then the last quarter of 2022, the percentages increased again, anywhere from 19.4% to 24.2%. So besides staffing, is this a seasonal effect? And if it is, can UI and its vendor work towards preparing for those seasonal effects?
I think in the past, we certainly have. I think there's extenuating circumstances here with higher than normal attrition rates. Employees leaving companies at a much larger rate, increasing the need and frequency to recruit, as well as if you look, May of 2022, the offered volume for credit was 14,000. In October, it was 23,000, so a 9,000 call difference, right? And to ramp up that staffing over that period, during these economic conditions is difficult.
And what's going to be the effect when hardship customers are eligible for disconnection coming May 1?
If I could speak to that. Well, so the impact would be that there would be more calls likely, right? So we have plans in place, right? Mr. Jehoda talked about, doubling up on classes, doing things that we haven't necessarily done internally. We know that we get an influx of calls along with those. We've been trying to hire ahead of what we think our attrition rates would be. So trying to get to our budgeted staffing levels or beyond ahead of what we think we're going to be losing for attrition.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Jeff's team has a very robust workforce management group that has basically a spreadsheet that they work with, and they implement all the different variables that they believe are upcoming that would impact call volumes, answer average handle times, shrinkage. What are all the different factors? What are they forecasting based on historical experience? And that's where they're assessing how many people do we need to bring on and when should we bring them on, and hence the most recent initiative to increase those training classes and supplement the resources so that we can get more people trained at the same time. So we definitely have our forecasting team is doing exactly, I think, what you're mentioning as far as how do you plan ahead for those, and we've historically done that, and I think we've done it quite well. The challenge is when we have all these variables and the increased attrition rates that we've talked about, we're trying to overcome those by doing some things differently.
Yeah, but overall, I think Ms. Pella spoke to that. We have a very robust capacity planning model, which accounts for the expected call volume, the expected handle time, as well as any training, every initiative that will take place potentially in a month that'll pull resources off the phones. We account for that in order to hit our target for staffing, which that's driven by very complex calculations in order to meet the needs that we're setting forth in terms of a speed of answer requirement.
Sorry, the other point we're really investing in is driving digital self-service. So, as we're aware, our customers' expectations and needs have absolutely changed over the last 4 years. From really kind of COVID going forward, where more people engage with is online via the mobile app, via the website, etc. So, as much of that traffic that we can divert onto those self-service channels and absolutely satisfy our customers, the more the better. So, working really closely in conjunction with understanding where we have needs that are coming through our contact centres and how we can address those needs from a self-service perspective.
I just want to go back on one point, and the company discussed the steps it took when it saw the performance metrics and abandonment. Other than those steps, was there anything contractually that the company could have done with its vendor when it saw the abandonment percentages of 29% or 23.7%?
We do not have the abandonment rate specifically tied into it. However, if they missed other metrics, we can penalize those. So that's what we're currently in the process of doing, of renewing our current vendor's contract, is taking a look at those.
Do you know, is that typically a metric to be included in these contracts, the abandonment rate?
Not that I'm aware. I think most contracts look at service level as the primary driver. And that is usually fairly closely tied to all the other metrics as well. I can say that the abandonment rate specific to UI, it's a small amount of volume. So you have 20 people there that day. If 5 call in sick and you've lost 5, or let's just say 5 walk out on you, it takes 2 months to staff up and get a new higher class, and then they're the first day on the phone. So, we don't want to start a class of 25 and have 25 people sitting around. That, in addition to the cost, it's a terrible rep experience. And so there's a balance that we need to reach, and I think we've balanced too far to the left on this one, and getting, I wouldn't say getting better. It's very hard to forecast these calls. They fluctuate a lot. Most call centers have pretty predictable volume, so we're trying to get better at predicting that and make sure our staff is right on target.
You mentioned service level. If you could explain it to me more, is that a percentage of calls answered within a certain amount of time?
Yes.
Okay. What is that service level that you have for the call center, or the I-Core call center, please?
So I believe contractually, it's 70% of calls are answered within 30 seconds.
Is that the same for the UI internal call center?
The UI metric that we have targeted, for the last at least 15 years has been an average speed of answer, including technology, of 90 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard this correctly, because it sounds like the company is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is a correlation between call handle time, the average speed of answer, and the abandoned call rate. An effect on call handle time, if that increases, that could affect the average speed of answer and or abandoned call rate.
They're all metrics that are indicators or drivers of staffing. So a driver of staffing would be average handle time along with call volume. So you have your total workload. So how much work do you need to do? Indicators of whether or not you're staffed appropriately, or staffed to the way that you would like to be staffed, would be service level, as well as abandonment percentage, as well as average speed of answer.
And how much does seasonality coming out of the moratorium or going into the moratorium, how much does that affect your call volume?
There's significant seasonal. Well, in previous years, there has been significant seasonal impact. So the months of May, June, July, August, and September typically, significantly higher volumes than say the spring or end of year.
All right, that's all I have. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, just one quick, could we take a 2-minute break for our witnesses?
Yep,
Okay,
yep, we
thank you.
can take a 2-minute recess.
Thank you.
I got another water somewhere.
Yeah.
My bag. Did not. I do have gum though. You don't want to do it. 10 minutes, right?
2. Yeah.
Oh, 2 minutes. Well, I think it's 10 minutes. Oh, so.
Waiting on a witness, right?
Oh, yes. We do have a read-in we can provide.
Okay, very good. Let's take the read-in.
Mr. Canavan, I believe, has a response to read-in R. Is that
Okay.
correct, Mr. Canavan?
That is correct. So I think read in R was whether LTIP amounts were included in RRU 50 and RRU 251. And the answer is yes.
Thank you. They're included in the variable column.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We will track down Mr. Daniels, but I think what we can proceed. Do you want to find it? I don't want to hold up EOE's questioning, so maybe we could proceed and
See where
we'll
we can
get by
get.
without Mr. Daniel until he comes back.
Sure. Attorney White, please.
Good morning. Okay, let's pick up a little where we left off with call centers and vendors. In CAE 81 and recently in your other rate case 160604, you mentioned contracting with Alorica. Can you please explain to me, help me understand, what calls Alorica will handle, what calls ICOR will handle, and what calls your internal call center will handle?
Sure. So right now we send 2 call types to ICOR. It's about 250,000 calls a year. And the move in, move out is about 30% of that 250,000. And I think the total volume of UI calls is probably around 45%. So you're looking at about 650,000 calls a year. About 250 go to ICOR. 2 call types, MIMO or move in, move out, and credit collections. So Alorica will be taking move in, move out only. So it's a smaller portion, it's 30%, it's one call type, and it's volume that is being sent to iCore today. Nothing internal is changing. It's taking what we're sending to iCore and sending it to the new vendor.
And if I could just give a little bit of some of the mechanics of how a call arrives at either of the vendors, right? So it's based upon customer selections. It's based upon customer selections within the IVR. So a customer calls our toll-free 800 number. They go through a series of menus. They select the option that's relevant to the reason for them calling. And those calls, customers who select the option for payment arrangement or financial hardship are directed to the vendor, as well as customers who are requesting to start, stop, or transfer service.
So then in the IVR system, if a customer selects move in, move out, they will be routed to Alorica.
Correct.
Yes.
But in the IVR system, if a customer just presses 0 to get to a live rep, they go internal regardless.
That is correct.
Okay. And once they go internal, if it turns out they're move in, move out, does that get sent to Alorica or currently iCore? Will it be sent to Alorica or will your internal rep just handle it themselves?
No, our internal rep would handle that. And the reason for that is just, we were all customers, right? Having a call transferred around, if you potentially already had to wait on hold, we think that that's just the better experience for the customer.
Okay. And you said Alorica is getting all move in, move out calls that route through the IVR process. So no more will be going to iCore.
No, not move in, move out. They will still continue to get the credit and collection calls.
Okay. In the future, do you plan to expand the types of calls going to Alorica?
That's a possibility, and that's certainly an option.
Into what types of calls?
What's that?
Into what types of calls would you send to Alorica in the future?
Credit and collections is the only other call type. We like to route calls by call type because that's how customers select the option in the IVR. It's the easiest way to determine what a call's about and where we can send it. So our other option with UI would be credit collections. Now, if we were to split credit and collections up, that would be some technology, that would be some contracts, but we could potentially do that as well and monitor that volume from our end, split it up based on percentages.
But we would also have the flexibility, of course, to route calls internally if needed as well. But I think adding the additional vendor adds to that flexibility and adds to our business continuity, of course, and just overall number of resources and centers that we can send customer calls to.
Just want to clarify, sorry. Right now, when you do anything on IVR, it will never get to UI, but in the future, you might alter that to be also Alorica and potentially internal or?
Yes, so the technology platform that we use has the ability to route calls internally, externally, so we can put an allocator on the calls as they come in and say, if we ever wanted to take 10% of our payment arrangement calls, we could set it that way in order to be able to do that. All right, and that gives us better load balancing options and ability to meet some of these metrics that we're talking about today.
Just to clarify, if I understood part of your question, the internal center gets a certain percentage of calls today, which are not a customer selecting move in, move out, or selecting some sort of collections related payment arrangement. All the rest of the calls are handled in-house.
Thank you.
Have you executed the contract with Alorica yet?
We have not.
So then there's no copy of the contract to have. When do you plan on executing the contract with them?
It's day to day right now. So we're at the very final stages of the red lines. And it could be any day.
When do you plan on starting to use their services?
So once the contract is signed, it's generally a 4 to 6 month ramp up period. And we're hoping to trim that down a little bit because we're behind on signing the contract on our original plan. But I would say for UI calls, it'd probably be in the June, July timeframe. Subject to laying out a project plan and looking at all the details and everything.
Before you began this process, well, actually, let me ask a different question. How did you choose Alorica? Did you do an RFP?
Yes. Yes, and we actually narrowed that down to 4 candidates. So it's quite an extensive RFP. And, you know, that had pricing and functionality and everything in that.
And before conducting the RFP, did you prepare a cost benefit analysis, similar to what you prepared for I-Core that you filed for in EOE 265?
So cost benefit for going with 2 vendors as opposed to 1, or
Yeah,
percentage of
cost
cost?
benefit is for going with another vendor, and a cost benefit, and I guess proof that you why Alorica.
So yeah, so price is big. It's a big contract. And so price could nullify everything. If every single other vendor comes in double at I-Core, then, you know, it's probably not prudent for us to pursue a path of 2 vendors. But that was a big piece of it. And Alorica actually came in as the lowest bidder for that particular piece of call volume. So it was a big piece of why we chose them. But also we listened to phone calls, and reached out to other clients that use them. Alorica is in the market place. Alorica is pretty high on the Gartner Magic Quadrant chart, which is the
They're top quartile
Yeah, top
as far as
quartile.
contact center BPOs in the country.
Yeah.
Additionally, Alorica was part of our RFP that we put forth in, I think, 2017, 2018, subject to check. We've done site visits, seen their operations, and are confident that they're a quality vendor.
Okay. I don't think I heard the answer to one of my questions there. Did you prepare a cost benefit analysis for getting another vendor at all before you chose Alorica?
So operating under the same assumptions that the original cost benefit was, it really, that doesn't change much having another vendor as part of the model, right? We're able to do that relatively seamlessly. It's still calls that we would have to pay for that were included in the original cost benefits. It's just a different vendor or location that those calls are going to.
Okay, so the answer is no. Can you describe the call monitoring process you have in place, or you will have in place for Alorica when the contract is completed?
Yeah, and we still have to iron some of that out, but we've done some early stages. They have a QA analysts on staff, and so they will partner with our QA analysts internally to ensure that we're on the same page in terms of what we're listening for, how we're going to score calls, how often we're going to score calls, and then how the feedback process is going to make it back to the representatives. And so similar to I-Core today, they will do a certain amount of reviews. We'll be listening to calls. We'll take those scores. We'll use it to help guide Alorica, but that'll be used to coach the individual reps and to see if there's any larger trends that we need to address.
And we'd also leverage Alorica's speech analytics platform to help gain insight into those calls as well.
So Alorica has its own speech analytics platform
They do.
Yes.
that you would use, not your own that you're seeking here.
Correct.
So actually,
And the reason for that is obviously there's 2 different platforms, right? So we're not all on the same contact center telephony platform. Alorica and I-Core have their own platform. The UIL companies and Avangrid have a separate platform. We're not integrated in terms of telephony at the moment.
okay. So currently, I-Core has its own platform for digital platform for
For call handling,
right.
right? So they have an ACD or automatic call distributor that gets calls to their representatives.
Okay. So I think what you said at the end of your last question actually leads me directly into my next questions about monitoring internal and external vendors. And so I have several questions on that, but it might actually save us a little bit of time if you could just describe for me the call monitoring process for external vendors and a call monitoring process for internal vendors. So let's start with external.
Okay, so we require a certain amount of quality monitors from the QA analysts that work for ICOR and the supervisors that work for ICOR. So they generate, I think last year they generated between them about 5,000 to 6,000 reviews. That data is imported into our database so we can review it, analyze it, so on and so forth. Any of the score, they're scoring a form that we all agree upon, and it can change over time based on what's going on in the world. But they need to, or they're required to coach the individual reps based on the outcomes of those scores on those forms. Now, in addition to that, the internal QA team's responsibility for with the vendor is for calibrations. So we want to, basically a calibration is get everybody in a room and you score a call. You see how close you are in scoring a call, because there can be some gray areas, differences of opinions. And so we work towards making sure ICOR is scoring the way we want to score them, and so on and so forth. So the responsibility of the internal QA folks are to calibrate with the external folks to ensure it's consistent. So what we do internally is we'll actually take calls that have already been scored and pull the scores in, and we will listen to the call and rescore it to ensure that there's consistency. Now, if we hear things that are out of line, if we think someone's not scoring well, if we see a rep do something egregious, we can ask them to be pulled off, and we have quite a bit actually be pulled out of the program. And we can talk to the scores to improve how they're scoring and coaching, so on and so forth. So that's internal.
Yeah, and it was
Or
external.
external.
Internal uses or mirrors that process, right? So we have a quality assurance monitoring form, which is used for both internal and external centers. It's actually used across the Avangrid operating companies. So supervisors and QA analysts that work for the internal company review calls on a monthly basis to ensure compliance with procedures, as well as to make sure that we're doing things like verifying the customer, closing the call properly, focusing on soft skills, all the components that are embedded in our quality assurance form.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that we also, in addition to sort of the standard approach, we do sort of carve outs if we identify an opportunity. So for example, with the energy affordability calls, we took the existing quality assurance form and narrowed it down to those key components of energy affordability. And we did our own reviews of those as an extra step on top of the regular approach, so that we could better hone in on the opportunities for training and coaching for those types of calls.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you just said. For those types of calls, you did that for the external vendor or for the internal, for both vendors?
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly focused on the external vendor because they get more of those calls. But we did both. We use that sort of mini form to assess the calls, particular to energy affordability.
Okay. So then relative to energy affordability, let me take a step back and make sure and re-say what I think I heard the explanation was a second ago. So the external vendor generally reviews their own calls based on a form that you provide to them, and they coach based on the outcome of those scores, and you do a calibration with them to just ensure that their evaluations are matching with what you think they should.
And we listen to a sampling of their calls as well,
in an effort to make sure that their evaluations match.
Yes.
Okay.
And just one more point to add to that. We take a sample, a randomized sample of those contacts, phone those customers back out, and do a contact satisfaction survey on those customers, and then feed that output back into the operation and the quality teams.
Okay. So when you do a contact, you say you call the customer and you ask the customer if they were satisfied with the contact.
Correct.
So you're asking the customer, specifically, what do you ask the customer there?
We ask the customer how satisfied they were on a scale of 1 to 5 with the contact.
Okay, so if they were happy with the result they got. Got it. And so then for internal calls, supervisors and QA analysts review those calls your own internal supervisors and QA analysts review your internal calls on a monthly basis.
Yes.
Okay. So can we turn really fast to EOE 51? Because there's some different things that were in the docket, and I'm trying to understand as to whether they apply to internal or external calls. If we look at EOE 51, if you have it up, I'm sorry. Are the call reviews described in this for internal or external, or both?
I believe it's both. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have supervisors internally as well as supervisors at the vendor. And then we have Avangrid's quality assurance team who reviews calls in a manner that we shared earlier. And we also have the external vendor reviewing calls as well.
So I think I can add to this, the supervisors of the reps. Or each supervisor might have 15 reps, both internal and external. They are a huge piece of the quality assurance program. They're going to conduct probably a majority of the reviews, much more than the QA folks internally will do. So the QA team will review calls where we review EA calls and other things, but a majority of them will probably come from the supervisory team, both internal and external, if that makes sense. They're listening to their own employees' phone calls.
Okay. So in EOE 51, it gives me some numbers of reviews. It talks about 4 calls per month, and then a QA team reviewing 10 to 20 calls per month. So if I'm understanding this correctly, please correct me if I'm not. You're talking about an external review process in which the external vendor is ensuring that they do that many calls per month on their iCore is doing it for themselves, and for the internal vendors, you are doing it for yourselves.
Correct. And what's noted here on a monthly basis in 2022, the requirement for supervisors, and that's referring to internal supervisors as well, to listen to 4 calls per representative per month. Again, that's based upon resources. If we had a limitation on number of supervisors, or our span of control was different, we might not listen to that many calls. But that's the target, is to listen to 4 calls per month per rep on your team.
So EOE 53 says that Q&A conducts weekly reviews and live listening sessions, and then the vendor conducts reviews. So I just want to make sure I understand how those work together. That is how it's working. The quality assurance conducts the weekly reviews and the live listening sections, but the vendor conducts the reviews.
Let me read this here. QA team monitors. Yeah, so I think if I understand your question correct, the internal QA team is not scoring for the external group. It's just a partnership, and there's several avenues to ensure that the scores are what they're scoring the way we want them to score, and that I think that's what it's speaking to here. Our QA team provides feedback, RNT meetings, calibration meetings. Our vendor analyst also has meetings, maybe a little less formal than a QA meeting, to follow up on that scoring. I think if I understood your question.
I think you did. That sounds right. So when an external vendor conducts their own evaluation, do they provide it to you?
Yes.
Okay. How do you use that information? What do you do with it?
So they input that information into their system. We don't have direct access into that system. We receive all of that information. So if you're looking at all Avangrid companies, it's 40,000 reviews. We have our own database we put that into, and then we can use it for trending analysis. We can use it for all sorts of different things. But the ultimate reason to see that is we want to be able to trust the scores that are coming from us and those scores be of a passing grade. That's the primary reason we want to look at those. If those scores are all coming in at the fifth in the score of 50, because they are scored, then we would have the huge issue on our hands. So that's the biggest thing for me. Seeing those scores come back is really not the individuals; those are coached. It's more of the higher trend items.
When you say a score of 50, is 50 the highest score? Like, are you saying as if everybody got a
no,
perfect
no,
score, it
no.
would be questionable to you, or if
No, we
everybody got a
score on
mid-grade
a
score?
we score on it between 0 and 100.
Okay.
And there's 25 questions roughly, and each have 4 points, 2 points. 85 is a passing grade. There are a couple of questions, I don't have it off the top of my head, that can fail you if you miss a question. And so 85 is a passing, and anything below that is needs improvement. And so we're getting thousands of these across all our opcos each month, and those are used to determine what our quality is.
So the vendor provides you their numerical scores, and you're looking to see if they're below a certain threshold
Yeah.
that would cause question to you. Did I repeat that back?
Correct. Yes. So if we can calibrate enough with the vendor that we are satisfied that they are scoring the way we want to score, and then the vendor gets a passing grade, we can, with some relative confidence, say yes. Then the quality at the vendor is acceptable. It's a little more challenging than looking at a mathematical formula like service level, which we all can calculate. Quality is a little more gray, so we try to tighten it up to make it as qualitative as we can,
And,
or quantitative.
yeah, and in addition to, just looking at directional data and trending, also taking a sample of the scored calls and doing calibration on a scored call to make sure that a call was scored in unison with what we would expect.
Okay. So if I understand everything you've said thus far correctly, EOE 53 mentions weekly reviews with the external vendor. Those weekly reviews would be based on the external vendor's evaluation of their own calls.
Yes.
And there's a position called the vendor management team lead analyst that's mentioned in
Yes.
EOE 53. Is that person a UI employee, or is that the vendor's employee?
That's our employee.
That is a
Okay.
UI employee.
UI employee.
Okay. And how often does this person conduct a live listening session?
So I actually have it right here. One second. She has separate listening sessions that she conducts weekly, or I'm sorry, bi-weekly. She meets with supervisors, which is kind of a skip level meeting. But she meets with the supervisors and her. They listen to calls and calibrate. She also does her own spot checks. And she, in addition, will attend the QA calibration sessions. She's not leading those, the QA team is, but she's in there so she can support whatever's going on. And she also requires that the supervisors listen and do a live call twice a month. It may not necessarily be scored, but sit with your employee. That's traditionally the best way to train is actually sitting there and listening with a rep and giving live feedback as opposed to maybe a delay a few days later. So she does that. She also listens to a lot of phone calls. I mentioned it, but she's listening to a lot of phone calls just to ensure, just spot checking, just to get the general flavor of what are we hearing out of the vendor.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the company has direct access into the vendor's call recording system. So we could at any time pull any call for any purpose.
Yes.
Okay. In EOE 53, at the close of the response, it says, if immediate follow-up is needed. Do you track how frequently immediate follow-up is needed?
I don't think it is tracked on the form. That, customer, if immediate feedback is needed, regardless of who's scoring or listening to the call, they pretty much drop everything and contact. So probably not through any formal channels, informal channels. If it's internal, they may call and say, you need to call this customer right away, or they may call the customer right away. So I don't believe we have it documented anywhere how many of those we see.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any sense then of how often that happens?
Don't think, I mean, I have a sense, but no, not enough to give you a percentage.
What types of things might happen during a call that makes immediate follow-up required?
Well, number one, if, the customer could have had a great experience, felt like they were treated very well. And if the rep didn't, and they were told their move in, move out was going to be a week, and then we look and nothing was done right, and it's going to be missed, and this wasn't done, this wasn't done. If we need to contact the customer to ensure that their appointment is set correctly, that is something we can do. Also, if the customer is unhappy, if the customer was told incorrect information, it can be it's really the best judgment of the QA rep or the person that's listening to that phone call to determine if they need a
Yeah, I know we've had some examples of with matching the best program for them, the bill forgiveness program, matching payment program. If we found that they weren't presented with the right program based on the customer's need, or it wasn't explained properly, or they weren't clear on the follow-up that's happening, that would be an example where we would call the customer and make sure they were educated properly or put on the right program.
Thank you. And one other question quickly. Earlier, you were mentioning on your scorecards, there are a couple questions that if the CSR didn't pass it, it'd be an automatic failure, so to speak. And I know you don't have those off the top of your head, but can we get them?
Yeah, we can have that either as a read-in later today, I think.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so the read-in CC would be the reasons that prompt a callback.
An automatic failure
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sorry.
evaluation form.
Okay, that's read-in CC. Thank you.
Okay, going to EOE 5, attachment 1. That's the quality assurance monitoring guidelines. Do those apply to internal or external or both?
Attachment 1.
Yeah, EOE
EOE
5
5
attachment 1.
1.
It's a PDF
So-
that says
Let me
quality
grab
assurance
that.
monitoring guidelines.
So this appears to be a process document as well.
Let me grab it real quick.
This appears to, it's attachment 1 here, Jeff. But that appears to be an internal process.
So it's only describing quality assurance monitoring guidelines for the internal call center?
Yeah, I would say probably some of the things are applicable to both, but some are specific, like there's a description between the number 2, the schedule, that I don't believe is applicable to the vendor. And in fact,
Yeah, that's internal.
so but certainly some of the aspects like completing the evaluation or coaching expectations would be applicable to both. But it appears that this document, the original intent, looks like it was an internal document.
Do you have a similar quality assurance guidelines for external?
We have it documented. So, and I can get that for you. Generally speaking, the foundation of the program is very similar. Where you may come into some differences is the number of evaluations, the timing of evaluations may be different for internal than external, But generally speaking, the form's the same, the approach is the same. We do more calibrations externally, because it's we got to keep an eye on the product that we're working with. So generally speaking, it's the philosophy and approach is pretty much the same. It's just different amounts.
Yeah, and in the number of required quality assurance monitoring or calls scored is actually also a stipulation within the master services agreement of the vendor.
Yeah.
Okay, but in response to Attorney Ryman's question, you said you had a similar document to what is EOE 5 Attachment 1 for your external vendor. Did I understand you to say that correctly?
Let me see if I can track something down that I know we have something different than this. I don't know if it specifically says vendor quality program. It may be a document that covers a little bit of both, but I can do some research. I don't want to promise anything, but
Okay.
I think I do have something like that.
Could we just do it as a late file then? And then if you didn't have the document,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure how to handle
Yeah.
that. All right. So then, Chairman, may we request a late file, please?
Yes, so that would be late file exhibit 96, but Attorney White, I need you to,
No problem. EOE 5 Attachment 1, if they're, UI had stated that that was the internal document, if they have a corresponding document for their external vendors.
thank you.
Okay. So this,
I'm sorry, I just had a real question, quick question, based upon, and as you've explained earlier, that you stipulate in the master contract the number of calls that are reviewed. How do you make those determinations that, does UI have you absolutely have to have this amount of review and that will be in the contract? Is that just openly negotiated between the two?
It's openly negotiated. So not being here for the first one, I'm not exactly sure how that number came up, but usually you have a number of evaluations per rep per month, and you can do the math. Theirs is higher. So it's definitely a number that can be negotiated.
but
And I believe to Mr. Dahota's point, what's stipulated in the contract, subject to check, is number of sessions per rep per month.
Okay, but UI wouldn't say one session per rep
So
per
it's
month
8 or
would be-
more.
Okay, it's 8 or more. There's a baseline.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
does that possibly change based on the time frame that the rep has been working?
Yes, absolutely. So
It steps down. Longer the rep's been there, the
Yeah,
fewer the monitoring.
fewer.
so the minimum is for the vendor, the minimum is eight calls listened to per month. For newer employees, it would likely be higher. We want to make sure that they've retained the training that they've gone through. So typically we focus additional call listening on newer hires. I don't believe that it falls below the number of 8 as the contract states.
This is confidential. This is the reason why I stopped there.
Thank you.
I might refer you to RU 181, attachment 3. It's confidential. I believe the numbers you're giving might be incorrect though. Page 10 of that document.
Are you what number?
181, RRU 181, attachment 3. It is the contract, I believe, with ICOR. And I was actually about to turn to that in a second, and I could just.
I did.
You have that?
I do not have
I
that.
do not either. 181.
What page are we looking at?
It is page, in your numbered pages at the top, it's page 10, page 10 of 83. RRU 181, attachment 3, page 10 of 83. You have currently, full disclosure, you have currently redacted these numbers, so I'm not asking you to say numbers on the record that you believe to be confidential. But you were saying numbers on the record, and the numbers you were saying on the record do not match the information in RRU 181.
I don't believe so.
Actually, maybe could we, in a way that we could make sure we understand this, because this was actually going to be one of my questions here in just a minute. Without saying specific numbers on the record, could we agree that it initially starts at a number, and by the time the agent has been there a year, that number drops in half? That would appear to be what I'm reading in RRU 181, attachment 3, page 10.
That is also what I'm seeing.
Thank you. Okay. I'll tell you what, since you have RU 181 up, let me just go ahead and jump ahead to that so we maybe move ourselves a little faster. Let's go to page 29 of that document, please. And I believe I'm using the numbers in that you, I think the numbers actually correspond, but the numbers that you put in the upper right-hand corner when I say page 29. Or 29 is the cover page. Page 30 is the actual form.
Okay.
Okay. That says it's a reporting requirement. It looks more like an evaluation form. Is this the form the vendor uses?
So this is a sample of a form at the time of the master services agreement. The current form, subject to check, may be different, but so yes, this is the form that the vendor is required to use. In addition to the form, they provide us with data from their database that gives the actual scores as a result of using this form.
Do they provide you with the evaluations on the actual forms too? Do you just get the scores, or do you get the filled out forms?
We get scores. We don't get filled out forms. We could if we requested. So these forms, so the vendor has a quality assurance monitoring program where it houses call recordings. They also have a form when a supervisor or their quality assurance group is scoring a call. They pull up this form. They fill out the elements of the form according to how the call is processed. Those results are then, they go to a database. When we ask for results of quality monitoring for a particular month, they provide us with the scores that were uploaded to their database.
I'm sorry, I'm apparently misunderstanding something. So if you don't see the actual forms, I'm unclear how you can have a particular question if it's missed.
Well, so the database would contain each element that's on the form. So we would see what was scored for, question 1 or skill 1. So we have all of the data on each particular element of the form. It's not just a rolled up score.
Someone inputs that into your database separately, so they get the forms and then someone goes in and puts it in your database line question by question?
So it's what the process as it exists today is that the vendor completes the evaluation, which is uploaded to their database where that data is stored. We request a file from them each month. They send us that and we upload it to our database.
But it's not the form itself. It's just
It's not the
data
form
from the
itself.
form.
It's correct.
Same document, RU 181 attachment 3. The document that the cover page begins on page 25 is called a quality monitoring form sample. That didn't really look like an evaluation form to me. Can you explain what that is?
Can you direct us to the page number again, please?
What it's labeled, it starts on page 25, but I'm actually looking at the form that starts on page 26.
26 is like a glossary of terms. So
Page 25 of the PDF, or page 26? Yeah.
Using the numbers that you put in the upper right corner of the PDF, page 25 of 83.
So I'm on 26 of 83.
Right, yeah, I believe page 25 is what I would call the cover page. It says
Yes, and
attachments.
26, that's a glossary of terms, isn't it?
Yeah, what I see are different definitions
Yeah,
of
inbound call
metrics and statistics.
Agreed. I didn't think it was a quality monitoring form sample. Should there be a quality monitoring form sample someplace that I'm not finding here?
I think that was the one that we were just looking at on page 29.
Okay, so the one on page 29, this is reporting requirements. That's really the quality monitoring form sample.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I'm using the redacted version for this. Going to page 29, I'm sorry, I apologize, to page 19. It provides for penalties. Once again, I'm using the numbers in the upper right-hand corner of the document. Page 19 of 83.
We're there.
Okay. Do the penalties shown on this page apply to the portion of the contract with UI?
So I know there's a penalty for the 70% in 30 seconds. Sure about this.
So I guess, are you asking, do we apply these penalties to the vendor as stipulated in the contract?
I guess now I have a twofold question based on yours. My initial question was, is what I am looking, the unredacted portion that I see in this document, does all of that apply to the portion of the contract that's with UI?
Yes, it does.
Okay, then my second question is going to be, and this actually might get into what I was saying would be the confidential portion later. So if it does, please let me know and we'll try to get ourselves to that here at the very end. Do you ever, for what listed here, do you apply penalties?
So I don't know if we've provided invoices as part as our filing, but there are elements that are listed here that the vendor has received penalty on. Yes.
Can you say what those elements are in the public session?
The service level percent in particular has garnered penalty from the vendor.
Anything else?
I do recall a compliance penalty at some point during the contract, subject to check. I think it was 2020.
I'll tell you what, we'll leave this for the second, and if we don't get more complete answers in response to our final questions, then we might return to this and see if we can get a late file exhibit. So same page, same chart. The arrangement terms target, there's a column, arrangement terms target. It instructs the vendor to reduce the arrangement term by 10% over a 12-month period, correct? Last column.
Yes.
Okay. And it also rewards the vendor for the average payment collected by dividing the total payment amount collected by the total number of payments. So let me help, let me ask my question to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. If you get, let's say the customer owes $500. If you get it in one payment, $500 divided by one is $500. That would be what the vendor would get rewarded. But if the vendor got it in 5 payments, $500 divided by 5 is $100. That's what the vendor would get rewarded.
Where do you see that on page 19?
I'm sorry, 19, right. Well, I'm making up the numbers. I'm just using the numbers as an example.
Well, it
Hold on a
appears that
second.
that's an incentive line item.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that question again?
So what I'm trying to make sure I understand is, it looks to me like the vendor is, the vendor's rewarded for the average payment collected by dividing the total payment collected by the total number of payments collected. And in such a system, if I'm reading that correctly, if you get one large payment, the vendor does better than if they get 5 small ones.
I will say that I know that that was the intent of this particular metric. However, the reporting capabilities for UI at least, and this does refer to other operating companies outside of UI. We do not have the data to collect number of payments taken at the representative level through our payment system. We can get total payments, but that includes payments that are processed through our IVR as well.
Check on how that's actually
Yeah, and we would have to check on to see how that's calculated and executed to be able to answer that question.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. You have an incentive portion of your contract, which is, as I would read it, would be rewarding the vendor certain amounts for certain actions. I am presuming that you have given the vendor those incentives. Therefore, you would have to be able to track that. What am I don't understand what I don't understand here.
That was to the 2018 contract.
Yeah, I think what we would like to do is check in with, I know that Jeff has a manager that manages, I believe, the invoices, and we just want to be able to validate these terms, because I do know that there was some, for our particular company, there was some challenges with some of the calculations, so I want to validate whether or not we have that particular metric in place for UI.
Okay.
So we can probably
would that
do
be
that.
a late filed or
We
read
could
in?
probably effort a read in.
I'm fine with that. If the authority is.
Maggie, available today?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be read in DD. And Attorney White, can you summarize for me, please?
I'm trying to understand the incentive, if the incentive portion as laid out in RRU 181 attachment 3 applies to UI.
Thank you.
We need to make sure that we show them how it's actually calculated.
Okay. Yeah, that I'm good on that. Is now a good time to take our lunch break, or am I gonna cut you off?
We can do it anytime. I have maybe a handful more questions on RRU 181 attachment 3 that I could finish first if you want me to, but otherwise we can take it whenever.
Let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and maybe the company can look at that one over break too. Since it seems like there's some questions about what is or is not, or should not be protected. All right, we're up to quite a number of read-ins, so I will check after the break on where we are with that. And I'd also like to poll parties on whether they have cross for the witnesses that were on the 2 panels we discussed this morning, page 20 and page 26 of the agenda. So I'm gonna break until 1:10 to see if we can get some additional time for some of these read-ins. So have a nice lunch break.
Yes, I did. I'm ready to send it out. I'm very confident about
I started to walk.
Oh, there are two legal. Lisa and Laura said it. Hey, I can put. I would just put. Yeah.
I think that's safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hey, how are you? This afternoon. Yeah. So, yeah, there are. Do you have your sheet? I do. Yeah. I just put it away. Lisa, you didn't need that. I know. I'm gonna take it if I got, don't worry. I literally write all over it. Okay.
All right, wow, this is the big switch over.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Okay. These two. They might or might not, they're brand new sworn in. And we could fit them at the table. These are all. The witnesses that were seated at the front table, these two did not have any card. Okay. Yeah. Okay, just in case, you know, do that, sometimes they come back from lunch and they switch. I'm like. All right, so the rest of these people that are on here are not here then. So go ahead, Jason. So are you here all week? Yeah, except tomorrow, I know tomorrow, but. Rob coming? Yeah, and because she had put me on morning, and then I sent Jason and not the next. All right, so these people are seated at the table. These two are in the back. Colta and Varian are over there, and they mentioned they might do them or whatever. And I might text you later to mention it again. Look at I took her Elton.
I don't know. I read the
It might have been
scroll.
LTIP.
All right, so LTIP?
Yeah, and it was for,
Yeah, they read that in.
yeah, so I will look back at my transcript because you had that in my transcript.
All right, probably not in the, whatever. But anyway, Frank Argeri already went, because
Okay.
he's EOE.
Yeah.
These two were kind of questioning at the same time, but she said she had a handful of questions that she might have a confidential session.
Okay.
So, and then other than that, it's just, I mean, she's nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And, don't.
Okay. I know you.
I got a little nervous.
I know. So did, how was your? So there's probably
20.
I know. I know, whenever I look at it, like, I'm like, what?
No, it's fine, but she, you know, I would think she.
Yeah, yeah, surprising so much.
Yeah. So, you know, I think you'll be good. And the witnesses are nice.
Yeah, I listened, I got here early, so I listened in a little bit. I wanted to see where you guys were at, so.
Oh, you went online?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
I'm sitting in the hall, because I can't, when you're out there, I can't see who's questioning, so, and I can't really hear, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna help on anything. Okay. How was your weekend?
It was nice.
Was it good?
We went snowshoeing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys go?
Right behind the house, we have
Nice.
neighbor.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's awesome.
yeah, very.
How much snow do you guys have up there?
How much snow?
Yeah.
A lot, like
I
a
know.
foot.
Yeah. It's so funny, we drive from there to here and there's like nothing.
Wait, you didn't get much here?
Yeah.
Oh.
We had nothing.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I don't remember what I'm like. Like, it's reserved. Yeah, I know. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God, we have to sleep.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But something will happen.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
You never
can't
fail.
Think you're.
It's all right, though.
So quick.
Oh, no, I'm not rushing you.
No, no, I know you're not.
Literally, I'm not in any rush.
You write like you,
Very energetic. I wish.
so did you have, wait, oh, you didn't have a transcript, we weren't Friday.
No.
Did you
it
work
was
Friday?
Thursday. No, no.
That's good.
I'm like, no, I can't. There's no way that I go for work Friday. Like, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Thursday, I was still working on Thursday, so.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
It's so, yeah, well, that's like so hard. No one like understands, like,
No.
like,
No.
you have no idea how like, it's like everything, it's like mentally and like brain, and I teach my colleague, I'm like, by the time I'm done on Thursday, like my brain and my hands work either, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so then when I'm trying to do a transcript Thursday night, I'm like, what is wrong with that?
Yeah, well, you know what's wrong.
Yeah, I'm like, they just weren't like, my brain's like weird up, like weird and stuff.
Nice today.
Okay.
Right?
I'm
right.
super like casual today. I'm like, I really should be. I was all excited. I got up. I'm like, I'm gonna wear a dress today. I put my dress on. I'm like, I am not wearing a dress. I know that's why. You look so pretty with your skirt. I love it. I'm like, I need to invest in some skirts. Maybe it has to stay for that. I'm like, 'cause the dress was just not.
I had a
working
dress
for
on
me.
too.
Did you?
I had a dress on and I had the jacket over it.
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
Yeah.
this,
It's the same thing.
used to look okay on me.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh.
I put it on, I'm like, yeah, no, this is just not working for me today, so.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot, yeah. Plan it and be like coordinated, it looks like. I had this other thing first, which I might wear later in the week, I really needed that.
When you're using less judgment.
Yeah, well, yeah, today I was just like, here we are, but, like, there's this other outfit that I put on this morning that I really liked, but I need a different shirt to go underneath it, and I'm like, okay, so it's not for today, all right. Like back to the drawing board.
I was full with turtleneck.
I love it, and my turtleneck is like my favorite accessory, I'm like, it's
I feel like I'm being hugged.
Yep. You're perfect for no matter what you do, you look like polished, it's so nice.
All right.
All right,
Get
maybe
out of here. You have a good afternoon.
I need that on page number, right?
I don't think so. No, that's all right. Don't worry.
All right.
Time on that. Also, they're gonna, when they come back from the break, they're gonna talk about 2 panels and they might be getting rid.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of heard her mention something
Yeah.
about that when I was, but I wasn't sure what she was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
so they
right.
may not be, and we might just be taking them off completely.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
So they're gonna poll. people.
Okay. all right, gotcha.
All right, so yeah, text me whenever. All right.
I'll do it, actually, no, I'll do it right now.
Yeah, I don't spend.
All right, good afternoon, Attorney Benoit. Anything for me?
Yes, we can provide several of the read-ins. I'm going to start with read-in Y, and this will be to Ms. Palella. This was asking about the percentage of estimated meter reads and the basis for those reads. Ms. Palella, can you provide that information, please?
Yeah, the estimated reads is determined by the number of meters that have an estimated read divided by the total number of meters for which a bill is issued.
Okay, thank you. And then read in Z related to what the company provides upon requests in terms of policies or procedures for security deposits. Can you provide that answer also, please?
So historically, UI has only charged non-residential or commercial customers for deposits. And there is information that the representative is advised to let the customer know, and it's also on like an FAQ on the company's website.
Okay. And then read in double B was asking for an update on the status of the vendor dashboard initiative. Can
The
you,
energy efficiency dashboard is in effect.
okay. And then I think this is to Mr. Drahota. The read in double C was asking regarding the customer service evaluation form, the reasons on that form that would result in an automatic failure. Do you have that information, please?
I do. It's two questions. The first is, was the caller's name verified? And number two, was the social security, other ID, or tax ID verified?
I'm sorry, that was read in CC.
Yes,
Beep.
that was for CC. I believe.
CC. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Could you say the last, I heard the first question was was the caller's name verified? Could you say the last one again, please?
Was the social security number, other ID, or tax ID verified? Last four of the social.
Okay. Sorry, Chair Jill, I'm just looking at my notes. So we're still working on read-ins AA, W, and X. Read-in DD, I think we're still working on that one too. That's on the incentive. The incentive is under the contract, correct? Yes. So, okay. And then lastly, I want to have one request. This was from the prior panel. There was read-in V relating to the incentive comp calculation and the regulatory metrics and specifically penalties. I'd like to request that we convert that to a late file, because I need our subject matter experts, Mr. O'Neill and Ms. Van Luling, to provide that answer with context.
Okay, thank you. So read in V will become late file exhibit 97 to discuss whether assessed penalties.
I had it as how penalties are factored into the incentive comp calculation. So since it was your question, maybe you have it differently than I do.
No, I think that's
Okay.
fair. I was trying to figure out how assessed penalties factor into the achievement of objectives under the incentive compensation plan. So
Yep, that's fair. So just to keep track, on my list, I have 4 open read-ins, W, X, AA, and D.
agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then before we resume with cross, let me go to my other question about the witness panels. So the question is for the following panels, whether other parties have these parties are listed as reserve the right. So the question is whether the folks have can waive. So Attorney Bidra, you are anticipating my question. So the first is the Clean Energy Transformation Initiatives panel put on by the OCC. Does the AG have cross for that panel?
No cross, thank you, and you will also need cross for the Walmart.
Thank you very much, Attorney Bidra. Attorney White for both panels. Thank you. Okay, I need to know if the OCC waives cross for the Walmart panel. We do, thank you. And then Attorney Riley, do we know whether we're waiving cross for the panels? Thank you. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I think that covers all the parties except for authority staff. So we will confirm that authority staff waive cross for both panels. And then Ms. Lupley will reach out to the attorneys for both panels and advise that they can adopt via affidavit. So allow one last time for objection to that approach. All right, seeing none. Thank you. All right, so that should allow us to get back on track here with anything further before we begin, resume cross. All right, thank you. Attorney White.
Thank you. Apologize for going a little long here. So we're going to pick up where we left off with RRU 181 attachment 3. If you go to page 21 of that, please. Page 21 provides a penalty provision for a sister company, but says UI and ICOR will work out their own penalty provision later. Is there a penalty provision set in writing between UI and ICOR?
You said page 23?
21.
21, sorry. Yes, I would have to double check on that. I do not believe this is going to be included in the new contract.
The question was whether it's in this,
This
whether we've implemented in this contract.
Yes,
That was
the
the
initial
question, right? Yeah, that's, I think, part of the piece that we're just confirming, that read in. Because it's referencing the collections effectiveness and average payment targets.
Yes,
That
it's
paragraph?
specific. The paragraph. Yes, there are multiples on that page. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the.
Yeah, just the paragraph under the charts, is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what we're confirming with the manager that manages that, the piece of the contract. So that's gonna be a read-in.
So, and that, just to be clear, that's to date, not in a new contract. But
No, understood.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes.
And I think that speaks to kind of what I alluded to earlier, that the availability of the data to exact a metric on that data point differed from UI to other companies. So we're getting the calculation that has been in place for this particular contract.
Actually, let me take a step to the side. You're executing a new contract with ICOR?
A renewal,
When will it be, has it been executed?
not yet.
Do you know, you seem to be saying things that are referencing the contract as if you know what's in the contract. Do you know the content of that contract at this time?
About 99% of it's complete, redlined, and so we're still waiting on parties to agree and sign. So similar to Alorica, they're both moving in parallel, and so hope to have them completed here soon.
Do you have an estimated timeline on when you're going to have the new contract with, or the renewal contract with ICOR executed?
I would say within the next 2 weeks.
Do you, will it contain substantially different provisions than the current contract with ICOR? Do you anticipate it to contain substantially different provisions?
I believe, and I'll have to double check, we took
What-
out the incentives.
Is there any specific?
Yeah.
So I mean, every contract rate is different. by and large, right, it's still the same services, but are you talking specifically about stipulations to penalties and incentives?
Penalties, incentives, monitoring, evaluations, things of that nature that we've been talking about.
Yeah, so I think it would be best served to complete the contract before commenting on what has changed. There are changes for sure, but the degree to which things have changed from current contract to proposed contract I think it's too early to say that right now.
I think on the collections effectiveness, I think we can confirm that that's not included in the new contract.
Correct.
Are the pricing terms of the new contract different from the old contract?
In terms of cost per call,
Yeah,
that same methodology is being used. Again, cost per call.
right. But is it the same cost per call? Are you paying them the same amount per call as in the old contract?
No, it's gone up with handle time's gone up. And so we recalculated that.
So we don't have that in the record. The new contract and the price per call, none of that is in our record right now.
So as of present day, we are operating on an extension of the contract in RRU 181 attachment 3. We are working through finalizing a new contract. That new contract will change. There will be different pricing, different metrics, different incentives. We can provide that once the contract has been finalized.
Okay. Other than the penalty provisions, we're going to go back to the contract that's currently in effect, the one in RRU 181 attachment 3. Other than the penalty provisions that we were referring to on page 21 and it seemed to spill over 19, 20, 21, are there any other penalty provisions in the current contract? Or are there any other penalty provisions associated with the current contract?
Not that I'm aware of.
Based on the current contract, for what has UI penalized ICOR?
So I can confirm that they have received penalty for not meeting the service level target stipulated in this particular master services agreement. Beyond that, we could do a read-in as to the other. Do we need the history of the contract or a particular year?
Let's go with the history of the contract. Let's go from 2017 to the present. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, let's do a late file. I agree. 2017 to the present on an annual basis for each year. Every reason contract provision that you have penalized ICOR.
So can we have, since it's a late file exhibit, the listed types of penalties and the amount associated with them for each year and broken down? So say one CSR was $1 for one thing, it's this many CSRs are penalized and that totaled this amount?
Yeah, I think we can assess what we have available. So I think let's, I don't want to commit exactly what level of detail we have, but we can commit to categorizing it as best we can.
Thank you.
Well, I guess that leads me to a different question then. If it's not set in writing in the contract, and how do you determine the amount of the penalty?
The penalties would be based on what's in the contract.
So you didn't penalize them for anything that's not included on pages 19 through 21?
it's not contractual, I don't believe we would have.
we wouldn't have a
penalized.
mechanism to penalize them.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I got the leave file exhibit right. So it's leave file exhibit 98, and so for provide for 2017 to 2022 on an annual basis, provide each contract violation that occurred in the amount.
In the amount per CSR possible.
Yeah, the amount of the total penalty and the amount, what we're trying to determine is the amount of the total penalty and the amount of per penalty. So we can determine if you violated, they mentioned not meeting the service level target. It costs you X dollars when you don't meet the service level target. And you did that 10 times, so therefore it's 10 times X was the total penalty. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
What was slightly confusing was reference to a CSR.
Miss, you can ignore that part.
Okay.
How Attorney White has said it is the way to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I'm hoping you know the answer to this question. Otherwise, we're about to add to that LFE. On what step of the review are the penalties based? Or are they based on the reviews at all?
So are you asking if we assess penalties on call reviews?
Yes.
That is not stipulated in the contract.
Okay. Do you go to page 54? Please. Same document. So I recognize that this was redacted, so I'm going to try to ask this question in a broad way without referring to any actual numbers. Do the credit and collection pricing schedules on these pages apply to UI?
Are you referencing the price per minute pricing?
Well, there are two. There's one that's a price per minute pricing, and then there's another one below that.
The productive hour?
No,
the chart.
Oh,
in response to 6,
okay.
under number 6 in the contract. Do both of those apply to UI?
This indicates.
Can you refer me to the numbered item that you're looking at, if there's a numbered item?
Page 54, in the middle of Schedule D on page upper right hand corner of the page is page 54 of 83. In the middle of Schedule D, there's a table that says CNC and MEMA, which I'm assuming is credit and collections and move and move out, and a per minute pricing, and then bilingual and a per minute pricing. And then very slightly below that, there's number 5 and number 6, and then there's a table underneath number 6. I'm presuming in the table underneath number 6, the ones that say UI English and UI bilingual apply to UI. But
that is correct.
Okay, do the ones above it, the one in the table above that underneath number 4, does that also apply to UI?
What's the current pricing model?
Yeah, the current pricing model is a cost per call pricing model.
So I believe that table is referencing it's a placeholder for all calls that don't apply to anything that has been specifically categorized below.
Right. So calls outside of what we've contracted them out for I-Court to handle for us. If we were to add an additional call type, they are suggesting that there will be a per minute pricing on each call.
So they specifically say call type CNC and NEMA, which I'm once again assuming credit and collections and move in, move out, which are the types of calls that iCore does. So I think my confusion lies in the fact that the title for the number 6 table says inbound credit and collections.
So I believe the cost per call model is what we have in place now, and the inbound credit and collections is at the bottom of that page. And then if you continue down, the move in, move out calls are on the next page.
So can you help me understand how these two charts work together then? Because one of them seems to be a price per minute pricing, and the other one is it a per call pricing? Is the per minute pricing just not applicable?
Again, I think the intent here was to have pricing in place for calls that were not stipulated in section 6.
It is confusing.
Which I would admit is confusing.
And there shouldn't be other types of calls, right? Because it's only those 2 types that go to them now. Is that correct?
Correct. So it should be applicable. Not sure it ever has been.
Yeah, those have been that's the only types of calls. In some of the other jurisdictions, they have looked to iCore to assist with other types of calls, like what they refer to as general calls. So they did do, something beyond mid-contract, what they originally contracted for. So I think perhaps this framework was designed based on that. But for UI, we are in a cost per call right now.
Okay, thank you. So number 6 is what applies to UI, and the amounts on number 4 are not applicable.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, same document, page 50, please. It refers to performance monitoring, and it mentions a corrective action report and a performance evaluation report. But I don't see these reports with the contract. Are these? I guess the first question is, am I missing them with the contract? I don't think I am, but maybe I am. And if I'm not, are they somewhere else in the docket?
I'm sorry, what page were you looking at?
50.
50 right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Upper right corner. I'm going with that every time.
Attachment page.
At the bottom of the page.
Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, my question was, it refers to supplier corrective action reports and performance evaluation reports. I don't see an example of either of those documents attached to the contract. Are those documents someplace else in the record that you know of? I didn't.
Subject to check, but to my knowledge, there isn't a formalized document that would be used for this purpose, if that's what you're looking for.
So how often has UI submitted a corrective action report or a performance evaluation report to iCore from 2017 to the present?
I know we regularly meet with iCore, and I think Jeff can speak to more executive meetings that we have, and we review various opportunities and actions to be taken. I don't know that I've seen a specific page that says supplier corrective action report, but we certainly have initiatives that we've identified that need to be addressed by the vendor. And we have on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, interactions with each level at the vendor to discuss opportunities and needs for improvement. Jeff, I think you can speak.
Yeah,
to
I
some
don't
of the
have
more
these
recent.
official reports, but I can tell you from a monitoring perspective, it's daily. I talk to them daily. We monitor them on the half hour from a service level perspective. And we also have real-time viewing into their call performance. And so it's we have people dedicated to other actions, but they're also watching the internal calls and the external calls to make sure everything's going okay. That's from a service level perspective. From a staffing, forecasting, all of that, we partner with them monthly, but we talk a lot more than monthly just on where's your staff, what are we seeing, where does it need to be, what kind of classes do we think you should have. We could strongly recommend you need to hire X number by this date. As far as quality, we do get their quality scores. It's now up to 2 times per month. And we're meeting with their quality folks weekly, though, so we don't necessarily need to have their quality reports back. We can go in to listen to calls we already have. So we're documenting that as well in terms of our calibrations and things like that. So there's just nothing officially reported. There's so many different variables that are at play here when you're looking at performance, that service level could go down, but it could be something in course control out of their control, something we need to adjust to anyway, that we kind of address those as we go along and work together as a team to improve it.
Okay, thank you. So we can finally leave RRU 181 for a few minutes. Let's go to EOE 264, please. And that states that the vendor does not use the company's partial evaluation forms that are part of EOE 5, attachments 4, 5, and 6. Does the vendor use any sort of partial evaluation form?
No, so we have partial evaluations, we have full evaluations, and due to the number that they have, we just opted for them to do the full evaluations.
Okay, but I think if I recall correctly, you told me that the form that was in RRU 181, that wasn't it was just a sample form. It wasn't the one that was in place. Do we have in the record the full evaluation form used by the vendor?
If not, I can get that to you.
I believe we do, and just so the form that's in the record in the master services agreement was the form that was in place at the time of the contract. We have since revamped the quality assurance form and issued at least one iteration of that form since this time, and I'm almost certain that we provided that in our filings.
Yeah, you can definitely see the components of the form in that attachment for 264 when you see each question listed in a couple of actually it looks like page 4. You can see all of the questions that are part of the form. But certainly if the form itself is not in any of the attachments, we can supplement that. But the form itself would lead to those responses to those questions and the scoring of each question.
Okay, so if it would be possible, if maybe we do that, maybe the way we do this is a read-in. If you could tell me if the form is in the record, that's fine. If you can just point me to it in a read-in, and then if it turns out in the read-in that the form isn't in the record, then we would turn it into a late file.
I have it in front of me, so I don't.
Do you know what it was response? You know, what was in response to?
Response to a file. Sorry.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll check that. I agree.
So
if not, we'll provide.
Chairman, could that be a read-in, please?
Of course. So read-in EE is to confirm whether the QA form is in the record.
Specifically, it's the vendor's evaluation form.
Same form.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm turning to EOE 265. Attachment 1 was the cost benefit analysis for contracting with ICOR, but it's dated 12/23/17. Have you gone back and reviewed the cost to see if the projected savings materialized?
Yeah, yes, we do have a different method of evaluating that, and it's really, at this point, the cost of labor for our own internal representatives to handle, or for us to employ the same number of external representatives internally, and what the difference in cost is there. So I believe we provided that in a response similar or around this number for EOE. I have to get that exact response. But it was for 2022, it was somewhere in the ballpark of $2 million cost savings.
That's not the estimates, because that seems like it might have been the original estimates that were provided in response to 265. If my memory serves, which it's not the best memory, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, we'll check, but I believe we did have another interrogatory that asked for the more recent cost benefit. We'll just validate that.
Would that be another read-in then? Or we can add it to the other read-in, yeah. We want to have a multi-part read-in. We have no preference.
Let's, I'm out of room on that sticky note, so I'm gonna make it a new read-in. Read-in FF, and Attorney White, if you could summarize, please.
Yes, if the actuals for, sorry, EOE 265 attachment 1 shows projected savings dated from 2017. Because are the actuals somewhere in the docket?
The actual savings for 2022 is in the docket. The original cost benefit analysis was based upon assumptions that were in place as of 2017, including anticipated call volumes as well as anticipated handle times, and it assumed a reduction in internal staff as we outsourced calls. The more, I guess, apples to apples approach for the actual savings and whether or not they've materialized is to take the total number of representatives employed by a third party and to compare that cost if we were to do the same thing internally. And that's what we've provided in one of the filings.
Okay, that's the read-in. So if you can.
I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So you're saying that the same exact type of form or evaluation that's in 265 with that same pieces of information, you can't actually provide actuals of that. You can only have done the estimate, and you're finding it something different to provide actuals.
So we're using actual invoiced cost, right? So we're comparing invoiced cost and number of customer service representatives employed by our third party.
Right.
All right. So we're taking that and comparing it with the cost of doing the same, hiring the same number of staff internally, and what's the cost difference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, same EOE 265 attachment 3. It has 5 columns. The last two are headed other transfers credit and other transfers move in, move out. What does other transfers mean?
So those would be calls, if a customer misrouted through our IVR, so selected an option that, we talked about zeroing out of the IVR. They just want to speak to a representative. They don't select the appropriate reason for their call. The initial cost benefit analysis assumed that those calls would be transferred to ICOR as well. We have since reevaluated doing that and thought that it was a better customer experience to keep those calls in-house, not to have a customer potentially have to wait on the phone multiple times.
Thank you. Do the same CSRs answer UI, SCG, and CNG calls? Sorry, CSR, I mean customer service representative.
Same, at the vendor?
I was actually gonna, internal and external. That was gonna be my next question.
Internal, no, they're separate representatives. And external, I believe currently
There's a small subset
for the gas.
There is a small subset of ICOR representatives that handle are trained to handle all 3 company types, so CNG, SCG, and UI. Predominantly, the CSRs handle both gas calls for both companies. So a CNG rep would handle an SCG call as well. And then there's a separate group of UI trained representatives. There is a very small subset that is trained to handle all 3 call types.
So if I'm a CSR, what documents from UI do I have in front of me when I take a customer's call? Do I have scripts, checklists, etc.?
All of those, yes. So scripts, in terms of, more recently, we've provided scripts related to energy affordability. They also have a knowledge base tool at their disposal where they can, check on a procedure or a training or a particular training material in order to maintain compliance with how they're supposed to be handling the call. So there's a litany of different types of resources available to them. They don't have to. It's an open book test, right? So it's not just they have to remember everything that they've received in training.
Okay, so let's turn to the scripts part first off. Is the CSR script provided in EOE 235 the only script the CSRs use?
Can you better define script?
Well, I'm defining script as what a CSR has in front of them to know how to go through the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, I think, certainly Mr. Daniels can supplement my answer, but I think that we have the job aids tend to take a customer through sort of step by step when you receive the call, especially as you may know, with the energy affordability calls, our focus was to make sure that the representative hits all the points, as we know that there are many points that we need to cover when we're handling a call from a customer that requires assistance to pay their bill, and we want to make sure that we're giving them all of the information that's necessary to help them. So not only, maybe it's a payment plan or one of the matching programs, but we're pre-qualifying them for financial hardship. We're, ascertaining if they have any type of other issues in the household. We're also offering them with energy efficiency information, Operation Fuel. So there's a number of things. So we do have, I believe they're referenced as job aids, but Mr. Daniels can correct me if I'm incorrect, that will give that level of detail of each step of the call. So not necessarily say this exact thing in this exact order. As far as sentences, because we also want the customer to be, or the rep to be listening to the customer and responding to their prompts, but it takes them through all of the different aspects of the call and gives them prompts as to, what to look for, what to ask.
I would agree that that's correct. And there's a multitude of different job aids for the different types of calls that we receive. Outside of just, calls related to payment arrangements and financial hardship.
Are job aids like a checklist? It
Sort
came
of.
to a checklist?
Yeah, I guess you could call that.
Well,
It's funny because I
so-
think at some points we call them checklists and then we call them job aids, because the other thing we don't want to do is give the message of you're just checking a box, check, check, check. I did the, again, listen to the customer, understand what they need. Here are all the resources that you have available to share with them, and let's make sure. But yes, you could argue that it could be equate to a similarity of a checklist.
And to that point, we do have checklists as well as job aids. So, and to Ms. Pallo's point, it's, the job aid is probably a more detailed document that takes you through different scenarios that you might encounter on a customer call, and a checklist more focused on, make sure you're hitting these points because this is what the customer is calling about. These are the things that we want to make sure that we're doing throughout this call.
So job aids checklist is everything that the CSR would have to rely on in the customer call in the record.
I know that we provided quite a number of pieces of information. I don't know that I could, definitively say you have every piece of information that is shared, but I know that we tried, I believe, in response to the questions to provide as much detail as possible in reference to what the CSRs are provided.
Okay, then may I ask for a late file exhibit, please? I would like in one location everything that the CSR has provided. Everything that a CSR has when they're sitting down to answer a call with a customer. Because if it's in the record someplace else, you're more than welcome to say it's here, which is fine. Because I know there are a lot of things in the record. I guess I just want to make sure that I have a comprehensive list of everything.
Understood.
Okay, so that's late file exhibit 99.
So will that include EOE 178 attachment 1 mentioned customer talking points? I'm assuming that late file exhibit would include the customer talking points as well.
Well, customer talking points are generally, it's a quicker notification where something has changed relatively recently, where we feel the need to expeditiously disseminate that information down to the customer service representatives. And that generally occurs in an email with, here's what you need to be aware of, high level, and then subsequently, training materials are updated with that moving forward. That our definition of talking points.
No, I was specifically so EOE 178 attachment 1. It looked like a template for talking points, which that the communications teams give to CSRs. It looked kind of like a letter, and so I was, if that's not. Tell you what, let's just make this easy. Let's have another late file. Could you please provide all the actual talking points provided to the CSRs from 2017 to the present?
We could certainly assess it. I would imagine it's extensive because, as Mr. Daniels said, it could just be one aspect of one moment of that particular day or month. It's not necessarily like permanent training material. So it could be like, there's a fraud happening that we're aware of in the news that we want to share with the reps. And so we would publish a talking point and say, here's some refresher. It could come from an existing training and say, here's a refresher, and this is occurring, and make sure you educate customers accordingly. The only point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot. There could be a lot. So from 2017, I'm just trying to assess whether or not we would be able to
We could
fulfill.
go 2019 to the present, if that would be easier.
We can certainly take a look at what we'd be able to provide. And we would effort to provide as much as we can.
Okay, so I'm specifically in EOE 178, the response to the interrogatory specifically said the communications team proactively develops talking points for customer service for customer representatives regarding new initiatives and emerging issues. And it said it was the standard template for delivering the talking points, but I don't believe any of the actual talking points on the record, and that was what I was looking for.
Okay.
So would it be sufficient if we were to provide from the communications team each instance that they provided talking points?
Are there talking points? So do the talking points come from folks other than the communications team?
More recently, our effort is to centralize it with the communications team, but there could be an issue that,
Is emerging, right?
is emerging that one of us could put it together, or we get information from the metering department about something and we want to get it out fast. So, perhaps Mr. Daniels could draft something, I could draft something, but predominantly, currently, our interest is to make it as centralized as possible to avoid confusion for the representatives. So the majority would come from the communications team. I think when you reference 2017 to now, there's been changes in the organization structure. And so probably back then, they were more likely drafted by contact center personnel or perhaps CorpCom. But more recently, our goal is to have the customer communications team assist us with that, or corporate communications.
So if we changed it to 2019, would that maybe cut it down, and it would have more likely come through the communications team by that point?
I think the overall theme is that we're going to provide as much as is feasible. I think we were talking the more recent, I think since 2021, we have documentation in a centralized place. Before that, it might have been, on request, somebody sending something, but we have a more formalized approach now. So from 2021, very consistent. Prior to that, we would find whatever we could that might have been done via email, things like that. So fair enough.
Okay, fair enough.
Understanding that many of those emails may have aged off.
That's true too. Yeah,
Okay.
our email archives are only 1 year.
Understood.
But I think the overall theme is that we're trying to keep the representatives as up to date as possible with emerging news, breaking information, as well as maybe supplementing a training that they've already gotten. So there could be a number of talking points.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 100, and I just want to make sure I have the reference correct. It was EOE 178.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, turning to EOE 28. So that response includes a winter moratorium refresher. And you said in your October 14th response that the document was currently being reviewed by supervision prior to distributing to the customer service representatives. How frequently do you review and revise the winter moratorium refresher?
That's done on an annual basis. So we do 2 refreshers annually. We do a refresher ahead of the start of moratorium, as well as ahead of the end of moratorium. And those each document is updated annually with any program changes for that year.
So this particular response was earlier in October. We probably would have been right finalizing it at that point for the fall, November 1st timeframe.
So do you know when you distributed this particular winter moratorium refresher to the CSRs? The one that you provided in EOE 28?
We can probably get that momentarily. We have somebody here that would have assisted us with that.
And maybe a subpart to that question is, do you know if it was revised anymore? Is what is in EOE 28 the version that was submitted to the CSRs, or did the response said it was under revision? Did
It
it
would
get
have been
revised?
revised to the current correct information about the programs.
It appears that what we submitted was a draft document for the refresher training. So based upon the response, it would be more likely fine tuning than a complete revision of the document. But
We can absolutely
Uh,
confirm. We can
yeah.
get the final version and we can get the date that it was distributed.
Thank you. Do you think that needs to be a read-in, or do you think we can do this before we?
Well, if you want to see the material, I guess we would.
Then that would be a
file.
late file exhibit.
Yeah.
I apologize. Can I have another late file exhibit, please?
Of course. So we're up to late file exhibit 101, and it's to provide, oh, I'm sorry, what is it? EOE 28?
Yes, ma'am. EOE 28, the final version that was distributed to the CSRs.
And the date in which it was distributed.
Thank you.
So from my understanding, when you provide the document, the final version to the CSRs, how exactly does it work? Is there a meeting or training, or do you just provide it to the CSRs and they are responsible for reading these documents and adding it to their information that we've talked about that they have in front of them for their?
Typically, so there's different ways that we would disseminate information to customer service representatives, and based on, whether or not we felt additional follow-up is needed. And in this case with moratorium refresher, we typically hold huddles, small huddles in a group setting, so that we can review the material with the representatives, allow them to ask questions for clarification, parking lot any items, and then follow up with anything to clarify questions that they might have. Other types of training might be delivered in an email, but this one, where there's changes to a program year, we would hold small huddles and do a more, I guess, traditional training around these changes.
So in relation to your dissemination of the document to the CSRs, when do you hold these huddles?
During the workday, we work with our workforce management. So when
I'm sorry, really what I meant, you give the document to the CSR on the 25th of the month. Do you hold the huddle within a week after that, 2 weeks, a month?
it generally it's the same day or the next day.
Okay. Same with EOE 28, attachment 1. Do you enroll customers on MPP automatically based on a successful completion the season before?
Yes, we do.
And do you enroll customers on MPP if they call you and go through the process of proving that they're financial hardship?
If that's the program that they would be eligible for.
Understood. So on EOE 28 attachment 1, page 14, it specifically says customers are enrolled in MPP via a commitment file that is received by the CAA when they're approved for a SEEP award. Do they have to get a SEEP award before you enroll them on MPP?
No, they don't.
Okay. So do you ever So let's say a customer calls you and they're trying to qualify for financial hardship, um, and either based on their income or based on their receipt of a government benefit, and they tell you the information over the phone, and as I understand the process, you tell them to send that information to you, and they do, and there's a little bit of a time frame in there between when they've talked to you on the phone and when you get the information and they are approved for financial hardship. During that intervening time, do you ever place a customer on something? Do you place the customer on MPP then when they call, or do you place them on something else and then you wait for them for their financial hardship to be approved before you put them on MPP?
We put a hold on the account. Yeah, we put a hold on the accounts or a lock on the account that gives them time to bring the information. And we don't enroll them in the program until we get the information, but we put a hold on the account so they don't have any negative implications of that waiting time.
Do you ever enroll them in any other program in the meantime, or is it just that you put the hold on the account and they wait until we
would
find out
wait,
whether or not?
because as you could imagine, it would cause quite a bit of confusion if we guessed at what maybe they were qualified for and then it was something different.
Understood.
Typically, how long is that hold or lock on someone's accounts?
60 days.
Thank you.
The company has a translation service, right, for customers that call in. How often do you train your CSRs on using the company's translation service?
For UI?
Yes.
So, how often are they trained to use the translation service? Can maybe?
Is it more like when they're onboarded, they're going to get packages of information, including language, the language services, how to use the program for language services? Do you do once a year, make sure everyone remembers how to use it if they're not using it frequently? Or do they just get the little packet that you've provided with the pictures on how to use it?
So the predominant language other than English that we receive calls for would be Spanish. The UI customer care center internally has a number of bilingual speaking customer care representatives. So typically, if we get a call that's Spanish, we would transfer it to a customer service representative that has the ability to speak Spanish. If it's a language outside of Spanish, we would then, they have the number for the translation service, and it's pretty straightforward. You call the translation services number, you select the language option that you need, and then you're online with somebody who speaks that language so you can translate for the customer.
So just to make sure it is they have the documentation and all that stuff that they have as when they're assisting a customer. If they determine while speaking to the customer that they may need some language assistance that is not Spanish, they would, if they haven't done it in a while, they would flip to one of those pages and just kind of follow the steps.
Yeah, I believe that's documented, subject to check in the.
You provided it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You provided the little step-by-step guide.
I was
I trying to make sure that's all they got.
You sounded like you knew how it was.
There's all sorts of pictures and whatnot in there. So that is, they just have that in front of us.
Yeah,
if and when
it's
they
very
have it.
intuitive.
Okay.
And once they dial the number, you get the translation service, and it just.
Is that the same for internal and external CSRs?
Yes, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And will it be the same for Alorica too when they come on board?
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how often the translation service is used?
We have reports. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't recollect, but we have monthly reports because we're obviously invoiced for the expense. Spanish is the most prevalent. If we could certainly get that information.
So would it be possible for us to get copies of the monthly reports? How far do you have them back? Do you know?
Bear with me 1 second.
So we used the translation service last month for a total of 2,000 minutes.
Yeah.
From the monthly reports, do you see the total number of minutes, or do you see the number of
Total
calls?
minutes, and then they have every call listed and how many minutes each call was.
Okay. So were you able to see how far back your reports go there, but I don't want to ask
Well,
you
we
to
get
go further
monthly
back.
reports and we've been getting them since we started with
So if I
them.
said 2019 to the present, that I don't,
I don't know how long we've retained them. That would just be the question I'd have to ask. We certainly have been getting them. I just don't know how long we've retained them.
okay. Then could I please ask for an LFE for the reports from 2019 to the present? And if you find out that you haven't retained them that
Okay.
long, then please let me know
That's
otherwise.
fair.
If possible, rather than have you guys look through each individual report with each individual, every line item, if we could get from the vendor a summary document by language,
Per month?
would that be better?
Yeah, as long as it lets me know, as long as it lets us know the number of calls and not just the total time.
Oh,
Does that make sense? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe that is something that can be provided. I've reviewed things like that in the past myself.
that's fine.
Okay, that would be LEPA Exhibit 102.
Need me to read that, or did you understand?
Oh, no, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's got the dates.
Okay. Turning to EOE 100. It listed 5 events since 2019 in which the customer service telephone number went offline. And 4 of those 5 events were July through November of last year. So I realized one of the times is an anomaly. It sounds like there was a motor vehicle accident. But did you investigate to determine why there was such an increase at the end of last year?
I mean, in general, we're, working consistently with the technical support group. I don't recall a general theme in this particular time period. I don't know if my counterparts do or not, but we could.
And I think the answer is yes. I mean, my team works with the IT team, the telephony team, and looking at all instances that occur, and then, what's the root cause and how can we prevent it from happening again?
So in looking, did you determine that for what occurred at the end of last year?
Let's see which one was it?
Are you referring to the November 2nd instance or
I am referring to it from July through November of last year. So the interrogatory listed 5 events from 2019 to the present. 4 of the 5 of them were July to November of last year, which seems rather like that's concentrated. And I realize one of those is an anomaly. Like I said, it sounds like there was a motor vehicle accident. That's explicable. But the other 3 are concentrated in a relatively small time over a much larger time. Did you figure
September,
out?
October, November.
Right. Yeah. Can you figure out why suddenly?
I know the one says that the voice team was not able to identify the cause for the September one. Looks like the November one, the root cause was not available at the time. Looks like we could do some follow-up on that one.
I can say that, the complexity in which most companies are routing calls now, voice over internet protocol, that it becomes difficult it's not as simple as the one instance where there was a motor vehicle accident or there was a fiber cut.
Yeah, the October one also does say the issue was caused by an internal telephony route configuration parameter. We can certainly dig into that, but that was the root cause that was identified, and they resolved it after they corrected the call routing parameter. Certainly we could find out, a little bit more detail about that, but they did identify what the issue was there. Looks like just the November one that we're not, we could follow up on, because we did indicate a root cause analysis was not available at the time.
Okay. Let's go to EOE 219, please. In response to that, UI stated that the actual 2022 fourth quarter call volume received by ICOR it said the vendor, I'm presuming is Ichor, was 10% higher than forecasted. Did you determine a root cause for that?
You know, it could be an issue with our forecasting. I just think the call volume is generally higher. I don't think it's one issue. 10% is not an overly huge number. But it's January alone, I can tell you this year was 35% higher than last year. So there's just some wide variation. Better forecasting would eliminate that. And, but that all goes back to how quickly we can respond, pull some levers to help keep people on the phones, overtime, things like that.
And you know, typically a call volume forecast that is within 10% of the forecasted amount is relatively efficient in terms of workforce management, planning, and forecasting.
In response to the question, you state you is in the process of developing a spreadsheet model to more accurately predict staffing requirements based on several variables. Have you completed that spreadsheet model?
Not yet. What we're doing is kind of and at my direction is having my workforce team. It's not our job to manage, do the vendor's job for them in terms of some things, but we're just going to kind of dig in. It's been a while, or at least since before I've been here, and put together and make sure everything we're looking at from their workforce perspective, our workforce perspective, just make sure everything's buttoned up. And that has not been completed, but it has started.
When do you project it to finish?
I would say to do all the stuff that we want to do, it's probably going to be mid-year, with the final expectation that our workforce team can put some controls in place where we can minimize the amount of time we're spending in their business.
When did it start?
About a month and a half ago.
Okay, turning to EOE 237, Part C. It specifically says when a CSR processes hardship documentation and then goes on from there. So my question is, do CSRs process the hardship documentation in addition to answering phones?
They do.
Okay, so is that just internal CSRs only or external ones as well?
Yeah. So the routing of documentation to substantiate hardship is sent through our ACD system for our internal representatives. So we take them offline and they're presented with an interaction that has the documents. They attach the document to the account and encode the account hardship.
So the workforce management would schedule off, what they call off phone time versus phone time. They could switch back and forth depending on the volumes of each for the day.
And we generally have dedicated resources that are off the phone each day to do this type of work.
Okay. Do you track numbers of dropped calls?
You define a dropped call?
When a customer is being transferred from one part to another.
That's not a metric we currently track in any great detail.
Okay. Specifically for all of the call recordings that were found that you provided in this docket, if you found a CSR didn't handle the call correctly, did you contact all of those customers again to correct the errors?
I believe the answer is yes. The team that we assigned, they had advised us that they were following up on any issues that they found.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. The answer is yes.
The intent was yes. That was the instruction that we gave. I would need to just confirm with the team that did that work because it's been a little while. But
okay, could you please confirm that, and that could be a read-in?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're reading FF because what I had before we ended up answering immediately, but if it's easier, I can mark it read in GG.
Yeah, I have through FF, with FF being the company to locate in the record, it's the costing information for, I think it's vendor costs compared to internal costs.
It's 265. It's in response to you.
Regarding
Okay.
265, is that what you have, Attorney Wyman?
It is.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So it
Attorney
sounds like,
White, could you just clarify when you reference the batch of calls, could you just specify which calls?
I would have to go back and look at all of that. We asked you in the late rounds of interrogatories, we asked you several interrogatories. We asked you one interrogatory, which I would have to go back and find now, that asked for all of the specific for certain calls during a
Right.
time frame.
Right.
And you provided all of the calls. And then I know specifically, for example, in EOE 243, you state, in this instance, the pre-qualification questions were not asked. And there were several others that when we asked you specific questions about the specific calls, that you said something didn't go particularly right in that call.
Right.
And everyone in which you found that, did you go back and contact the customer?
Thank you.
Okay, so read in GG is to confirm whether the company followed up with all of those calls.
Let's see, we're going to turn to online bill enhancements for a second. In CAE 89, you indicated that when the online enhancements are complete, the customer would have three options, if I understood this correctly. They could look at the bills, they could see payments, and they could see past due notices. And when the online enhancements are complete, will all customers be able to go online and find these items, or just customers with a My Account?
Sorry, Tom. Could you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, in CAE 89, you explain what the online bill enhancements are. And that when they're complete, you say that the customer will have three options.
Yeah.
That the customer can look at their bills, they can see payments, and they can see past due notices. Are those online bill enhancements, do they apply to every customer or just to customers who have a My Account?
Just confirm.
Or just to e-bill, or just to e-bill customers?
So e-bill or My Account customers.
So not all customers will be able to see those.
Sorry, could you just clarify the last part of your question?
Let me start again. CAE 89.
Yeah.
You explained some online bill enhancements.
Yeah.
Do those apply to every customer?
For all customers that access their My Account.
So if you don't have a My Account, the information contained in CAE 89 you won't be able to see.
Well, it's a My Account enhancement that's being referred to.
Okay. Thank you. So let's presume a customer does have a My Account and they log on to see these things. To know that a past due notice was mailed to them, is there going to be is there something that alerts them, or how will they see that? I'm imagining you have bills, you have payments, you have past due notices. How would I know to look in past due notices if I didn't know I had one mailed to me?
Yeah. So it's all through mail, paper mail. So the customers will be mailed.
It does indicate in the response that past due notice documents would be available online.
Yeah, but from an alert perspective, they would be mailed.
I understand. I guess what I'm trying to clarify is I'm trying to kind of think about it from a customer's perspective. So I go to the website and I log into my account, and when I see it there, is there something that will tell me there that I have a past due notice? Is there some way I would know I have, like, let's say the mail didn't run well and I didn't get my past due notice in the mail. Is there something that when I look at it online?
Absolutely. Yes, correct.
There'll be like a banner or something.
Correct. Yeah, there'll be an alert on the My Account page.
Okay. And is it a banner? What exactly is it? What tells that customer when they look at their My Account page that there's a past due notice?
Yeah, so it's a notice alert. It's not a banner. I'm not sure if you're aware of the My Account website page. Yeah. So within the main page of the My Account, there'll be an alert that says there's a past due notice.
Okay. Will all of the online bill enhancements be complete in September of this year?
That's correct.
Will the online enhancements allow customers to do anything with a supplier in their account? Like, can they put a supplier switch block on their account online?
No, that's not in scope.
Okay. Okay, so either currently or after the enhancements, I don't know if it changes the answer for this question. So let's have a scenario. Let's say a customer doesn't pay their bill on time, and they forget about it, and they go on a couple of days later to pay their bill. What amount due does it show at that time? Does it show the total amount that's now due? So for instance, let's just use today's date. Let's say my bill was due on the 3rd and I didn't pay it, and so I come on today, the 6th. Do I see the bill that's now due on April 3rd, or do I see the bill that's due on March 3rd?
That would be dependent upon whether or not that date was beyond their next meter read date. Right, so,
Let's assume a meter read happened.
okay. So they would see the total amount due, which would include the current invoice plus the past invoice.
As well as all bill amounts. So you'll see the transactional bill amount as well as the transaction amount due, which Mr. Daniels referred to.
So when the customer who's a couple days late went to pay, is there just one option to pay that amount, or is there option to pay the amount that was due on March 3rd, or is there just an other blank and I'd have to know what that past due amount was and type it in?
Yep, so it's the amount due. However, the customer has the optionality to change that amount.
So they would look at their bill and say, I'm past due on this amount, and they'd have to go and they just type that in.
Yeah, they've got the option to edit, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's different radio buttons that you can select that say, I want to pay this amount, or I want to pay another amount. You select the radio button for other amount. It's free form, well, number, not text, but they can put whatever amount they want to pay. If they wanted to pay $1, they can pay $1. If they wanted to pay half their bill, they can pay half their bill.
Thank you. Okay, turning to customer surveys for a second. You indicated several types of customer surveys. Can you please describe the different types of surveys you conduct or have conducted for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a voice of the customer program, which captures both qualitative and quantitative survey information. So the survey that I referenced earlier on in relation to the discussion on the contact centre is our contact satisfaction survey, where we take a randomised number of contacts received through either our digital channels, such as the website, app, IVR, and then into our CSR contact channel, and we outbound dial those customers, ask the customer how satisfied they were on a scale of 1 to 5, as well as verbatim feedback on how we could improve that experience. So that's a contact satisfaction survey. We then also utilise a partnership with a company called JD Power. So JD Power are the internal industry as well as cross-industry benchmark for customer satisfaction. JD Power release quarterly surveys where they've reached out to our customers, asked them a number of questions, quite a large number of questions on items such as power quality, reliability, customer care, pricing, billing. They gather that insight back from our customers, and then they release a quarterly report to ourselves as well as our peers on how we are performing and also where we've got opportunity for improvement. We also have implemented, on the process of implementing, a new unit of measure for customer satisfaction, and that's called Net Promoter Score, or NPS. And again, that's a global cross-industry benchmark of the perception that customers have towards a service or a product or a company such like ours. And that NPS metric is asked at the point of contact. So when a customer speaks to a CSR rep or utilises our website, post that interaction, so paying a bill, viewing a bill, raising an outage, we then ask the customer, their perception towards us as a company or that service and journey, and that's real time, and we feed that insight back into our business improvement plans, similar to what we do for JD Power and our contact satisfaction survey. We also gather insight from the floor, so we have sessions with operational managers such as Mr. Daniels here and Mr. Drahota from an ICOR perspective to get feedback directly from our customers that flow through our CSR agents and back into our Voice of the Customer program. So we've got many different feeds, and that's absolutely not at all. We look at social media, our emails, and many more channels.
We also have, for our internal contact center, we have a post-call survey. So customers are presented with the opportunity to answer a survey at the end of the call, which you probably are familiar with other companies as well. And we ask basically 5 questions about the customer rep interaction with the customer, and we get post-call survey results from that as well.
Thank you. So in the interrogatory responses, you referenced a perception study. I'm sorry, is that a sort of a customer survey?
Yes, so that's a perception study that we've run over the last few years, and we the reason we started that perception study is we wanted to validate the level of accuracy that we got through our JD Power partnership. Very similar questions, and really trying to investigate similar areas of best practice and opportunity for improvement. And really, over the last year or so, we reached the conclusion that we've, there's alignment between both studies. And really, from an efficiency perspective, we've continued to continue with the JD Power survey study and retire the perception study because they're really giving us the same information.
Okay, so building off that, how do you generally determine if you will perform a survey in-house versus with a vendor?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How do you determine if you'll perform your surveys in-house? I'm gathering that some of the ones you mentioned were performed by UI versus others. You mentioned JD Power and vendors. How do you determine whether or not it's going to be an in-house survey or you're going to use vendors?
Absolutely. So we use a mixture. In the main, we use third-party specialists to conduct the survey. So contact satisfaction surveys are managed by a specialist, localized to Connecticut. JD Power's, JD Power. And then the perception study was also a third-party study that we utilised from a local Connecticut survey company. But like I said earlier on, we do get a lot of insight and valuable insight from our customer service reps, operational managers, and engineers and people that deal with our customers on a daily basis, and that's as equally as valuable as third-party survey information.
And that post-call survey I spoke of is through the IVR. It's automated. So it asks automated questions and asks them to score on a scale of 1 to 10 or something like that. So it's all automated, but it's through our system.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm sorry. We can see through the was trying to piece together through the interrogatory responses all of the vendors with whom you contract with for customer surveys. Do you happen to know those, or could you provide those to us? I didn't see a place where they were succinctly.
Yeah, we've got one primary vendor, which is Great Blue.
Okay, but then it seemed like maybe you used something called Genesis. Obviously, you used JD Power, you mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah, so Genesis is our telephony system, that's been referenced earlier on.
Okay, am I missing something? Is there something else?
No.
So Great Blue, JD Power, Genesis.
It's
Oh,
all,
you said
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yep, so JD Power for JD Power, Great Blue for contact and perception. Genesis is our telephony system that'll route post-call or IVR questions. And NPS is the new metric that we're implementing within our own channels. And we're using a company just now called Delighted, which is owned by SAP.
You've already contracted with Delighted for this?
Yes, we have.
To your recollection, is that in the docket anywhere, that contract?
The contract, I do not believe, is in the docket, no.
Could we get it as a late file?
Yep. I do believe so. So just for clarity, our Delighted vendor is an online vendor, so it's more of an online terms and conditions setup versus an MSA. And again, it's a low value contract, so it's not.
But it'll have costs written.
Correct. Yeah, I can provide those costs. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so that's late file exhibit 103.
You mentioned the voice of the customer surveys. Did any communications result from those surveys?
So not just communications, operational improvements, website developments, call center scripts, training materials, many things result from the insight that they gather through the voice of the customer survey and program.
Okay. For the attachments included in EOE 173, you list the budget for each year. Are these budgeted amounts or are these actuals?
It's budgets.
Do you have the actuals?
Yes, we do.
Can we get that as a late file, please?
Yes, you can.
Late file exhibit 104 is to provide the actual values. For the
EOE 173.
Okay. And it's attachments 1, 2, and 3, if that helps.
And actually, could we get that through 2022? And I presume, yeah, if we get that through 2022, that should cover all surveys.
Yes. Yep.
Right. So even based on the budgeted amounts in EOE 173, they increased between 2019 and 2020, and the increase remained in 2021. Do you know why that occurred?
Yes.
Why?
Just I'll allow Miss Mickelson to come up and answer that question.
The primary driver, sorry, Leona Michelson. The primary driver would be, we started the partnership with JD Power. So that would be one driver of the increase.
How did you recover these costs prior to 2019?
I don't know.
Would you
Could
be
that
able
be
to
a read-in or something? Could someone tell us?
I'm,
I think a late
Okay.
file is more appropriate.
Late file?
Question for revenue requirements team. It's not
Yes.
available today.
Oh, sorry. That's fine. Late file.
Late file 105 is to discuss how the costs were recovered.
Right, EOE 173 lists budgeted costs and how they were recovered prior to 2019.
Okay.
In EOE 254, you stated that you have 4 full-time employees in the government and community relations team. Other than lobbying, what tasks do these employees perform?
250.
I'm sorry, 254, EOE 254.
Not 250. When it's 254. Oh, one moment. For some reason, I don't have a couple of these.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's for this panel. Mr. Carbone
Oh,
was
yeah,
here
that's-
during the, is it?
No, Al Carbone and
Yeah.
Brian Sullivan.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
apologize.
that's, I mean, we can take a question on a read-in or a late file, but he was here during the O&M session.
My apologies. If you could do that on a read-in and let us know what other tasks than lobbying that these individuals perform.
Okay, that's read in HH.
Okay, turning to credit card processing, I think you stated that you were going to have a supplement at the outset of this, and that the RFP for the credit card processing would be issued in March and awarded by Q3. Is that what I understood you to say?
Yes.
Okay. If it's awarded by then, do you know when it'll be implemented?
My understanding is there is a phased-in approach. I don't have details on the implementation. One moment, see if I can get more details.
Because it's right.
Yeah.
So that,
We're obviously pending the responses from the RFP, so once we receive the responses, look at an internal evaluation of, integration points, change management, and in a sensible way to kind of phase over the transition from one vendor to the next vendor. We could then confirm timelines, but it would not be sensible to make a guesstimate at this stage.
Just to clarify, there's two components of that. There's the credit card merchant provider and then the credit card processor. And I believe also the electronic bill presentment, part of that. Hence the need for coordination and planning.
So are the estimates in the current docket based on Kubra's current pricing then? If you don't have an RFP and you don't have vendor pricing available for what's actually going to happen?
The pricing we provided is based on Kubra pricing currently.
So turning to the new positions, and if this is here, you can point me to it. Is there anywhere in the docket that you provided the cost per employee of each of the new positions? So like, for instance, how much will the customer service reps cost? How much will the knowledge analyst cost, et cetera?
we did provide labor rates for customer service representatives in the docket.
No, I understand, but all of the new, you asked for more than CSRs in the new positions. Did you provide the amounts each of those new positions will cost?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's built into the revenue requirement model.
Per position?
Well, that'd be a question for the revenue requirement panel.
Did you perform a cost benefit analysis of getting these positions in-house versus getting them through a vendor?
Which position specifically?
Any and all.
So I can speak to the customer service representative positions. The reason for adding these positions is to handle the calls that are currently being routed to internal representatives. We anticipate an increase in calls, as well as we've seen over the last several years, an increase in call handling time. And in order to meet the current targets, that's why we're requesting additional customer service representatives. Now, there's a reason why we choose to outsource the credit and collections calls and move and move out calls. Those are two of our highest volume transactions. They're relatively straightforward. That the training is very specific to those types of transactions. At this time, we don't feel that having other call types, that would necessitate us to do, is prudent at this time.
Okay, what about?
So I could speak to the next group, the two customer advocates. Those are positions that we want to supplement. We existing have one person that performs some of those duties, which is to support the low-income programs, to work with the community action agencies, Operation Fuel. We've had a request to be able to route calls directly to this person from the community action agencies and Operation Fuel and others, and it's too much for one person. And also, we understand the emphasis we want to have on the support for low-income programs, low-income customers. And so that's a justification for the advocates. So I think that makes more sense in-house. The knowledge base analyst is what we've talked about a little bit today in general with procedures and policies and training materials. Currently, that type of creation of documents and providing to the customer service reps and the maintenance of a knowledge-based tool that we have, it's a shared responsibility amongst people who already have full-time day jobs. And so we struggle sometimes with the upkeep of some of the procedures. And so the knowledge base analyst is a request in order to be able to have that dedicated person, that's their role, and they'll be able to attend to that. So again, seems to make more sense for internally. The next one is the speech analytics analyst, as we've talked about, getting a speech analytics tool, maintaining it, using it, putting in the types of queries, things like that. Again, we believe that we would need a dedicated resource for that in order to use the tool to its full effectiveness. And then the last one for my group is that would supplement Mr. Jehoda, is the lead analyst customer service quality. So all of the discussion we've had today about the quality program and the quality analysts, we want to add one that would just be dedicated to UI. Currently, there's a lot of sharing across the UIL companies, and we believe that due to the increase in the emphasis on the calls and the need for ensuring customers are getting the service they deserve, we would like to have an additional dedicated person to UI for that quality team. And then the last grouping, I think I'll turn over to Mr. Patterson.
Yep. So the two for digital are in reference to our customer base. Just for context here, we'll look at the number of interactions that UI receives on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual basis, and we'll look at the number of those interactions from customers that are through self-service channels, such as the website and app, versus our CSR channels. And through 2019 through to the present day, that's grown from 47% of our customers that deal with us via digital channels to now over 84%. So 84% of our customers, when you look at the level of interactions, use these digital tools. So the two FTE that we've requested is really to support that exponential growth we've seen in digital engagement, to make sure that our customers are absolutely having the best in service. The two other customer experience FTE are to manage the customer journey programs that are stipulated in testimony. So the outage management journey, the move in, move out journey, the kind of new connections customer request journey. So these representatives will be responsible for, mapping out basic areas for opportunity for improvement, taking insight from our voice of the customer programs, and delivering improvements across our channels and journeys. Again, to drive that best in class service.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation, but my question was, did you perform a cost benefit analysis? Did you do you have any sort of documents or analysis or something that showed that it was more cost beneficial than not to A, have these employees, and B, have them internally versus using a vendor?
Yeah, so there's a soft benefit and a hard benefit. The hard benefit is, so we've got rate cards, so hourly rate cards from our third-party partners that currently help with some of these specialist services, and we've compared those rate cards against the cost of FTE, and the cost of FTE is far more efficient. And then the soft benefit is we want to retain that knowledge and ownership of these improvements in channels within our business. We do not want to outsource this. This is critical to the operation of our customer service business.
Okay, so is there any sort of internal documentation I'm that where anyone codified, wrote down everything it is that you're telling me before they came up with these positions?
We can provide the external rate card costs versus internal. I think internal's already been provided as part of the rate testimony, but we can absolutely provide the comparative third-party costs.
If you, yes, could you provide the external rate costs that you did you obtain that external rate cost prior? At what time did you obtain that external rate cost?
So the specific vendor in mind, we've been engaging with that vendor since I would say over at least 12 months ago.
How many months ago? I'm sorry.
12. So we've got an existing relationship with a third-party vendor that provides such services, and we've been working with that vendor for at least a 12-month period.
Okay. And so you used the prices that you were aware of from that vendor?
Correct.
Okay. Going to EOE 36. This response indicated that you charged interest on late payments in 2020, but not 2021. Why did you not charge interest in 2021?
EOE
36, I'm sorry.
we had turned off late payment charges for during the pandemic.
When did you turn those off?
I think it was April 2020.
So then,
I'm subject to check.
why do I'm trying to understand then So I have a number for 2020 though. If you turned it off in April of 2020, is the number I'm looking at from January through March of 2020?
That's my understanding, yes.
So you did
State payment charge.
$30,000, 30,000 more customers January through March of 2020 than you did in all of 2019?
Subject to check, but I know the late payment charges have been turned off.
Is there any reason you can think of that there would have been such a precipitous increase in the first 3 months of 2020?
I don't. We can certainly dig into the details of this, get more information.
Okay, that's probably best for a late file exhibit. Okay, so could we please get a late file exhibit?
Sure. Late file exhibit 106 is to refer to EOE 36 and to explain the increase between 2019 and 2020.
Yes, and maybe to be absolutely certain that 2020 only goes through March of 2020.
So the date in which they stopped.
Yeah, the date in which they stopped in 2020, and an explanation of yeah. Let's see. Turning to EOE 130. And actually, we might need to have two documents up at the same time for this one. I was looking at EOE 130, subpart C, and RRU 263. Can you help me understand why the amounts in these two responses don't agree?
EOE 130
EOE 130.
and
In the actual interrogatory response to that one, in subpart C, you provided a table. And then in RRU 263, that is an Excel file.
so which numbers are you referring to?
Well, I mean, for example, let's take debt next. In the numbers for 2019 and 2020 and 2021 for debt next don't agree in the two documents. And I'm just trying to understand if there's something if something differs between these two responses to make those two numbers differ.
I would have to check. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you right just looking at it briefly.
Okay, so late file exhibit 107 is to reconcile the responses in EOE 130 and RRU
263.
263.
And also, I think could we just add to that a little bit? Can you clarify in the reconciliation if they include commercial and residential, if both of them include commercial and residential accounts?
Yes. We'll clarify that.
And EOE 74 and EOE 122, you describe a customer insights initiative. When did this initiative begin?
I don't know that I have the exact date that the initiative started. It's a company-wide initiative, and so they're looking at the various business areas and the applications. I don't know if any of my
if you could give me an estimate, I don't need a precise date.
Like roughly a year ago? But subject to check.
Okay, so roughly spring
About a
of
year ago.
2020.
Sounds like Mr. Patterson is confirming.
So has it been fully implemented then?
No,
It has not been fully.
no. There's been discussions in reference to what components we want to look at based on the business areas and what, what would be best, most impactful to help with customers with the initial applications. And we're sort of learning as we go. It's a, brand new initiative using this mechanism.
Yep, as part of our, we call it our 360-degree voice of the customer program. So it looks to grab, interaction data, take interaction data from all of our contact center channels, our billing systems, any kind of payments systems that we have, outbound communications, and establishes a complete profile of our customers. So we can then utilize segmentation and design tactics to be proactive with our level of service. So it's a really exciting project that we're heavily invested in as a company. And it feeds into a lot of the investments that we have within our testimony and our rate case in relation to journey redesign and investing in our digital channels.
So that's being done all in-house? You don't have a vendor that's assisting you in that?
It's a blended team. So we have our own data insights team within our corporate IT function. I believe Mr. Young was a witness in a prior panel, our CIO, and he has full-time employees within that team, as well as an embedded specialist business intelligence partner that help augment that team.
So I know a good portion of time has been building the data to have in the system. So they've been gathering information around which data to include.
Okay. Turning to EOE 211, UI stated that it suspended late payment charges in September 2022 when it was found it was assessing late payment charges in error. Have you corrected the issue?
So we had restarted the late payment charges. Sorry, EOE.
I'm sorry, 211, I believe. One second.
My eyes are. So we had restarted at the beginning of October, and then we determined toward the end of October that there were, we've been made aware of some balances that were being transferred, and then the late payment charges were assessing to those balance transfers, which should not have been assessed late payment charges because they were prior to that point. So we stopped the late payment charges. We identified, the number of customers impacted. We reversed the charges or credited the charges and notified the customers accordingly. And we still have the late payment charges turned off because we've been doing testing, and we're clearly doing more extensive testing than we did the first round to ensure that doesn't happen again. We don't have any issues or errors.
Do you have an idea of when you're going to reinstitute late payment charges, or is that still?
We would assume it's soon. We are in the final stages of the testing. So the fixes have been made and we're in final stages of testing.
Going to EOE 229. It states that the company will allow a review officer to deviate from the flexible payment arrangement parameters. Since you've resumed terminations, do you know how many times the review officer has approved a deviation?
I don't know if we track that specifically. I mean, I know we track types of complaints that the review officers handle, but I don't know that we track how they resolve the issue and whether or not they've varied from the flexible payment arrangement plan.
So could that be something you could provide as a read-in if you do track that and could let us know, or do you think you just absolutely don't track it?
I'm pretty confident we do not track it. Yes, I've been confirmed. We do not track that.
Going to EOE 242 attachment 4. It says it's a BFP calculator. Is this the version that the CSRs are given? Sorry, in 242 attachment 4.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
So I noticed that it doesn't have a lot of it's a formula. It's an Excel spreadsheet with a formula, and a lot of it has formulas in the different rows. But it seems as if row 4, the formula for there is no formula for the average bill in row 4. Did the CSRs calculate the average bill and input it themselves?
Yeah, it's in SAP and the customer overview screen, and so they're taking it from the customer record on SAP and inputting it here. Unfortunately, this doesn't interact with SAP billing system.
Okay, so it's pre-calculated for them by the time they get into this document. They can.
Yeah,
they don't have to calculate it. They can obtain
No,
it someplace else and
yes.
put it in here.
Correct.
Okay. So in response to EOE 144, you stated that the minimum below budget payment had to be $50, but in response to EOE 229, you stated that a review officer could deviate from the flexible payment arrangement. Can you explain why you determined that the below budget payment had to be $50, that you couldn't deviate from the below budget payment, but you could deviate from the flexible payment arrangement?
Yeah, I mean, the MPP is different than a flexible payment arrangement plan. So that's the matching program. So that's the defined lowest that we would offer is $50. And I think anything lower than that, I think the customer just wouldn't be able to keep up with the bills that are incoming. But that's part of I think our energy affordability discussions that was decided as $50. I know that eventually is going away when we implement the low income discount rate. But the flexible payment arrangement plan would be somebody who doesn't qualify for the matching payment program or the BFP. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but.
So
the review officer would not work with the customer to enroll them in a matching payment plan and sign them up for anything under $50 for a matching payment plan. But for a flexible payment arrangement, which is a different discussion, that's for people who don't qualify for those programs.
In EOE 244, you explained that the BFP can only be set up for a 12-month period, and the customer contact center will restatus the customer's account based on the remaining term of the program, if it's either 24 or 36 months. Have 12 months cycled in this yet for any customer, and the customer contact center had to restatus an account?
No. Yeah, we this went live July 1st.
June 2020.
Right.
Is the customer contact center the CSRs?
Yes.
Customer service representatives.
So they are the
CSR.
ones who restatus the account?
My understanding. One moment, please. Yeah. Yeah, so I believe at one point when it wasn't a more established 12, 24, 36 month program, prior to us establishing that, it was that we gave the empowerment through a supervisor to move it to 24 or 36. But once we established this as a standard approach, we created some automated reporting so that the CSR does not have to, they don't have a hand in that. We will run the report, and we will, through the collections group, we will ensure that the customer maintains that program, and the CSR won't have to do anything.
Okay, so then the answer to 244 about the CSR isn't applicable, and you're saying there's actually a different group that does that.
Yeah, and we're in the process of, so we set up a report that would be generated by the collections group, so the CSR wouldn't have to do that. And now we're in the process of, we're awaiting automation so that no one has to touch it, that it will automatically program for 24 and 36 months. The automation wasn't available in time. So that we put in an interim step of the automated report and then advise the CSRs that they no longer needed to monitor those.
Will the automation be in place before anyone cycles through 12 months and we have to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
We believe it should be within a month or so.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understood that last part. You believe the automation should be in place within a month or so from now? So
Yes.
in April?
Yeah.
Okay. And the automation ensures that no one's inadvertently dropped from the program?
Exactly.
Okay, turning to medical protection for a second. So subject to check, would you agree that EOE 73 indicates that 19 of your top 25 highest active receivables are medical protection customers?
Yes.
And equally subject to check, would you agree that EOE 44 explains that collection activities for the top 10 residential uncollectible accounts, and you indicated that 9 out of 10 of those were sometimes coded as medical protection?
Yes.
Okay. So in the Docket 220316, you had stated that you automatically drop a hardship designation when an account is finalized. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
So they're no longer an active customer, so they would not have hardship protection they're not an active customer any longer. They've moved out.
Do you once they've moved out and the bill's closed or the account is closed, do you keep track of the fact that they were at one point in time or were hardship when they closed that account?
I believe that's part of our reporting challenge, that we have not been able to identify that. We're working with our reporting team to see if we can improve that, but we haven't been able to do that to date.
In EOE 44, that I was just referring to a second ago, that explains the collections activities for the top 10 residential uncollectible accounts, and so that 9 out of 10 of those accounts were at some time coded as medical protection. How were you able to provide the explanation for that? If you don't know if a final account with coded medical protection?
So the medical protection is a lock that's on the account, and you can look at the account history and see the locks. But unfortunately, the financial hardship designation is not a lock, so that we don't have that field to reference.
Okay, understood. Thank you. So in EOE 142, you state that when a customer calls with a new medical protection claim, the CSR will ask the customer financial hardship questions. Do you know when that policy went into effect?
I don't know when that policy went into effect. I know that there were discussions around the time of the pandemic, and the energy affordability requirements related to the pandemic docket, that we emphasized the need to, in addition to finding out a customer's medical hardship, to also qualify them at the same time for financial hardship.
Is this a policy per se, or is it given to a CSR in any way other than through one of the, what I'm going to call scripts that we talked about earlier?
It would be in the training document to overall to assess the reason for the customer calling, and not, even if a customer has medical protection, we should still be evaluating their, whether or not they're financially hardship and get them on the programs that can help them, with their bill.
So I just want to make sure I understand, it's not in any of the schedules or the policies that you
Would
filed
be, it
prior
would
to
be in the training that was filed.
the training.
That should be part of the training, yes.
So in response to EOE 158, you had stated all customer service and credit collections procedures are being reviewed to determine if revisions are necessary to ensure they are current. Does that review encompass only the schedules, or does it also encompass all procedures? Like, for instance, you provided what I would call a procedure, not a schedule, in response to CIE 30.
Yes, so there's really two documents that we provide, right? So we have standard operating procedures, which are SOPs, which are kind of the mechanics of how you perform these functions within our customer information system. In addition to that, we have training materials that are used for our customer service representatives when they're either going through a new progression training or if they're a new hire. So that those materials are up to date, and we do update those in between each training class to make sure that they're current and up to date as possible. The standard operating procedures are I think those are the ones that we have noted that we have implemented a project to update those.
When did you implement that project?
So that was subject to check July of last year. We kicked off that project.
When do you anticipate completing all of the review information?
We indicated in another response, second quarter of this year. And I just wanted to mention that's where the reference to the knowledge base analyst that we had, we have an interest in adding to the team, because as we said before, these are shared right now, sharing responsibilities between managers, supervisors, trainers, and we believe that, we do need a more focused centralized approach to making sure that these documents are updated as well.
Okay. So I'm just trying to clarify some of the things I've seen in the docket. So for instance, in your original filing, you provided a document labeled COLL-005, and then you provided the same document, as best I could tell, again, in response to CIE 29. But then in response to EOE 242 that we issued on January 18th, you provided a version of COLL-005 that you had revised on January 23rd. So is that the last version, or should I still be looking for another version of that too?
That is the last version. So that was part of the project that we kicked off in July of last year. That was one of the procedures that was subsequently updated.
But we're absolutely reviewing every single one to make sure, because we know that there have been recent changes, with some of the, especially some of the low income programs and things like that. So we're double checking each one to make sure it's got every single revision that it needs to have.
Understood. Thank you. Turning to EOE 152, Part D, you stated that no part of the community relations or sponsorships are, and I'm quoting, directly funded by ratepayers. Are any parts indirectly funded by ratepayers? Or in any way funded by ratepayers?
Don't have that one.
Yeah, I think Attorney White, that's a revenue requirements panel question. So that
okay.
they would have been the sponsors on that one.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, turning to the low income discount rate. EOE 258. Was the, I'm gonna call it lighter because that's hard.
Sorry, Ms. White.
Yes.
Mark and
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we need to take a break too, so we can take a break here for 5 minutes and we'll resume. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was a little nervous. Fighter, yeah. You need 4 hours to get to the battle. Then you're up. What number did she call right away? 60. It wasn't really one of ours, I don't think. But
Was 58 or?
it's like that chair right there. Well, maybe I can. Well, yeah. We'll share this one, Mark. I still think that they'll have a lot of questions. Exciting, we're gonna see something. Yeah. Sorry. Is that you? These things used? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll scooch over. No. Perfect. I saw you put your name tag over there. That's why I was. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're all mostly back. So ask that we come back together and we can resume cross here, please.
Chair, we can, if it's convenient, we can provide 2 of the outstanding read-ins right now also.
Okay, please.
Mr. Canavan has read-ins W and X, which were follow-ups on the questions from Mr. Annis.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I have 2 read-ins, W and X, both from Mr. Mullins. Starting with read-in W, which asks the question whether costs for e-shore remediation were included in the prior rate case or a prior settlement. If so, include how much? The response is the costs specific to the e-shore site have not been identified in the previous rate case or settlement. Read-in X asks the question, provide whether the company has given DEEP an updated schedule on remediation of the e-shore facility. And the response is UI has not provided an update. UI has not provided an updated comprehensive remediation schedule to DEEP. However, a remedial action plan to satisfy the requirements of the Connecticut Voluntary Remediation Program, known as a VRP, is currently being drafted by UI's licensed environmental professional that will include a schedule for the upcoming proposed remediation activities. And that concludes both those read-ins.
Thank you. Okay, then let's resume cross, please.
Okay, we just have a couple of questions on the low income discount rate. Was the heating cap based on the presumed average residential usage?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, was the heating cap for the low income discount rate, was it based on the presumed average residential usage?
Yes.
If a customer is on rate RT, are they considered an electric heating customer for the purposes of the low income discount rate?
The threshold was set at 1,200, yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The rate RT was used as a proxy for electric heating. So per the October 19th, 2022 order, the threshold is set at 1,200 for rate RT.
Okay. So is it possible for a customer on rate R to be eligible for the heating cap?
Not per the order. Our interpretation of the order is that the cap for rate R is 800 and the cap for rate RT is 1,200.
Okay. Are there customers on rate RT that are not electric heating?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many customers on rate RT are electric heating?
We do not.
Okay. That's all my questions for low income discount rate if y'all want to trade out again. But you'll be very happy to know that I'm on my last set of questions. I'm happy. So actually, before we get into this, this is what I thought may or may not need to be confidential. So this is, I'm referring to EOE 262, attachment 1. There is no version that I could find of this interrogatory filed in the docket. If UI will concede that the column headings and the tab names aren't confidential, I think I can probably ask all of these questions in a public session and not have to actually use any dollar amounts. Would we be willing to proceed in that manner?
Attorney White, just to clarify, yeah, I'm looking at the confidential version. I think your statement was that a redacted version wasn't filed.
I
Right?
did not see a
Yeah, I
redacted
don't see
version
one
anywhere.
I don't see one in my materials either, but I would, and you're saying that whether the column headers,
Just the column header. I
Yeah.
think I can manage to ask these questions
Yeah.
without any, without reference to the actual numbers.
I don't see anything concerning about using the column headers.
And I might need to use the tab names too,
The
to
tab
make it
names.
make sense. Does that, if you could agree to those, I think we can
Yes,
probably,
I don't see any issue with that.
okay. I'll make sure that the folks
Yeah.
have a chance to get that.
Thank you.
Because you'll need to look at the document so that way we're on the same page, since I can't refer to some specific numbers. Just let me know when you're ready. There's only attachment one. I'm sorry. Attachment one. 262. 262, attachment one. It was filed confidentially.
Just the column heading.
Well, I'm going to ask you several questions on it, and I was just getting the permission of your attorneys that I may use column headings and I may use tab names. I will not refer to a specific number in this document, so that's why I thought it was important that you look at it, because I can't do that. So when you, I'm sorry.
I think we're ready.
Yes, thank you.
Can you explain to me why the call volume indicated in tab 1, volume cost, does not match the call volume indicated in the second tab, incentives and penalties?
Are there particular instances where you're not seeing them match?
Third one,
At a glance, when I look at,
let's see. No, I think November doesn't match. Just starting down the list. November of 2019, December of 2019, January of 2020. I can keep going. I would.
So there can be an explanation for that. One of those would be depending on the incentive that's paid. So the basis for the incentive, it could be one call type versus the other. So the volume and cost in the first tab is total volume, total cost. The incentives could be applied to, so we have move in, move out, and also collections calls. So it could be one versus the other. So that could be the driver there.
Okay. So looking at the second tab labeled incentives and penalties, are the incentives, no, excuse me, I'm sorry. Are the incentives and penalties here, are they for the things that we were talking about earlier with reference to RRU 181 attachment 3?
Yeah, it's a rolled up amount for the eligible incentives.
Okay. So in that same tab, if you go to row, let's see, row 19, the value in column C, the call volume column, matches the volume in column E, the penalty count. Were all of the calls penalized?
So the penalty would be applied to all calls, correct?
Okay.
It's a per call penalty.
In some months, though, there are penalty counts, but no penalty assigned. Did you find penalties in those months but not imply a penalty? For instance, I can give you an example. Row 14 has one of those. The row right above that, 18 did too.
I would have to defer to the person who put this report together to answer that question.
Who was the person who, are they not on this panel?
Jeff, would that be Maggie?
Yeah, we'd have to defer or late file or.
Yeah, we have a manager that reports to Mr. Jehoda that we would need to get that detail from.
Okay, let's hold on for a second because we might have a multi-pronged late file here. So we're gonna put a pin in that for just a minute, okay? So that's the. To determine penalty amounts, same tab, I'm still in. To determine penalty amounts, would I divide the penalty count column E by the total penalties column F? For the ones that have a value in both columns.
To understand the value of penalty associated with each instance is
right.
Is that what you're trying to get?
Yeah.
To?
So I'm once again, I'm not going to use exact numbers here, but
Mm-hmm.
in row 19, would I divide the number in, can I figure out a per penalty amount by dividing column E by column F? How do I figure out the per penalty amount? If it's not that, it would be my question.
Yeah, so I don't believe that you can get to the penalty value because again, this is a rolled up metric. It could be there's different penalty values associated with different metrics. So that's a blended amount. So I would caution that if we did try to divide one number into the other, it wouldn't be exactly the penalty associated.
Go ahead. Could you provide a breakdown? I mean, you are, I believe, sort of already. I can't remember which one that was.
Let me just supplement that. If you're not already providing a breakdown, unfortunately, I don't have that late file exhibit number at my fingertips. If you're not already providing a breakdown in the previous late file exhibit, could you please provide a breakdown?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in which late file exhibit? Or you want to create a new one?
That unfortunately.
I think that was late file 98. Am I wrong?
That sounds right. It was earlier
Which
on.
asked for the penalties by category on an annual basis, I think.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to go back to late file exhibit 98 and add what to the end of it, please, Attorney Waite?
We want to make sure that we know what the penalty amounts for each category are. So that way we can do a better mathematical analysis than I'm apparently doing thus far with this document.
So are you looking at a particular line like row 19?
So as I understood the previous response, you were saying that, I can't do the math that I was saying because there are a variety of different penalties included in column E. So therefore a straight division between E and F can't get me a
No.
per penalty amount because, you might have 5 that are this and 10 that are a different amount, and so therefore it's gonna not,
Yeah.
so maybe, actually, there aren't that many. Let's say this. Let's have a new late file, supplementing 262 attachment 1, to let us know for each of the values that are in column E of the incentive penalties tab. Let us know how many penalties were of each of the different penalty types and what the penalty amount was for each one.
So itemized by transaction and penalty type?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, penalty. So penalty type X had 5 penalties of that, and those 5 penalties were charged $3 a penalty. I'm completely making up numbers
Understood.
here. Okay. So that was another late file exhibit. I apologize.
It's late file exhibit 108.
Please. And actually, we could go back to my previous question that I put a pin in. If we want to make that a multi-pronged late file exhibit, that would help me understand why there are some months in which, for instance, I gave a couple of examples there, row 14, row 18, in which there are penalty counts, but there are no penalty amounts provided. So in your explanation for the late file exhibit, in explaining what the types of penalties were, break an itemization of the types of penalties for that month, you could explain it was 0, but this is why it was 0.
If we can get an answer to that relatively soon, can we maybe take that away?
Yes.
As a read-in? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Staying in the same exhibit, but I'm going to the 3rd tab that's labeled training. And I'm afraid we might encounter, hopefully we don't encounter the same thing. Can I determine the cost by dividing the column C by column D?
Yes.
I think I get different amounts for each month when I
Or
do that.
D by C. I don't know if you said C by D or.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I might have said it backwards. I apologize.
Would training costs be consistent each month? Like, would they be the same, or would those vary?
The training costs are an hourly cost, and it would be dependent on the number of people in the training class and the length and duration of the training, which is typically the same, but the variation would be on the number of people that are being trained. Additionally, if there were other types of training outside of new hire training or progression training, we might see a training cost associated there. So that could be a much shorter duration.
So then I don't get the same amounts when I divide the columns every time. So is the reason I don't get the same amounts because it's not the same cost per hour depending on the type of training?
I think we need to validate that, why they wouldn't be the same.
Is that a late file or a read-in? What would be better?
Maybe include that in the same late file?
I'm fine with that. If we can.
Late
if we
file
can-
108?
Yeah, late file 108 is going to be a large late file, it looks like. So we're adding to it that we want, for the training tab, we want to understand, once again, actually, let me take a step back. Is training on a per hour cost?
Yes.
Okay, so then we need to understand the per hour cost of training and why and an explanation of why it looks like if I divide those two columns, I don't necessarily get the same amount every time I do the division. I think I get a different amount literally every time I do the division.
Yeah, I do notice in the contract there's new hire training, and then there's something called production up training that seems to have a different rate. And then there's an after hour training. So there is a chart there, but we'll definitely confirm that matches what the charges reflect.
Do you know if the training is at all connected to the high volume of turnover at the vendor?
So typically, we would pay for ramp up costs, so a significant change in required number of FTE that they have to have on phones. Normal training to keep up with attrition. Historically, we have not been charged for that training. It's more the ramp up training when we need significantly more resources, or when we ramp down because of seasonality and then have to ramp back up. But to sustain their head count, historically, we have not been assessed charges for that type of training. Right, because
So basically, if they need to hire 20 more people because 20 just left, you wouldn't pay for the new training, the new hire training.
Correct.
Okay, so toggling a little bit between that tab and the one before, the incentives penalties tab. Are there months in which you penalize the vendor for non-compliant calls, and you also paid to train them at the same time?
Yeah, it's possible. Like new hire training, I mean, they can be separate. We have to get a new hire training class trained, ready for the floor. But what's currently happening, if there's something that causes a penalty, maybe because we don't have enough staff.
So if there was a penalty based upon the customer service, I apologize, my laptop died, so now I can't see things. Sorry. And so they got a penalty just because their call times were too long, or hold times are too long. And therefore they needed to hire more people to help with that. You would pay for I want to make sure I'm saying this right, that you would pay for the new hire training for that because you were requiring it versus they were requiring it. Did I understand that correctly?
No. So it would really depend on if this is, a ramp up in staff because of new requirements versus they're just having classes. They know what their attrition rate. They know they lose X% of staff each month. They have to plan to have classes. That general upkeep of staffing, historically, we have not been charged for.
Okay, same document, going to the fourth tab labeled outbound communications. Does your vendor perform outbound communications?
Yeah, they have the ability to do outbound calling campaigns. It looks like more recently, those are kind of just onesie, twosie type things that I don't know what those are. We'd have to find out what those are.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
What type of outbound communications?
They
does the vendor
do have a
provide?
standard rate if we want them to do outbound. So if we had a campaign where we wanted to reach a certain number of customers, and we could ask them to do it. We also have an internal outbound dialer, so many times we use our own dialer, but there might have been reasons why we need them to call, but I would need to probably have Mr. Drahota check with the manager to understand these kind of onesie twosie type things.
Okay. So can we get that then as, I'm going to just add it into 108 so that all of 108 deals with this particular attachment. What type of outbound communications the vendor performed in the tab D. For that one, so let me ask this next question to see if I need to add anything onto that. It looks to me for that one, if I do the division I was trying to do in the last two tabs, I actually, I come out with very close to the same amount every single time. So do you pay your vendor X amount? If you perform that division on any column right here, you will come up with the amount that I'm looking at. Do you pay your vendor a set amount for all outbound communications?
Yeah, I believe there's a set amount based on whether it's just an automated messaging, just to use their dialer, or whether it's something that we allow them to that we want an opt-out to an agent. So it's an automated dialer, but press 1 to speak to an agent, or if it's a manual call, like, hey, could you call these customers and, about X, Y, and Z. I believe there's different rates associated with those, but
There is.
we'll probably in the contract here can probably find it. But definitely those categories are different rates.
Thank you. Just give us 1 second, please.
Okay, so then I think that would probably, then the 108 could just tell us the types of outbound communications that are reflected in each of the numbers in column C. Okay.
I don't know if we want to wait for a read-in, but I can provide an answer to an earlier question. Okay. Because you said you were doing the math on the training, you're getting different numbers on the training tab. And so if you look, the numbers initially are either 20 or one amount for new hire training and one amount for up training. And if you go down a little bit further, you'll see the numbers change. One goes up about 25% and another one goes up. And that's because the rates did go up that we agreed to. I'm looking at the third tab where you were asking about the training. When you divide the training hours by the cost by the training hours, why are you getting a different number every time?
Can you just identify like the Excel line that you're looking at where the change is?
So do you see in row 2, 200, row 2?
I see training hours and a cost.
Yes, and if you
And
do, there's a certain cost there. And if you go down to, let's say, row 20, there's a certain cost there.
okay, so for instance, between row 2 and row, man, I'm having trouble getting this to line up. So it's a PDF put in an Excel, so it doesn't line up quite perfectly. So actually, I can use a month. I think that should be acceptable. Okay, November of 2019. The number I get when I divide the August of 2019 row does not match the number I get when I divide the November of 2019 row. So
I believe, sorry, I believe that what Ms. Palella mentioned about the multiple types of costs for training may answer that, and it may just be cleaner to put it in the late file than try to talk about it around the numbers.
Yeah.
So appreciate you trying to do it, but it might just be a little bit more easy to follow.
That's moratorium.
we conclude our costs. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I got that last bit. Was were we trying to take care of one of the read-ins, but now we want it in the late file?
I think Mr. Drohoda was trying to explain a little bit about the tab on training, which is now part of late file 108. And I think it might just be
Keep it in
easier to keep it all together rather than kind of talk about it without dealing with the numbers.
Okay, very good. So that will be part of late file exhibit 108. And that completes EOE's cross. Okay, thank you. Call up the OCC, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Wheel. I'm a staff attorney with the Office of Consumer Counsel. Can I start with some follow-up questions from the testimony from today? Earlier on today, we were talking about budget billing. When a customer calls in to discuss affordability issues, do representatives discuss all the programs available to them before they commit them to a budget billing program? Is there like an order that those topics are discussed?
So typically, budget billing it isn't necessarily when a customer calls in because they're having difficulty paying their bill. That's not generally the route that that call goes down. We go down the energy affordability script route where we're trying to understand the customer's financial circumstances. If we don't find that they would qualify, then we would go to kind of next best options. Where we could potentially get to budget billing. But a typical budget billing call is a customer who's informed that we have budget billing available and they want to inquire about it. How do I keep my bill the same across each month? Or last month, my bill was $200. This month, it was 100. Is there a way to make it more even?
And just to clarify, for budget billing, they do have to be current in order to set them up on budget billing.
Okay. Thank you. There was some testimony earlier regarding complaints going to a review officer. Do you know how many, and I know there was some discussion about the number, but do you know how many total complaints go to a review officer on like a monthly or annual basis?
Yeah, so for example, in 2021, I had 318 total complaints to the review officer, and that includes PURA, Attorney General, Better Business Bureau type complaints.
And executive.
And executive complaints. I have a couple of previous years, a little bit higher. 2019 was 583 and 2020 was 425.
Okay. And do you have those broken out by the percentage of total calls, like as percentages of total calls? Does the company ever review them that way?
Calls into the contact centers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the total number of complaints.
Yes, so it's a metric that we do track as part of our priority targets. It does exclude collections related calls, but we do track number of complaints per 100,000 customers. So that's a metric that we do track on a monthly and annual basis. And we provided that in our filings.
Okay, but that's different than the number of complaints that go to a review officer? Or is that the same?
That would be total complaints, right? So all of our complaints, other than those that are escalated on a phone call, where a customer asks, can I speak to a supervisor, and gets their issue resolved at that level, these would be escalated calls above that.
But just to clarify, Attorney Wheel, is your question, do we have another number where we track the total number of calls that come in that a customer has a complaint and might be escalated to a working leader or a supervisor?
Yes.
That we don't have tracking of those.
Okay. Thank you. The service level metric that's referenced, I think, on the contract, the confidential exhibit that Attorney White was asking some questions about. Is that the same idea as the speed of answer metric that the company uses?
It's a similar metric, right? So it's an indication of customer wait time and how long, a percentage of customers have to wait for a certain threshold, right? So it's a similar metric. It's another way to understand how well we're answering calls, right? So average speed of answer is, on average, how long did a customer wait to talk to somebody? Service level is what percentage of your customers had to wait a certain threshold of time.
Okay. And is the difference there, my understanding at least, is the difference is the service level is, I guess since it's referenced in that agreement, that's what the vendor uses, but the company more so tracks the speed of answer metric?
Well, so there's several industry, metrics that are used to understand performance in contact center. Service level is certainly one of them. In the master services agreement for our vendor, we look to align metrics across the different operating companies, and our sister companies in New York and Maine use service level as one of their directional metrics. So that's the reason why it's in this particular contract.
Okay, thank you. I saw the term, and you talked a little bit earlier today about the term abandonment, and I saw the definition in the pre-filed testimony on that chart, defining it as percentage of customer calls abandoned while waiting to speak with a customer representative. I was just curious, does the company also track, sometimes customers must hang up while they are engaged with a customer service representative, right? So it's not just, does the company track that as a separate metric?
We do not, and that would be difficult to get a metric around. We do from time to time, look at what the term for that would be a short call. We do have some insight into that to see if there's a technology related issue or if there's an issue with a particular customer service representative in terms of a performance related issue, where if they're hanging up on customers, that sort of thing. But typically we don't report out on that. That's more if we were to become aware that there might be a potential issue.
Okay. I think I heard testimony earlier regarding Alorica and being one of the entities that you're currently working on a contract with, and I think I heard the testimony that Alorica isn't currently handling payment plan type calls, but this contract would contemplate that they would. Is that accurate?
Alorica doesn't handle any call volume for us currently, and the only call type we plan to send them is move in, move out.
Okay. Has Alorica ever handled call volume for you?
No.
No.
Okay. So has the company ever had any kind of agreement with Alorica in the past?
We have not.
Okay. I also heard testimony about the speech analytics platform, and I think what I heard was that Alorica has a speech analytics platform. I was confused by that. So is that accurate? So is that the platform that's referenced in the direct testimony in the context of the lead analyst role? That there's
No. We are planning to implement speech analytics internally for our internal call center. So Alorica will do speech analytics for their calls. We will have to do speech analytics for our calls. The speech analytics FTE there is specific to internal calls for a speech minor system we're looking to roll out soon.
Okay, so it's a separate platform that's just for the in-house calls?
Correct.
And what are we talking about when we're talking about speech analytics? Like what does speech analytics do?
So, it's a way to take a look at a large group of calls and try to analyze if the right things are being done on those calls. It's more of a quality than it's more of a quantity than a quality measure. It doesn't detect if you're being nice to the customer or anything like that. But if you have asked your representatives to talk about weatherization on every single call, then you can analyze a bucket of calls and see how many times that comes up.
Okay.
And
The way that speech analytics generally works is it utilizes a speech to text engine, right? So it analyzes voice on calls, converts it to text, and allows you to write queries to mine the transcribed text to get directional data on the types of calls and potential opportunities you might have.
Okay. Thank you. There was some discussion earlier about reviewing calls, the vendor review of the vendor calls. And it sounds like from the testimony, Attorney White, from the questions Attorney White was asking regarding, again, the portion of the contract that references the form that's filled out for the review. Do I have it right that the vendor performs the review of their own calls and then uploads the data as you described, and the company just looks at the data? Does the company review the vendor calls ever?
so the vendor's required to complete a lot, over 5,000 reviews in 2022 using our form. That data is inserted into an Excel spreadsheet. So tons and tons of data sent to us, and then we download it into our system. The way we hold our vendor accountable is through call monitoring and calibrations, and that's held by our QA team, holds official calibration sessions with their analysts and their supervisors. We can spot check. Our vendor analyst, who's dedicated to the I-Core relationship for the Connecticut companies, she spot checks, she holds calibration sessions to ensure that the quality scores that we're getting back are how we would score them ourselves.
Okay.
We've also had sessions where we have had sort of a, focus group, and with the I-Core supervisors as well as our teams, we will listen to live call, live listening, or we're listening to recordings together, and we'll talk about them together, score them together, compare them to the scoring sheet. So there's a variety of different ways where we are listening to their calls as well.
Okay. And as we heard earlier, there's no contractual penalty that pertains to that review process. So how does the company hold the vendor accountable if the result of that process isn't favorable?
So that, we haven't come across that piece yet. If they are not meeting our needs, they need to do what's right, whether it's in the contract or not. They need to do what's right to ensure the quality is up to our expectations. If they choose not to, which I can't imagine would ever happen, because we have more bandwidth than financial penalties and costs. That's all in the contract. But as far as directing them in a way that we would like to see quality go, internal processes, things like that, they've been more than amicable to do that.
And another way that might manifest itself is that, so they score calls for their customer service representatives. If their customer service representatives are consistently not meeting their targets, then they would be removed from the program. And obviously that's a detriment to the outsourcer, because they'd have to backfill that employee, right?
Okay. Also in that same area of questioning, there was some testimony where it sounded like one of the incentives in the contract is structured around obtaining the largest payment amount. I'm specifically referring to the area Attorney White was referring to when she was talking about a single large payment as opposed to several smaller payments. And I think I heard, just want to make sure I heard correctly, I know there was some ambiguity about exactly, like, numerically how that works, but that was the idea, that there is supposed to be an incentive for larger payments to be collected.
Yeah, so I think that shows you a little bit of how the times have changed. When this contract was originally constructed and finalized in 2018, that the focus on our arrearages and trying to collect on uncollectibles, to the approach that we've taken more recently post-pandemic, rightfully so, to be cognizant of the customer's financial situation and try to get them enrolled in a program that would help them pay down their bill as quickly as possible and open them up to different benefits that are available to our customers. So as a result, that is not a proposed metric in the contract that we're putting together to be finalized.
And
Okay.
I think that's why it's subject to check, we're just validating, if we've included those, that kind of compensation, because we don't speak about it at all. But there's no meetings where we'll talk to them about, hey, your collections are down, or energy affordability, what does the customer need? Let's make sure we set them up for the right program. So I think that's why earlier we were a little caught off guard, because we don't, directly manage the invoices. Somebody on Mr. Jehoda's team does. So we're clarifying that. It's not included in the next contract.
Okay. So my next question was going to be, it sounds like that used to be a priority, but it isn't anymore. But maybe more accurate is that even though those terms are active now under the current contract, that's not something the company is enforcing. Is that accurate? That the incentive
Certainly not
terms of that-
enforcing it. Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. There was some testimony earlier about the customer-facing payment interface online, about the radio buttons, outlining the different kinds of payment options. Are there radio buttons that show both the total amount due as well as the amount that must be paid immediately?
Could you describe the difference between those two values?
Yes. Well, the total amount due would be the total arrearage, like on the account, and the total amount due now immediately would be the amount necessary to prevent being shut off.
Yeah, I think the answer to is that it displays the total amount due and then gives the customer an option to select another payment. But I think if your question is, does it say like total amount due, past due amount? It does not.
Yeah, I guess from the customer's perspective, if a customer was in a situation where they needed to make a payment or else be terminated, disconnected,
yeah,
is it clear to the customer what the minimum amount due to avoid disconnection is?
Yes. So current just now, obviously the customers issued a paper mail with that on it, but the enhancement we discussed earlier on is to digitise that, so the customer in the future will absolutely be able to see that within their online portal, as well as the due amount.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Those are all my catch-up questions. Now I'm going to just ask some questions about your testimony and your rebuttal mostly. Your testimony on page 4, it's page 4, line 14. You can feel free to go to it, but you might not need to. Talks about that the company backs its commitment to customer service by evaluating its performance against a set of service quality metrics. And then on the following page, it lists, it talks about key performance indicators, and it shows 6 different categories, which are the average speed of answer, abandonment rate, customer contact satisfaction, digital registrations, electronic bill adoption, and mobile application downloads. Wanted to start by confirming, are those the same thing? In other words, are those 6 metrics what the testimony is referencing when it says that it's committed to customer service by evaluating performance against a set of quality metrics, service quality metrics?
I mean, I think these are some of the quality metrics that we look at, but we look at every interaction with the customer. So for example, we pay attention to the escalation, the calls that go into the review officer group. We look at the post-call surveys. Any addition, we've started to use NPS as a measure. As We stated before, we're also listening daily to feedback from the representatives about what kind of calls are coming through. So I think that we, in addition to, some set KPIs, we are looking at every opportunity throughout our experience to gauge whether or not we're truly serving customers in the best way we can.
Okay, and you just used the word KPI, and I saw on the testimony there's key performance indicator. That's what that stands for, right?
Yes.
So what's the difference between what makes a key performance indicator a KPI as opposed to just another metric like you were just discussing?
So I mean, that's somewhat of a philosophical debate, but so generally, KPIs provide an overall target or goal for a company, and there are indicators which are metrics that's an indicator of what you're trying to deliver. There are metrics that roll up into that KPI, right? So if we had a customer satisfaction would be a KPI, right? So our average speed of answer, service level, abandon rate, those are all drivers that would drive that KPI. So we monitor those metrics because they roll up into that KPI. But that's really the difference is what's an indicator of the goal that you're trying to accomplish, and then the metrics are that sub level below that drive that KPI.
Okay, I'm confused then because the way that this is structured on page 5, it says the following are UI's customer service and customer experience key performance indicators. And then it lists those 6 things, which I think I just heard you describe as metrics that are in the service of greater indicators.
So those are and sometimes the terms are used interchangeably, maybe they shouldn't be. But the metrics that we've historically reported to Pura and to other entities would be, that I think they're being phrased as KPIs in this context.
Okay. So what makes these metrics special enough that they are individually highlighted on page 5 of your direct testimony, but then none of the other metrics Ms. Palella just mentioned are referenced in the direct testimony? That's what I'm trying to determine here.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are sort of, we selected the categories that we are, focused on. So as far as the experience when contacting the company, so that would be the average speed of answer and abandon rate. Certainly, Mr. Patterson can speak to the KPIs that they're tracking with the customer experience. So I can turn it over to him for the next 4 that are encompassing that piece of the customer experience.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here really are our top, key performance indicators that as a lead team, we track on a weekly basis. And absolutely we've got operational metrics that sit below that. As Mr. Daniels outlined, but in relation to our true north and ensuring that we're bettering our customer experience on a weekly basis, these are the things that we watch. If you look at the contact sat and then digital registrations, electronic bill, mobile application downloads, we've been able to evidence that we've seen more customers moving to digital channels. We're seeing that there's a higher satisfaction on digital channels. We're seeing that customers that adopt e-bill have got a higher customer satisfaction. So these are all indicators that tell us that when it comes to the overall customer experience of our company, how we're performing and the kind of direction of travel in relation to the movement on those metrics. But there's many other operational metrics that we also report on a weekly basis.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the proposed additional incremental FTEs, the new positions. I saw the testimony and I heard a little today discuss the need for the positions and generally what will be improved by the positions. And Attorney White sort of asked this question, but I want to ask more specifically. Did the company perform any kind of analysis of its performance metrics or its KPIs to determine the need for these positions? In other words, is there any kind of analysis establishing how these new positions are going to achieve the performance goals that the company's identified?
Yeah, so specific to the customer service representatives, that's a relatively easy task, right? So we set a target that we want to answer our calls within. So that's outlined in our testimony. We're saying we want to keep our, what's consistently been our target of 90 seconds, including technology. And what we did was we took forecasted call volumes. We analyzed our average handle times to come up with our workload. We then assessed what other work needs to be done. So reasons to take resources off of phones to make sure that we have enough people taking phone calls in order to hit those metrics. And so what we came up with was the total amount of 82 customer service representatives, which would be an addition of 12. So that's how we arrived at that.
Okay. And is that filed in the docket?
Yes,
that
it is.
analysis?
So it's actually an appendix to the pre-filed testimony. It details the different assumptions used for our analysis to determine that FTE requirement.
Okay. And is that same analysis offered for the other kinds of roles, like the customer experience lead analysts?
So I could speak to mine next and then Mr. Patterson, but the customer advocates, knowledge base analysts, speech analytics, and the quality, they would all feed into the customer contact satisfaction. Because whether it be the customer advocates who are supporting our low income programs and our low income advocacy, the knowledge base analyst would make sure that all of the information and assist with developing our training documents and things like that, which would lead to a better experience for the customer working with the representative who uses those materials. And then we described the speech analytics before, that it would allow us to track trends and identify issues that we need to address in order to improve customer satisfaction.
Okay. And is there a similar analysis that shows how the company determined the specific needs, similar to how it determined the exact number of customer service associates it would need?
Not in that case. I mean, that's assessing the number of contact center representatives that you need you're looking at using Erlang C calculators and assessing all the components that go into that. But for these, I think we just assess what's the current situation, where do we see the gaps, and we identified the need for these additional folks.
Okay. The customer advocate positions you just discussed, which of the 6 KPIs in the direct testimony are those roles intended to support?
I think it would probably be 2. I know that in some cases that they may be they're looking for assistance. And so I know that we have one individual that supports the community action agencies, Operation Fuel. So they're asking on behalf of customers. They're asking questions, getting clarifications, things like that. So that could drive into the customer needing to call us themselves, which would obviously increase calls into the center and perhaps not get their questions answered in a timely manner. Also, customer satisfaction, we would hope would be supported by providing those positions that allow our consumer advocates to support the customers of community action agencies to get more timely answers, working with Operation Fuel. So we anticipate that would be then impact those KPIs.
Okay. Because the testimony and some of what you just testified talks about, well, the testimony specifically says those roles are intended to assist in the promotion of the company's low-income program and conduct proactive outreach to hardship and medically protected customers, advising them of available assistance and programs. But then the rebuttal testimony makes clear that the company isn't proposing any metrics pertaining to low-income customers. So I was just confused about if the purpose of those roles is to support low-income customers, but the company's not proposing any metrics pertaining to low-income customers, how you can justify the need for the position against metrics.
Well, we think that we absolutely have the need because we know that the growing challenges that customers are having. So in order to have that kind of support, and as you mentioned, we're doing a lot. We're doing some incremental community activities, outreach to communities. We're doing some in-person events. Also, just supporting some of the different programs and communications. And so in order to better support, we would offer that additional resources. But to identify a particular metric, I think that our point in that was that, we have the performance-based rate making discussion. We're going through the phases of that, and we're going to be working with other stakeholders and getting many inputs to determine what might be the best metrics. So it's not a matter of, our point saying we don't think we need metrics. I think the point is let's engage the stakeholders through the discussions that we're having and make sure we get all of the input in order to select the best metrics to measure that. But certainly our goal is to make sure that we're supporting low-income customers and then being able to measure our success. Like we're doing in some examples with our BFP program, we have a 65% goal that of folks that are being satisfied through phase one. So we've got some metrics, and we're tracking a number of different variables, as you can see through the energy affordability of the arrearage forgiveness program dockets. There are tons of data that we're gathering. So I think we're gathering the data and having the conversations so that we can select the proper metrics to track our success.
Okay. Why did the company not have to wait for the PBR docket and the stakeholder engagement before it developed all these other metrics?
Those were developed in conjunction with the energy affordability and the arrearage forgiveness program. So working with all the stakeholders, EOE, Eversource, we identified the various data points that we're going to be gathering, and then also identified that 65% goal. We did that collectively.
Which 65% goal?
65% of bill forgiveness program customers that would achieve their payments that are required through phase one of the program.
Okay.
I'm not sure what docket.
It was in 27, or it's MPP, not PF.
Oh, sorry. I stand corrected by my experts. It's the MPP program, not BFP program. Thank you. Because obviously that's where phase one and phase two are.
So like these KPIs or metrics, whichever they are, still a little confused. But like digital registrations, electronic bill adoption, and mobile application downloads, were those developed through a stakeholder process in the arrearage forgiveness docket?
No, they were not. The customer experience.
Yes, so they're best practice measures. So we can evidence both through our own voice of the customer surveys as well as JD Power across our industry that customers who are signed up for My Account have got access to self-service capabilities, e-bill and mobile app downloads. So we've got a higher customer satisfaction as well as it's more efficient for our customers and our business.
Okay, but those are metrics the company's using that weren't developed through a PURA docket subject to a stakeholder participation process then?
They're best practice metrics.
Okay. So the company does use some metrics that weren't developed collectively through a PURA process, but the reason that it can't implement low income metrics is because it has to wait for a stakeholder engagement PURA process?
I think it's kind of apples and oranges. I mean, the digital participation rates and things like that is pretty standard approach with those digital experience. Tracking low income, I think one of the denominators for the proposed metric was the number of low income customers in your territory. I don't know that we've verified any exact metric that we could measure to know that we have that information. So it's a little bit different than what Mr. Patterson has explained with the digital experience.
Okay. Your testimony discusses improvements to outage experience. I was just curious if the company expects to leverage its investment in the municipal storm portal to benefit not just municipal liaisons, but also direct customer communications.
So to understand your question, to leverage the municipal portals in an effort to do outreach to customers?
Yeah, Mr. Eves testified last week about the part of this rate case, part of this application includes developing this new tool that that lets municipal liaisons be able to see on a circuit level, like the impacts of an outage from the source of the outage to downstream from that source. I'm just curious if there's been any discussion of leveraging that investment as something that customers could directly utilize.
Yeah, so the program specifically in Connecticut is in the process of commencing. And as part of the program, as we've stipulated in the testimony, the first stage is benchmarking capabilities, both internally within our company, as well as externally used by other within our industry or cross industry. And then speaking to our customers through focus groups, surveys, and internal stakeholder interviews. So as part of that, Mr. Eves is on the team, and I'm absolutely sure that that'll be a capability that's presented to the journey redesign team that you're referencing. That'll be running the outage management improvement process.
Okay, but so it sounds like that hasn't been discussed yet, but could be part of the conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Pages 25 and 26 of your testimony talk about planned improvements to help customers manage energy use and participate in the clean energy economy, including private generation and pricing options like time of use and electric vehicle plans. What does that mean from the perspective of, like, what are customers going to see that's going to help them participate in those programs?
What page is that?
25. It's the usage experience. It starts on page 19 of page 25 and goes over to the next page.
Got it. Could you repeat the question? Sorry, Attorney Wheel.
Sure. I was just trying to understand what exactly what improvements we're talking about here, because it's describing these enhancements to usage experience, and it talks about helping customers manage energy use and participate in the clean energy economy. I was just like, what does that mean? What are the customers going to see and interact with that's going to assist them in participating in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So within UI just now, we have capabilities that provide customers. One of the discussions we had earlier on this morning was the bill analyzer tool that we have. So the bill analyzer tool is going to be upgraded as part of a program within here called Energy Manager, and that will give customers disaggregated energy efficiency advice. So, breaking down the consumption and cost within that consumer's home. Within there, we'll also be looking at high bill usage alerts. So customers can establish a tolerance, and if their usage mid-bill cycle appears to be breaching that tolerance, they can receive an alert so they can take proactive control over the usage within their home. We'll also be feeding that through to, we have a number of conservation load management energy efficiency programs, in partnership with POOR and other bodies, and we will be allowing customers to flow from being presented with energy efficiency advice through to taking action and presented products and services that can help them better take control of their usage. So we're really helping join the dots across those different capabilities that we have, as well as upgrading some of those capabilities and providing alerts and such like with proactive advice for customers.
Okay. So this reference to private generation and pricing options, well, specifically private generation, does that mean that there's going to be like links for like solar installers that the company is going to recommend? Is that what that means?
It will be providing access to either existing programs or programs that are part of pending initiatives. So it's really, so just now a lot of these programs are communicated through email campaigns or paper campaigns. And we're really looking to generate insight to help customers using AMI data and then giving them visibility and access to those programs. In relation to the rates and pricing, there is a rate analyzer within this capability, within Energy Manager. And And that allows customers to do the comparison between time of use and standard.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions about the fee-free credit card program. It's on page 30 of your testimony. How did the company estimate there would be a 5% increase in customer credit card usage in the first rate year and an incremental 2% increases in years 2 and 3? Where'd that data come from?
So we have experience with fee-free in our other companies, including in Connecticut, CNG and SCG. So their current usage is 25%, and UI is right over just shy of 10%. So we assumed that there would be, some sort of incremental increase based on the fact that it's fee-free. We also compared to our New York companies and CMP companies who also have a much higher participation rate. So we did an estimate and used the 5%, 2%, 2% based on that information.
Okay. But specifically 5%, 2%, and 2%, is there a reason for that beyond just you assume there's going to be an incremental increase?
Just the initial increase and then, gradually tapering off.
Okay.
Flattening out.
And then the company is also proposing that these costs get trued up annually, I assume, in the rate adjustment mechanism docket.
I believe that the reconciliation was not annually. Similar, I believe, for CNG and SCG, we track the expense and then we basically defer, and then over and under we pay it. We track until the next rate case. I believe that's what the plan is.
That's correct, Attorney Wheel. The proposal is that the company would defer any amounts approved in rates versus actuals, either an asset or liability position, until the company's next rate case, where it be trued up, which is consistent with the treatment at CNG and SCG.
Okay, so it's like a reg asset or liability, depending on how it.
Whatever the case may be. So if our projections of 5, 2, and 2 do not come to fruition, customers would pay no less or no more than the actuals incurred.
Okay, so on page 30, line 19, where it says the company recommends an annual true up of any over and under collections, that's an error then?
Yeah, at that point, that was what we thought, but we were corrected.
Okay. And those credit card fees are a pass through to the actual credit card companies, right? The company.
Customers. Yes.
Oh, sorry. The proposal would be that all these credit card fees would be collected in rates and paid out from the company to credit card processors like Visa, MasterCard, yes. Right? So how do those credit card processors charge a flat rate that's agnostic to the transaction type? In other words, does Visa charge you the same rate for an online bill pay as it would for like a mailed bill pay?
Yeah, as part of the pending RFP that we referenced earlier on, that's one of the data requests that we've asked for in response. Just from my own personal experience, I think that varies. Sometimes it's flat, sometimes it's specific to the payment type. So we're anticipating that response so we can review those.
Okay. And same question, are there different, the different processors, do they have the same fee percentages, or are they different between Visa, MasterCard, American Express?
Yeah, it's a similar response. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my next question was going to be, did the company consider those variables in determining its expected credit card fee usage? Like the variables that may arise from different kinds of credit card usage, like different kinds of bill payments or the different kinds of credit cards customers use?
Yeah, so the estimates within here are based on our current the current rates that we receive through our third party payment provider.
Okay. And does the company negotiate those fees at all, or is that just if you want to if you want to accept Visa, you got to pay X percent. Is there any kind of negotiation?
Yeah, again, as part of the RFP, we would obviously negotiate the best economic option for our customers.
Okay. How,
This, just a note, this RFP is for the Avangrid Networks companies, so be all of the companies.
yeah. And how often does that, when's that RFP going to go out roughly?
It's estimated to go out this month.
Okay. And what term is being projected for that agreement?
Look at 3 and 5.
Yeah, either 3 or 5.
Okay. And is the company currently under an agreement that's expiring soon? Is that the?
Yes.
Okay. So until that agreement's finalized, there's no way to calculate what the actual credit card fees, to project with any accuracy what the credit card fees are going to look like then?
The current vendor that we do have is one of the main players in our industry in relation to payments processors. So, without seeing the responses to the RFP, I would imagine it's within a ballpark range.
Okay. The rebuttal testimony on page 3, line 10, it's discussing whether the company is opposed to examining customer service related metrics in this case, and specifically says it would be inappropriate to impose PBR metrics with financial incentives and penalties in this docket prior to full consideration of a PBR framework and a final decision in phase 2 of the PBR docket. To your knowledge, has the authority ever imposed a financial incentive or penalty relating to a company performance in a rate case?
Could you just repeat the question, Attorney Wheel?
Sure. To your knowledge, has the authority ever imposed a financial incentive or penalty relating to company performance in a rate case? For instance, an ROE penalty.
Sure. We're aware of situations where the authority has done so.
Okay. Can you think of an example?
But the Eversource ROE from the 2011, 2012 storms and their subsequent rate case.
Okay. Thank you. Your testimony, that particular testimony on page 3, it goes on to note that the company has proposed its performance-based metrics demonstration program, noting that the program includes 2 customer service related metrics. So, and according to that proposed program, which Attorney Canavan's in your case overview and regulatory policy testimony on page 30, those 2 metrics are the Net Promoter Score and the
That's for you. E-bill adoption?
yes, thank you.
That's correct, yes.
And Net Promoter Score is tracking customer service survey results. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Mr. Patterson's probably provide you more detail on the actual specific metrics, but so like pass the mic to him.
Okay.
Yeah. So Net Promoter Score is a gauge of customer satisfaction. That's correct.
Okay. So that's the Net Promoter Score. Is that driven by data that's taken directly from surveys?
Yes, at the point of interaction. So if a customer goes on the website, speaks to CSR, when that initial process is completed, such as making a payment, etc., the survey is asked at that point. So it's a real-time interaction, as close as we can get to that kind of customer engagement.
Okay. And the other metric that's proposed in the demonstration is increasing e-bill adoption, and the goal there is beyond 40%. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So back to the Net Promoter Score. Does the company do anything to try to entice customers to fill out those surveys favorably?
So we for Net Promoter Score, it's really a light touch question, and you've probably seen it when you engage with Bank of America, T-Mobile, Xfinity, other utilities, where if you're on the website and you make a payment, there's a pop-up overlay that kind of appears on your screen, and it's really it's far less intrusive than having to answer the phone through a third-party telephone survey company. So we're not really seeing adoption problems or take problems on that survey, or a reason for us to have to incentivize customers.
Okay. So is the survey framed like it's offering customers a choice, like choices to choose which like responses that is to choose?
Yeah.
What? Okay. And the results of that survey are based on those customer choices. I mean, the measuring that metric is based on the aggregate of those customer choices.
Yeah. So the customer will be asked to score us on a scale of 0 to 10. And 9 and 10 are positive responses. 7 and 8 are neutrals, and then below that are detractors.
Okay. And for e-bill adoption, is the company is enrolling in e-billing optional? Is the company doing something to press customers into enrolling in e-billing over traditional billing?
Yeah, absolutely. So e-bill is absolutely optional. So customers can choose to receive paper bills. We do promote it through all of our contact channels, as well as some of the communications that we referenced earlier on in relation to bill inserts and the source, and any touch point that we do have. And again, that's because we can evidence that customers have a higher customer satisfaction when receiving e-bill, as well as we can provide some of the information that we touched on earlier on, Attorney Wheel, in relation to energy efficiency advice and high usage advice. All those tools then become activated when the customer logs into their My Account and their website and things. So again, it just further enhances that customer satisfaction.
Okay. But to get to that 40% mark, is the company heavily promoting, or like trying to, is the company relying on customers choosing between the e-billing and traditional billing, or is it trying to manipulate that choice somehow?
It's promoting, and it's promoting the benefits of that to our customers at the point of engagement where it makes sense. So if a customer logs in, goes on the website as an example, and is moving home, so the customer's chosen to go on our website to inform us that they're moving into a property that's within our service territory. We give optionality to allow a customer to select e-bill or not, and through a new website journey that we launched reasonably recently, I think we get a take rate of, subject to check, 80% of customers taking that auto pay. I just correct that, the e-bill option.
Okay, thank you.
And likewise, in the contact center, when a customer calls and there's an opportunity where it may benefit a customer to be on e-bill, we would definitely promote that. So for instance, somebody who spends part-time in Connecticut and is moving out of state and they're concerned about getting their bill, well, you know what, we can offer you the opportunity to get an electronic version of your bill.
Yeah.
So we promote it in those instances as well.
I think as well, not only is the e-bill an offering, customers can log into their portal and they can download a PDF, print their bill, so that accessibility is always there. And they can also phone up and request a paper bill to be issued.
Okay, thank you. Back to the rebuttal testimony on page 4, line 4. It says UI will use the lessons learned from tracking these metrics to better understand whether the metrics are appropriate, whether the thresholds are reasonable, and how the metrics could serve to provide incentives in the form of additional basis points on the company's return on equity for attaining such targets in the future. And I noticed you've identified that very specific mechanism, specifically an incentive in the form of an ROE bonus. I was just curious how the company arrived at the conclusion that that ROE bonus is the appropriate mechanism to improve customer service performance?
Well, that is one mechanism. I think that goes back to the larger point we're making, not only in this page, but throughout this rebuttal testimony, is that there's a whole docket going through PBR as we speak. It lasted most of last year. We anticipate that phase two is going to start here shortly in the end of March and continue on into 2023. And certainly that some of these topics will be discussed at length. Our expectation is that some of these topics will be discussed at length on the proper mechanisms that will ultimately be implemented by the authority, and the ultimate either incentive or penalties that may be attached to each one of those metrics. So again, our demonstration project is not an attempt to get out in front of that process. It is an attempt to, during the interim, before PPR is launched, for us to start tracking a few mechanisms without financial incentives to gear not only our employees, but towards that as a goal, but also encourage them that or advise them that something is probably coming in the future that will have financial incentives. So we think that this process had value to speak to the company's experience with performance metrics. And we thought this would be a good way to get started as we work through the end of the PBR docket.
Yeah, the PBR docket, would you agree that the general order that's being developed is that the idea is first we identified overall goals, then we moved on to identifying metrics that would be used that could support those goals, and then the last step, which we haven't gotten to yet, are the mechanisms. So that's sort of how the actual tools that you use to you use you take a look at your metrics and figure out how can we use these metrics to incent the company to act in a way that's in line with these goals. Is that
I think it's generally accurate, yeah.
Okay. Because the reason this stood out to me is it seems like the testimony is identifying that it's too early to identify, the testimony's suggesting that it's too early to identify metrics, but again, it identifies this very specific mechanism,
Right.
which is the last step.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think, again, the demonstration program was not tied to any financial incentive, return on equity or otherwise. So that may be, that's looking at that statement in isolation may be overstating the company's intent with this demonstration program. Certainly, again, we fully expect that the authority will get into however those incentives are actually achieved and when PBR goes into effect, how the company would financially benefit or be suffer or exposed to a penalty for not meeting certain metrics at the end of that PBR document.
Thanks. The rebuttal testimony on page 5, line 4 says, the COVID moratorium demonstrated that customers were not motivated to enroll in or maintain payment arrangements when there was no threat of disconnection. How did the company arrive at that conclusion?
I think that we saw a market increase in past due arrears. We had programs available to customers. We had the COVID payment arrangement plan that was 24-month plan, no down payment, and we just, we offered that to customers through the interactions that we had with them, and we continue to see the growth of the arrears balances over time. We also saw the number of those COVID payment arrangement plans broken. They could, re-engage and get into multiple of those payment arrangements. There was no sort of stopgap to say, okay, you've had 2 broken arrangements now, we're going to look for something else. But I think it just was in the results that we saw with the growing arrears balances that were unprecedented when we compare it to anything in history.
And I think it's also evidenced in if you look historically, at the number of calls received in the contact centers, it dropped markedly with, there's a finite point when the moratorium docket went into place and what our call volume looked pre and post that time.
Meaning there were more calls?
Less.
Far less calls.
Far less calls.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. Would there be less calls because there aren't disconnections, or what's the connection between
less calls because there aren't disconnections and their customers aren't proactively or reactively looking to to find ways to help themselves pay the bills.
Should say not just disconnections, but, you know, disconnect notices
Right.
often prompt a call to engage the customer in programs that they might be eligible for. And we weren't seeing that same level of interaction when
Okay.
when we stopped doing the disconnection notices.
I have a couple of questions about disconnections. Does the company incur any costs for reconnecting customers after disconnecting them?
Well, it would be the, you know, the incoming call to handle the customer call. And I believe, I mean, if it's an AMI meter, it would be nominal.
Okay, because that, yeah, so for AMI, is it your understanding it can be done entirely remotely to do
It's
a reconnect?
automated, yes.
Okay. What about AMR? Do you know the customers that don't have the full AMI? Do you know if there are any circumstances where the company has to roll a truck to reconnect?
There are some occasions that I'm aware of that it might not work for some reason. It's not very common, but we would have to, you know, then roll a truck for that to determine what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, or if there's an actual physical disconnection at the pole.
Okay. Do you know, and I'm recognizing this isn't the revenue requirements panel, do you know if there are any changes outside of the test year for reconnection costs? Is there anything unusual, anything in the revenue requirement that's expecting reconnection costs that are outside the scope of what was observed in the test year?
Yeah, I'm not sure that anyone on this panel would have that information. However, we do appreciate the question, and we can take a late file or a read in, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, we could try a read in. I mean, I don't even need the number. I was just curious whether, the reason I'm asking is I'm just curious whether the companies, when disconnections resume, whether the test year, whether there's any kind of abnormality within the test year because of the COVID moratorium, whether there's going to be an expected difference in reconnection costs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we can track that down for you, Attorney Will.
Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Wheel, so that would be read in double I, but it's, can you summarize for me, please?
Sure. It's just a question of whether the revenue requirement has any pro forma adjustments with the expectation that reconnection costs will differ from the test year observed.
Thank you.
Does the company ever charge customers any fee in addition to, I mean, not outside of the issue of repaying their arrearage for reconnection? Is there any kind of fee the company charges? In other words, if you're disconnected, you're not a hardship customer, and you pay back your full arrearage and you call to get a reconnect, is there any fee that you pay in order to get reconnected at all?
There's a reconnection fee.
Yeah. The reconnection fee currently being charged is $16.43. So that would be, yeah.
1646?
$16.46.
Okay. And what is that fee? What's the purpose of that? What's that fee connected to? Like, what's that fee paying for?
I think again, is the customer's needs to call in, the representative needs to handle the call, initiate the request.
You know, it could result in many times a reconnection is a byproduct of multiple calls, not just a single call.
Okay. Do you know how the company derived that very specific $16.46 fee?
I do not.
Okay. Last question about disconnections. Does the company have any, it's my general understanding that Eversource has sort of an unofficial or an internal policy pertaining to disconnections on high heat days. Does UI have any similar internal policy? What is that policy?
We have an extreme weather policy. And the temperature, I need to check my Could give us just one moment. We
Yeah,
can check the procedure.
It covers both.
Both extreme heat and cold.
Okay.
Do you want to know the temperatures?
Yeah, yes, if you have them.
We'll have them momentarily.
So, Attorney Weil, were you looking for the hot temperature or cold temperature?
Both of you have them there.
So first, bear with me one moment. So cold weather conditions exist outside when the outside temperature is 32 degrees Fahrenheit or below.
Okay.
For a continuous 24-hour period.
Okay.
Similarly, hot weather conditions.
Under consideration, it gives you the amount of days. It's 32 degree or below for a continuous 24 hours.
Yeah, you just mentioned what's the hot.
So there's two components here. So the daily peak temperatures in excess of 90 degrees if relative humidity is 70% or above.
Okay.
So I'll read it directly from the procedure. So considerations for hot weather conditions. UI will not terminate residential electric service due to collections activities on the fourth and succeeding days of a daily peak temperatures in excess of 95 degrees or above, or on the fourth and succeeding days of a daily peak temperatures in excess of 90 degrees if the relative humidity is 70% or above. So,
okay.
In addition to that, one of the things that we're looking to, that we've added to that procedure is that we would consider, additional extenuating circumstances, and we do that on a daily basis. So my team engages the collections team to talk through, any other mitigating or extenuating circumstances that might impact customers that would make us curtail the rate at which we're disconnecting customers.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because one of my questions is just how you handle a scenario where you do a disconnect on a day that doesn't follow any of those thresholds, but then the following day they do. So I guess do you take like forecasts under consideration? So
So again, we have daily discussions about the number of disconnects that are scheduled to be performed, and any particular extenuating circumstances that we might consider for a reason not to do them, including weather and potential forecasted weather.
And those
storms that sort. So a perfect example would be we had a storm. It was classified as a level 5 minor. According to our ERP, a week or so ago, and we decided, in light of that storm, that we would not disconnect customers on the day prior.
Okay, thank you. And those standards you just read from, are those part of your rules and regulations that are filed in this rate case, or are they filed anywhere else?
So that was filed under Schedule H.
Okay.
As a standard operating procedure.
Thank you. With that, that concludes the OCC's cross of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Attorney General?
We have no questions, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'd like to keep going since we're a little behind here. I'm not sure that Paris staff are in the room yet, so let me ask a few of my questions. And we can keep going here. Okay. I wanted to circle back to some of the metrics for the call center vendor that were discussed earlier today. And specifically, I just want to make sure, I think the metrics are set. I think I understood that the metrics are set for the call center vendors through the contract negotiation process. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So is there a frequency with which the metrics are changed? Is it just tied to the expiration of the contract?
So typically they would be set for the period of the contract. However, if we felt the need to change or add a metric, we could amend the contract in order to be able to do that.
You can amend the contract between before it.
If both parties agreed on an amendment, yes.
Okay.
But typically that
There would probably be price implications.
Right.
Because the price is set on the certain assumptions, like average handle times, number of calls they're expecting to get, things like that. So if for some reason those terms changed, it could potentially impact the pricing that we were provided.
Understood. Thank you. So, kind of around that conversation, we had a discussion about penalizing the vendor and some of what's included in the contract. And I think there was a discussion about one of the ways the penalties can be enacted is through a reduction in the invoice amount. And assuming I heard that correctly, what are there other ways in which the penalties would be assessed other than that example, or is that the specific example?
As it's currently designed, it would be a reduction in the total invoiced amount.
Okay, thank you. And where does that go? So the okay, so you're not collecting money from them, you're just not assessing them.
That's impacting their bottom line.
It's impacting their bottom line. So, does that show up as, does that like offset of what you would have otherwise charged them show up as like other revenue in the decoupling calculation? Recognizing that this is not the rates panel, is it treated as other revenue?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Did we have a question earlier about where those costs show up? Thought we did, but maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, let's see here.
I don't remember the question the way the chair just posed it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, if in that case, can I'll just ask it as a lay file exhibit. It should be lay file exhibit 109. And it's to just clarify whether the penalties assessed to vendors show up as other revenue for purposes of the revenue decoupling calculation, please.
So there would be, if I understand it, there would be no revenue, which is the penalty would be a non-payment of some portion of an
It would be a
invoice.
reduction of costs that we have to pay the vendor costs.
Understood. So
Reduction.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at it, so it's currently treated as a non-billing. Um, if that, I'm trying to figure out what um, happens to the money that you're not paying them. So the easiest way I can think of is to think of it as unrealized revenue. I'm not sure, but if I could ask that as a lay file exhibit, just maybe more simply, what happens to the non-payments? Or
I think, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we can provide that in the late file. I think
Okay.
I understand, and I think we
We
understand what you're looking for.
Okay. Clarify. Okay. Just keep going here. All right, so we talked about the calibrations for the external call center, and I just want to circle back and ask how often those calibrations occur specifically for the external call center. And I recognize that there are different types of calibrations, but I missed the frequency.
So the formal QA calibrations are once per week with their QA team. The internal QA team and the external QA team is once per week.
Okay.
For about an hour long, and then we have one calibration session with the internal QA team and the external supervisors.
Okay, once per week.
That's once per month on the
Once per month.
supervisors, once per week with the QA analysts.
Okay, thank you. Have there been any calibration sessions done between internal or external with like key stakeholder groups or EOE, or is it all just calibration? Are the calibration sessions just exclusively between internal and external vendors?
They've been exclusively with,
Yeah.
you know, our internal resources and our external vendor resources.
Thank you. Do we know whether there have been any calibrations specific to calls for which the company was received a notice of violation for? Like, I think there might have been a couple of calls that were the basis for penalties in 2003-15, if I'm not mistaken. And the question is whether there was any like post hoc or like an attempt to do internal external calibration on calls that were identified by the authority as inappropriate.
Yeah, and I think you're referencing the EA calls
Okay.
from April, I believe. And yes, so we actually did a whole different form on EA. It's the only other separate form that we have. So we use that form to internally, we'll listen to 30, 40 calls a month just looking for EA calls. And that's an internal QA person doing that, nobody else. And we do what we like full day calibration sessions. We had them scheduled twice per month. And that's where external groups, internal groups, we just listen to calls all day, EA calls, and try to find areas that we may be lacking and areas that we may be doing well on the I-Core side. And so that's been ramped up as well.
Okay. Thank you. So do you know if any of the calls, the EA calls that received an NOV or were the basis for an NOV were part of the calibration sessions that you just referenced?
They were not. When we submitted calls requested by EOE to be reviewed, those resulted in subsequent questions from EOE relative to those particular calls. As an aside, we had to do the research and listen to those calls and understand and be able to answer the questions, but they were not used as part of a calibration session necessarily. However, there was follow-up on each of those calls where necessary.
Okay. And by follow-up, you mean follow up with the customers on the other end of those calls?
If needed, or if there was a performance concern with a particular representative, those were resulting from those calls.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was an earlier question. There was 125, I think it was EOE 180 where they asked, EOE asked for an additional 125. Not part of the original NOV, and asked if we had followed up with those customers. And the answer we can give at this point is we directed the team members that were listening to all those calls, just pick up the phone, call back if you feel like that call needed more resolution. I'm just not sure if we have documentation that can back that up for each call.
Okay, thank you. So a quick question to follow up on some of the discussion about the additional customer service personnel that are required or that the company is requesting as part of this application. So I'm trying to understand, like you engaged with Attorney White a little bit about a cost benefit analysis to some degree, but what, like I want to rewind all the way to the beginning and understand what factors the company considers when assessing if additional personnel, customer service personnel are required versus is there a performance issue with the customer service personnel that you have? If, and I can clarify if
So do you want to take to the individual categories of folks that we
requests.
talked about? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I think you,
So to start, the basis for our FTE requirements is the workload associated with what the contact center is doing. So the number of calls that we receive in combination with how long those calls take. Okay. We then take that information, we forecast out, the number of calls we think we're going to receive over a given time period, which is based upon historical assumptions as well as any additions or subtractions to that number that we think are likely. We then feed that information into a workforce management tool, which uses proprietary calculations based on a formula that's a probability calculation called Erlang. It estimates the probability or likelihood that a customer would have to wait given certain circumstances, given the number of resources and the workload associated with the particular scenario. We then take that information and we overlay on that what's referred to as shrinkage. And then we overlay on that what's termed in the industry for contact center as shrinkage. So those are reasons why a customer service representative would not be able to be on phone. And the reasons for that could be project related time, which we showed in the pre-filed testimony, could be training, breaks, lunches, vacation time, anything that would take a customer service representative away from the phone, offline work, those sorts of things. Once overlaid, that dictates the total requirement to answer the calls at the rate that we put into the scenario. In this particular instance, our goal is to assume a target of 90 seconds speed of answer, including our IVR technology.
okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Powell?
Yeah, so can you restate the question again? I make sure I answer in the way that
Sure.
that need.
Sure. So I'm trying to understand what specific factors that you considered when assessing whether additional personnel were required versus do you have a performance issue or do you need to align different performance expectations for your existing
Okay,
personnel?
yeah, so as I mentioned with the customer advocates, we have one person that's in that role. Their title is actually a hardship administrator. And we're noticing that we don't have enough support in that area. So we're getting, more interaction, understandably, with the outside agencies, the community action agencies, Operation Fuel, others. In addition to that, we're increasing our promotion of low-income programs, increasing our outreach. And so for one person to be able to manage all that is becoming difficult. And we recognize that that's probably one of the most important areas of our customer service group now is serving low-income customers. We've also heard feedback that they would like their in order for incoming inquiries from those agencies and others at times, with the one person, they're not at their desk all the time, so they're not available to answer the question. They'll get the voicemail, they'll call them back. So that if we can supplement that with additional resources, then we would be able to give timely responses to those as well as serve all those other needs that we talked about. So that was in reference to the customer advocates. Thank you. The knowledge base, as we mentioned before, that we don't believe we're meeting the need as far as what we need to do in order for timely and consistent update of all of our materials, procedures, training materials, et cetera. And that we've been trying to manage it with our existing personnel. And I think it takes away from their primary responsibilities. And so if we had this knowledge base analyst, we believe that would be a benefit and ultimately benefit customers.
As well as update our knowledge-based tool, to have a more easily accessible tool for representatives to understand how to, find the materials and documents needed to handle the call properly.
Yeah, so there's you can catalog certain things by assigning different keywords. And sometimes because we don't have a primary person, we've just got people loading information and then the representative kind of has to scroll through to find information. And so, we're hopeful if we add that person that would supplement that. And then lastly, as we talked about the speech analytics, it's a great tool, but it requires somebody to understand it, to support it, to feed it the inquiries, to develop it and make sure that it's analyzing the right things. And so again, with the workload that we have with the existing personnel, we just don't think we could do it justice without a support person to be able to assist. And we really think that would be a key tool in identifying trends and things that we need to attend to when it comes to customer interactions.
While in the process of procuring a product to do speech analytics, we did do sessions with other companies to understand how they use speech analytics, what they had in place in terms of personnel to keep it running and running efficiently, and what their processes were. We saw demos, so that's also some of the basis for asking for that additional FTE for speech analytics.
And the last one for me is the quality analyst. And as we've talked about, many of the resources are shared across the Avangrid Networks companies. And we, just some of the points that have been made around, how many calls are we listening to? How many calibration sessions do we do? Are we doing the follow-up? And we are trying to do as much as we can, but we believe with one dedicated UI resource for that activity that we would be able to do that much more and be able to improve the quality overall with an additional resource there.
Okay. And there's one last bucket, right?
Good afternoon. So from a customer experience and digital perspective, there's really two key factors. The first one on digital, as I referenced earlier on, really since COVID, so 2019 through to now, we've seen the customer engagement model really change and skew really heavily towards digital channels and digital tools. So now, 84% of our customers engage with us via those tools. And the resources required are to ensure that we have a level of service that's just as strong as our contact centre. As well as, if you think about some of the metrics that we've really got in relation to the performance of our contact centres, like average speed to answer, and those quality scores, if we can start to take away more of that volume from those contact centres, we give capacity for the CSRs to take on those more complex queries that are starting to come from customers based on market conditions, distributed energy resources, and other things that are happening around us. So customers are really going there, so we need to invest, and we've got programs stipulated in the testimony as part of this, that we believe are kind of prudent to ensure that we keep that level of service that our customers expect from us. I think the other thing to note, and this is something that we've kind of picked up quite acutely from our recent survey studies that we've done for customers, is that customers unlike ourselves, don't benchmark UI against other utilities, Eversource and Con Ed, etc. The benchmark is really against whoever else is on their mobile phone or on their website. So it could be T-Mobile, Bank of America, Amazon, Google. And these companies have invested, as industries, far more in a long time before the utilities industry in digital capabilities. So as these companies continue to raise the bar, our industry is kind of getting left behind, and we absolutely need to catch up because those expectations are increasing. So the resources that we've got, it's 2 FTE for UI, are required to run the programs that we've got within the rate case testimony.
Okay, thank you very much for those responses. So I think my next question is, I heard a little bit in each of your responses, functionalities that like I might attribute to communications or perhaps a research analyst on your regulatory team. So I guess my question is, when as a state agency, I'm allocated a certain number of FTEs. I can, move them around within my different divisions, but it's kind of few and far between that I can get more. So I think my last question was more to the point of, okay, so if we're adding more knowledge analysts, that actually sounds like something that you might not need as much help from regulatory affairs or comms for communications, for example. So like, what did the organization as a whole kind of take a step back and say, we need our resources more here and less there? Or is there just we've added, we're making this additional request?
I mean, I know as a customer service group, we worked together and talked about what we think we needed to better serve customers and to, make sure that we're making the experience for customers as easy as possible. I don't know from an overall corporate perspective.
Yeah, from the overall corporate perspective, I mean, I think, and you touched on this just a minute ago, Chair Gillette, that if you polled every manager in our company, they would all ask for FTEs, I'm sure.
Sure.
Because who doesn't want more help? We're all busy and we're all trying to do the best we can with the resources that we have. But the company did step back before it filed its case and made a comprehensive review of what FTEs were going to be in the case and which FTE internal asks were not going to be in the case for some obvious reasons. So the company did do a holistic approach review of the FTEs asks, top to bottom, and the FTEs that are in the case are ones we thought that we needed additional bodies on the company to perform. And those that we thought we could move people around to fill holes, did not make the case. And that's up to Mr. Reynolds to manage the best he can.
I appreciate that response. So when you did this kind of top to bottom analysis, did that, for example, like sometimes I'll have to make the tough decision to shift a resource from one unit to another that went unfilled during a recruitment. And, I think we've heard testimony in the past couple of days that there are a number of vacancies. So was that part of the top to bottom assessment that you considered how many, like where the vacancies are, how long they've gone vacant, any?
I believe so. And the needs that are not in the case, those managers are working with HR to, fill those needs from internal resources, as the case may be.
Okay.
And for some of these things, we want to do more, and that there's work that we could be doing, and I think that's the ask. At least for the contact center, it's work that we know is going to happen, and without that, there will be a significantly different experience for customers in terms of their wait time to speak to a customer service representative. So I mean, and there's indicators that evidence that, including the amount of overtime that we're currently using to handle the volume that we currently receive, and we're expecting levels beyond that, in addition to an expectation that our handle times, how long it takes to answer a customer's inquiry, will continue to grow as calls become more complex. Alone with this distributed generation since 2016, we've got six times as many customers who have solar meters. Those calls are far more complex than the calls that we received back in 2015 or prior, where it's just, I want to know where I can make a payment and what's my bill. So we need to be able to plan for those resources. And absent that, we're talking about a far different experience for customers than what they're used to.
Thank you. And Ms. Palella, just a moment ago, you referenced within the customer service group. I just want to make sure I understood what it organizationally, who is part of the customer service group? Is communications involved? Like what?
Customer communication. So Mr. Patterson has the customer communications group as well as the digital experience surveys, et cetera. I oversee billing, collections, and the internal contact center group, which Mr. Daniels is one of the managers. And then Mr. Drahota is a director over the vendor management, technology, workforce management. He's a centralized structure that he reports to Scott Baker, who's our Avangrid Networks level vice president of customer service. So when I say customer service, in essence, it's that group.
Okay, thank you. I may come back to that, but I just want to close the loop on Attorney Canavan from a moment ago, and then I think we'll call it for the night. So Attorney Canavan, that top to bottom analysis that was done of resource needs, do you know the approximate date that was completed?
Yeah, I think it would have been completed 2002, maybe Q2 2000, sorry, second quarter 2022.
Second quarter of 2022. Is there a copy of the work papers or something to that effect in the record so far?
I would have to review what the HR panel submitted.
Okay. All right. Can I take that as a read in for now? I'd just like to be pointed to whether that top to bottom assessment of resource needs is in the record, which would be read in JJ. Okay, and with that, we're gonna call it for the evening. And we will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is tomorrow Tuesday? Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday. Resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. With cross from authority staff, please. Any administrative matters before we close?
No, none.
Attorney Wheel?
Yeah, I wanted to note I have Mr. Colton here. He's been here today. I expect to instruct him to appear tomorrow also, but I just wanted to make sure that makes sense, that it looks like the authority staff has several hours of cross, but that will probably get to Mr. Colton tomorrow.
I hope so. Otherwise we are gonna be in trouble. So I think it's safe if Mr. Colton doesn't appear until after lunch, but I would request that tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, if not, have a great evening. We'll see everyone in the morning.
Too.
Thank you.